Where did I put my... I swear I had my tripod. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Hello, darlings. Try not to face the light, because that can... This particular light likes to flicker, and I know it can set off things, so... Hey, how you doing? Also going to make some fucking coffee, because that's needed to function at the moment. Don't mind me, I'm just clearing out the dishwasher. That's how I am. So far, traps have not been sprung again. So the track and field mouse is laying low for the moment. But my support network has been trying to get hold of the landlord for the person whose room I was going to rent in the house. And so far they have called a couple times, left a couple of messages, and had no response. So... that's not right. Oh no, that's just powder. Gotta wipe that down though. But yeah. Hello everyone. How goes? We're just doing a little bit of body doubling. I'm working on I'm working on the dishes. Yeah, I had to talk about no coordination. None. Zero after having that coquito. Hello, darlings. Thank you so much for the tippy tappies. I appreciate those. So, what's everybody up to? What are we doing? Hello, darlings. Come on in. Welcome in, bienvenue. I hate being right at times. So my support network has been doing everything that they're supposed to do, and they've been absolutely fantastic, and I love them for that. They have contacted the landlord for the new place like multiple times, left some messages trying to, you know, get some details hammered out so we can proceed forward, and so far they have gotten no response back. So fucked if I know. And like, part of this, I'm trying not to be mad at myself, because like my own brain is going, damn, I should have been doing more towards that. And I'm like, bitch, what more can we do when we've been running ourselves ragged, being burnt out as shit, like we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and we're, as you know, like we're, yeah. Right? I'm like, at this point, I just don't know. My personal plan is just stay here till the end of December and try and sell off everything, because what else am I gonna do, you know? I need coffee. That is another thing that's going on. I definitely need coffee. And then we can hit the, what do you call it? Dishes. That part. That fucking part. Like, that fucking part. Like, not all of us can just wait. Not all of us can just sit around and, whatever. And it's like, and I'm going to still be putting in job applications, but there's always an extra level of complication when you're putting in a job application and you have to give them the information of where you currently reside. And if that suddenly changes in a week, 2 weeks, if I'm moving in 2 weeks versus 1 week versus 3 weeks, like, that can change your start date, that can change your hours, that can change so many different things. So, yeah. Yeah, let's get some fucking coffee in me, because my sleep schedule has just decided, fuck it. Fuck it. I don't get to sleep till, like, 4 or 5 in the morning now, which is not good. And then I have trouble now pulling myself out of bed before noon. Like, literally, my body... I don't know if there is, like, a particular condition, and I don't know if it's that condition level yet, but, like, my mind will be like, get up, get up, get up, get up. My body's like, it's cold, I hurt, and no. And just, it like, refuses to move. I've got use of, like, my fingers. And that's about it. So, yeah. Hello, darling. How are you doing today? Right? I'm just like, I'm not upset. Well, I'm irritated. There. That. I put my finger on the emotion. I'm irritated. Because it's like, goddamn, my dude. Goddamn. There's my coffee. Grounds and water. But how's everybody doing so far? Pardon. Ugh. Hi. Hi. Fucking water. How's everybody doing? Okay, water in. Cup in. This is becoming very quickly like my favorite thing to just throw on in the mornings when I need to be covered. Hello. Okay. We've got... Hello, darling. How you doing? I am trying to get woke up, mobile, get some stuff done, so we're doing a bit of body doubling. Pardon as I see what's going on. Okay. Okay. Hey, Demon. How you doing? Don't worry, I'm also slightly just waking up and, luckily, I don't have a hangover. I'm just very tired, and that coquito was very helpful. Right? Right. I've had insomnia like my entire life. Getting to bed late, like somewhere between midnight and 2 o'clock, that is like a norm for me. But suddenly it has like jumped up to me being awake, like fully awake. Not exactly like awake enough to do stuff, but awake till like 4 or 5 in the morning. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, Jesus. That is a miserable amount of chaos. Good morning, sunshine. Hello, darlings. How are we doing today? Oh. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Okay, my hands are colder than expected. You think I'd be able to register how much of a temperature difference it was, but apparently my cheeks are a lot warmer than I thought they would be. And I gotta figure out how to be sexy today. That should be good fun right there. Yes, another one of the cardigans. What can I say? Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? We're working on a little coffee. No, that's the funny thing. I've been technically awake since probably about 9-10 o'clock-ish, but it literally took me another 2 hours to get my body to unlock itself to just get out of bed. And I think, honestly, one of the few things that facilitated that was the need to use the restroom for like 2 hours straight, and me going, come on, dude, anytime now. Unlock, let's do this noise, cause for once, please. And it's like, fuck, fine. It hurts. It's so cold inside. Oh, it's a full moon? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I mean, like, for on-camera stuff, like, content-making stuff. That coquito. That coquito. Didn't leave me sloppy, per se. Truthful, but not sloppy. And I don't have a hangover. I'm a little bit tired, but I don't have a hangover. So, yeah, it was quite nice. It was quite nice, to say the least. Mm-hmm. But yes, I think, coffee, and we gotta figure out some sort of breakfasty thing, because I do need to get something into my system. But also, dishes. Dishes will need to be had. I'm awake. Well, I mean, lunch is all just kind of dependent on when your morning is, and I always count mornings as kind of when you wake up. So yeah, technically you are correct. But only technically. Okay, this is a narrow mouth. So, let's see. On the occasion, I do like a little bit of smoked salad. And the right kind of smoked salad makes it easier for me to perform tasks in an order that actually gets them done. Oh, that does sound lovely. Being retired and and the understanding warms my cold, dead little heart at the moment. But even more so that, you know. No. Nope, just a regular pre-wrapped salad. Doesn't take much for me. Does not take much, which I am quite grateful for. Just a few quick bites in the morning, and I'm actually really good to go for a bit. It's the ADHD brain balance. If you can get it just right, you can be super productive, but you gotta find all of the right, like, key things to do. Let's see. Golden egg. Let's grab a bit of toast. Try some butter, and let's get some cheese. Figure it out from there. I wish I could still do those. Unfortunately, I always cough rather horrifically, and sometimes that can trigger asthma, especially in certain kinds of weather for me. So I'm like, gotta be careful about that. Don't feel like having one of those. So, you know, extra careful. That part, the rabbit holes, like the couch lock and the rabbit holes, 1,000%, 1,000%. I finally did dial it in though, a hybrid salad, and I'm talking the most base, inexpensive, prepackaged salad that you can possibly get. Hybrids work very, very nicely for me. Into couches will put me into couch lock and down some rabbit holes. And the sat evens have never sat even with me. They're a horror show, and I try to avoid them. Fair enough, fair enough. I had actually taken a break for a decent while, and I still limit intake, to say the least, and it does make a difference. It does make a difference. It does make a difference, especially on that first reintroduction. You're like, I haven't had salad in a while. Oh, that's salad. Oh, that is salad. Oh, that's salad. Like, you know. Right, definitely. Right, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. I hate that we have such a... We have a culture. Well, not even just the States. It can be a very global thing at times. We have this culture that tells you that you have to be perfectly even, perfectly productive all the time, this, that, and the third. But the allowable ways to decompress are so incredibly rigid, and the moment you step outside of that, you get very, very conscious because it feels like you're pushing at or slightly breaking a social more. And if we didn't think that way, if we just told people, look, be sober when you're working, or, you know, as sober as can be functional when you're working, be functional when you're out and about, just so you don't injure yourself or others, and then in the privacy of your own home, decompress in ways that don't hurt others and work for you. I tried a wax salad once. I ended up dating the asshole for an extra 2 months. Not because I wanted to, I think just I was in that haze. Right. Yeah, the one bite effect. I love that. OG Purple Haze. Ooh, nice. One who's always into couch. Heck yeah. Right. Like I think for people who like wax salads, they've usually worked up quite a tolerance to other kinds of leafy greens, and so they need it in its more refined form in order to achieve that vegetarian nirvana. Mmm. Damn, after a 4-year break? Hit. Oh my goodness gracious. That must have been interesting to say the least. Right, right. To me, in a perfect world, to me, I would have my own garden. A very, very small one, but have my own garden, or at the very least, have access to good gardening at all times. Because it's not just the elevation. It is the ritual of it. It's the decompression of it. It's my version of relax your shoulders for a minute and breathe deep, because you have to slow yourself down. You have to calm yourself down. You're going through, you're making sure things are good, that they're clean. Like it's honestly meditative at some level. Right, right. I think most people would do good to have the ability to have their own plant. It teaches you a lot of responsibility from absolutely everything that I've seen, because one of the most artistic and one of the most, yeah, that tracks for our kind, that I've ever seen is bonsai salad plants. They literally, like they took old driftwood structure and planted salad, and then bent and twisted and shaped the plant exactly like you would a bonsai. It was so amazing, and you can find pictures of it online. It is so impressive. Mmm. I love that, Tara. Or I'm sorry, Tara. Tara. Like, honestly, look it up. It is so freaking awesome. And if you know anything about bonsai, I did that for a hot minute and went, no. Bonsai is incredibly painstakingly crafted. It is slow, it is methodical, it's very intentional. And the results that you get from it are amazing. So, yeah. Hey Rose, how you doing? Hello, playful but deadly. How's everybody doing today? Tying my hair to a slightly less crazy look. And then figuring out... use that pan and put these away at some point very soon. There we go. Hi, hi, hi. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some states, I swear, on a federal level, they should just legalize it. Like, I swear to God. Like, okay, this is, it's nothing for nothing because it's just a thought tangent. I wish everything worked at a federal level and have a little bit more of a fuck the state level, because almost every time I have seen states' rights used as a bludgeoning tool for why a state should be allowed to do something to its citizens, it is always for the most mean and vile reasons. And if it was federal across the board, nothing the states can do. Well, we can... No! No, you're not allowed to abuse your citizens like that. Hey, how's everybody doing? Thank you for the likes, the loves, the sharings, the everything. Ooh, I just got a ping. Sorry, press the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. So it looks like I'm going to be staying to the end of the month and figuring out from there. Next weekend, we're moving out all of my essential stuff. So I've got to weed out what is essential versus what is not essential in my life. And I think I'm going to be reducing by a lot more than I originally planned. Oh, shit. Right. So far, no. My support team has been doing a lot of the heavy legwork and whatnot. Like, they're giving me the options, and then I get back to them, and we're coordinating that way. And they've been calling that landlord and left a couple of messages and have had no response back. So looks like I am at the bare minimum staying till the end of this month, which I'm trying to look at as a good way. It gives me more time to get stuff ready and gone. But yeah, next weekend he's gonna help me move the essential items out, and that way I have just my non-essentials and like my bed. And then the stuff that I'm selling for reasons that it can't go with me. No, as in they're trying to contact him to get that whole process going so that we can be coordinated. He also gave the landlord my number. The landlord hasn't called me. He's been also, my person on the ground has been calling the landlord like, hey, can we get this whole thing started? So, and yeah, so I'm probably gonna have a little bit of a snit today, but also I can't stop progress. I gotta keep going forward, and I'm gonna look at some other options and offer those up to the team and go, okay, can I make any of these work, and go from there. Oh, let's see, Viet coffee done in a Cuban percolator with mesquite, honey, and cream. Childhood dinner for the week. What did I miss? There we go. Yeah. Right? Oh, yeah. Trader Joe's. Love them. Their mesquite honey is absolutely fantastic. In fact, I think I prefer it over clover honey. Clover honey is very, very, very sweet. And it is... It's nicely aromatic, but it's very sweet. And mesquite honey has like an extra layer of kind of smokiness to it. Very, very like classic barbecue. Usually when you walk in to a barbecue place, one of the first things, at least here in the like SoCal southern areas, you usually get the smell of mesquite, hickory, and applewood. And so that sharp, almost deserty kind of smell, that's the mesquite. I hope that makes sense to other people, because that's how my brain has always translated that particular smell. Because, okay, in Southern California, we've got a lot of desert areas. So, like, if you drive out especially when it's really hot, like a good summer-ish day, roughly 90 to 100 degrees, if you happen to drive through the desert and you get out at, like, the local gas station as you're going along, and you step out and you smell that kind of woodsy, unctuous punch, that means there's, like, a lot of mesquite trees nearby. Or mesquite shrubs. I don't know what they're classified as. Yeah. yeah, we let them know that I was an option and interested and looking over, and there was nobody renting there. I want to say a couple weeks ago, made the actual decision to proceed forward in this last week. Numbers were exchanged. Yeah, I just... Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful smell. So the room that I was going to be moving towards, which who knows what the room that I was going to be moving into, we haven't gotten anything back from that particular landlord. That landlord was thinking of renovating the property because there had been tenants there for 2 years prior, and usually every 2 years you actually, fix things up a little bit before somebody new moves in. Now, I let my landlord know that I'm out at the end of this month. In about mid-November, they let me pay up to the end of the month so I can stay here till the end of the month. But yeah, I don't think they're really going to fix anything when I leave, honestly. I don't. Because they haven't fixed anything every time that I have told them about something going wrong in here, unless it was like critical mass kind of stuff. And when I notified the housing department, yeah, and when I notified the housing department, well, they all bitchy. Yeah, yeah. It is what it is. I'm not panicked. I'm definitely not panicked. I'm just like, okay, I need to get tucked in, refine what am I going to donate, what am I going to try and sell, push that hard all week. And all of this while I'm also trying to figure out how to get a steady financial income without having access to all the things that I need or would readily need, because I've packed everything up thinking twice now that I'd be moving. It's a whole thing. So for those of you who don't know, I was supposed to move into a studio apartment last week. A little bit before that, the building owner decided that they did not want to rent out anything in that building to anyone. And they hadn't seen me, they hadn't met me. It was not a biased thing. They're old and they were just like, nope, don't want to do it. So they're like, nope, I'm not renting. It's like, well, fuck. So I got together with my support network, my friend's support network, and they have ties to some other people, and they found me some options, and they're like, okay, here's some of the options. And I'm like, okay, and I settled on the option of renting a room for like $1,000 a week. Not a week, $1,000 a month. $1,000. I'm so sorry. $1,000 a month in a house. And so far, that landlord has also not been responding to the calls, and my support network has left them messages, and they have not called back. And when my support network is leaving messages, they're leaving messages so that that person can either call him back or me back, because I gave my phone. But yeah, like, my support network knows that if I get completely overwhelmed, I can go into like a full mental lockdown, and they're like, we are trying to keep you as sane and on the planet as possible. And I'm like, I know, and I appreciate that, and I'm also trying to stay sane, but every now and again, I'm gonna need to process some of the emotions, okay? Because, it's reasons. No, and that's the thing, is they just had a family that was in there for like 2 years move out, and they're thinking of doing renovations now, and it's just like, and I'm like, yeah, and again, and I'm like, I was anxious over getting a place in a house because I'm not necessarily Like, the thought of living in a house with just a bunch of roommates does make me a little bit tense, just because I have a lot that is going on in my life that behooves me to be out and about in public, but, like, have my own space where I can decompress and deal with absolutely nobody else's bullshit. So, yeah. So, I'm gonna be doing all the checking. I just got the information this morning. Maybe that's why I locked down for a bit. But yeah, I just got the information this morning, so that's why I'm kind of, I think, processing now, because I'm gonna need to get that shit done post-haste. Oh yeah, no worries, it's fine. That part. I'm like, privacy makes it easier for me to film, and privacy makes it easier for me to be up at odd hours and puttering about and, filming content and that kind of stuff. But also, I do spicy work, so having a private space is very important to me so that I can function how I need to function, and having to constantly work around somebody else's possible foibles and hang-ups over spicy work. Because the last thing I need is somebody who is going to be a jackass about it. Yeah. No. That part. Definitely, yeah, learn schedules and when and whatnot. But also at this point, I'm just like, I'm putting in all of the applications now. That's what I'm planning on doing this weekend, is putting in a bunch of applications to, like, esoteric stores, gardening places, and whatnot, and seeing if I can find something within industries that I already have a plethora of knowledge, and will hopefully get some mentorship as I get into them. Well, and the funny thing is, my particular version of spicy work isn't necessarily starfish. Like, no, it's not like that. But I am in a very particular mode of dress. I will have a very particular tone. There may be very interesting props and whatnot. And especially if I am with a private client, because I do digital work, if I am with a private client, trying to expect, hey, Bethany, can you go ahead and shut that door? I'm in the middle of a... I said oink. I'm in the middle of a session. Like, that can throw the entire rhythm completely off, you know? What are my sayings now? I'm just saying, I'm not wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. Yeah. It's the not having a consistent income that's really hurting me at the moment. Not just because of, difficulty with paying bills and whatnot, but then when you do an application to most apartment buildings, they want to see that you have very hard proof of employment and that you're making like 3 times the amount of blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't know if certain places would take a cosigner. I do know that I have a friend who would be a cosigner because they have faith in me and I cannot fail them. But yeah, I'm just going to gently pat and poke at certain spaces and see what I can do. It's the only thing I can do, Well, I had a full-time job for about a year and a half or so that was making really good money. And the job that I worked was actually heavily involved with the cosplay community. So it would have been seen as a conflict of interest for me to do conventions while I was employed with them, because my particular specialty that I am known for is artwork and clothing. So I had to unfortunately put that on the back burner. When they just up and, we don't need you anymore. I was like, oh, I'll have a new job soon. I'll make sure it's something that doesn't necessarily have a conflict of interest. I'll be able to get back on my feet, and I'm definitely getting back into doing conventions. And then the job market has just never pulled through for me so far. And so I have not had the confidence of, oh, if I spend $1,000 to do a convention, because it's usually, you buy your table or your vending space, and then it's, getting all your stuff in there, food for the weekend, making sure your workers are taken care of, because my friends, funny enough, usually works for me, and I'm like, I have to, and they're like, no, it's cool, I actually get to, you let me roam around the convention, I can do whatever I want, and then I just, show up for a shift, and we're all good, and I'm like, I understand, but, I want to make sure that, your food is covered, or something, and they're like, eh. But you end up spending about $1,000 to do a convention, and hopefully you make that back plus a little bit more, but it wasn't always going to be it wasn't always going to be a surefire thing that would always give me that good return back. And so I'm like, let me wait a little bit so that I'm not going through money too quickly. I had a little bit saved, but I was like, I don't want to go through it too quick. I need to make this last for a while. And just it's been a struggle bus ever since. So I was like, fuck. Fuck. Oh, I had never... No, I didn't even know that was an option. Huh. Time to start expanding the horizons, to say the least. Oh! Wait, do I still have my live scan? I might look into elder care. Because I've done elder care before. I might look into doing private in-home elder care or something to that effect. Definitely. And I mean, I've done it before. I have definitely done it before. So, yeah. And see, this is why I show up and talk with y'all. Instead of just... I need to honestly convince myself to get on and body double more often. Not only are good ideas had and a lot of emotions processed, but better ideas that I just hadn't quite put two and two together on always present themselves. This is true. This is definitely true. I don't know why I have fallen so far behind on getting stuff posted and promoted. I know this is a lot to ask. If anybody is out there and they know about how to help market, I'm good at being the product. I'm good at making the thing. I'm good at being in front of the camera and telling you what you need to know once I've been given a decent script or allowed to riff an open commentary. But when it comes to planning how to market, especially how to market myself, I'm just like, huh? I look like a 5-year-old who just Mom, do you want to put this up on the fridge? I don't know what to say other than, I made the thing. I made the thing and I can't show you because you're at work. So I know that I need help. I'm just very bad for asking about it sometimes. I don't know why my fridge is so freaking cold, but I'm going to set my butter here for just a moment. Yeah. Hello. How's everybody doing? Come on in. Let's see. I think we've got an egg. I definitely need to... I swear to God, Oh, they're right in front of me. Right in front of me. It is! It freaking is. Like, asking for help, especially when people look at you like you're the competent one, like you're the adulty adult, and it's just like, oh shit. If I ask for help, they're gonna think I'm incompetent. And then you sit there for a moment like Harleen Quinzel because you have a damn psych degree, and you go, is it that you're afraid that you will look incompetent in front of people who count on you to have all the knowledge? Or is it that you have been trained to think that you will be seen as incompetent because of very, very bad bosses who poorly manage resources, time, and they themselves are so incompetent that they actually have no answers. They can't give you, oh, did I just heal some trauma? Mm-hmm. That, oh my god. In the right settings, I masked so well. Like, damn it, did I just actually help myself? Yes, I did. That is something I have been working on for a while now. How's everybody doing? I'm hoping that you're making yourself some lunch, or dinner, or whatever it is. Grab a little something to eat, grab a little something to drink. Make sure you're getting up and stretching, even if you have bed rot, even if it's a little bit cold. Like, get up and stretch, because you don't want your muscles to completely lock up and get all stiff and shit. Right. And I don't even... Funny enough to me, I'm like, wow, this doesn't even feel like my old... Okay, my old trauma dumps were definitely, like, traumatically reliving some bullshit. This feels like an elevated level kind of trauma dump where you're like, huh. I went through some shit. Their actions were inappropriate. I do not have to keep adhering to those standards that they set on me. I can do better because I know better. Right? Aha moments, triangle moments, windshield moments. Those moments where you realize why things are called certain things. So like a triangle, a windshield, a shield from the wind. Pardon. There you go. Okay, we've got bread, we're prepping the butter, cheese. Do I have a grater? I don't think I have a grater. Give me a second. Well, how can I put this, guys? I've actually had a lot of friends tell me that I sound a lot like Missy. I sound a lot like Missy sometimes, especially if I just got a couple of pauses in there. And Nathan Fillion. Where did I? Oh, there we go. I know I have a tea towel somewhere. Missy from Big Mouth and Manticore, or Corey from Onward. I have been compared to those on a number of occasions. And funny enough, Firefly was like my comfort watch for a very long time. Partially because of Nathan Fillion, but much so for Gina Torres and Marina Baccarum and Summer Glau and... Oh, who was the man who played Shepherd Book? Oh, I loved him. I wanted to know so much more about him. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Onwards was good. Onwards was really good. I didn't even mind that Crisp Rat was in it. Like, it's helpful when I don't see his face. And he had really good vocal actors around him, so he was pretty easy to drown out. But yeah, just absolutely, that's a good movie. Very, very heartfelt. Wonderful. Like, oh man, that was a roller coaster of emotions. I will give it that. Absolute roller coaster of emotions. But so well done. So well done. How's everybody doing? I'm just working on figuring out a bit of lunch. I don't know why I didn't warm up my butter beforehand. Pardon as I am inches off the screen here. Honestly, at this point, I think I need to stop holding out on upgrading my phone. Because I think that's one of the things that I'm just like, I really, really need to upgrade my phone now. A, before all the tariffs and bullshit and whatnot. But B, because I need to have consistent, good quality. And I'm noticing more and more hiccups with this phone as it ages. So I think I need to get some stuff. I didn't even notice that go out. Okay. I think I need to get some stuff sold off, get the phone upgraded, notify all of the companies that I am not going to be here any longer at the end of this month, and go from there. Hey. It's been a wild ride. It's been a wild life. I've been kind of all over the place, and I'm still trying to figure everything out. It has been a bumpy ass ride. But I'm glad you have found me again. I wish that I was a bit more consistent on the regular. That's down. Salt. Pepper. I can't get those whistle tones any higher. Hello, hello. Nope, this is definitely not the new place yet. Shit's gone off the rails yet again. So. Exactly. I'm like, this phone is, I believe, almost 4 years old at this point. So. Hello. How's everybody doing? My optimism and my pessimism are like battling it out right now. Oh my god, I'm like, why is it so dark in here? Oh. Maybe because I didn't turn on my ring light. Oh, I'm so pretty. I'm so pretty. Come on. Butter in every crack, damn you. I'm in SoCal and it is so
cold. It takes me forever to convince my body to get out of bed in the morning because it fucking hurts. I have to have my slippers directly bedside because the hardwood floors, it feels like somebody's just putting dry ice right up against the soles of your feet, and you're like, nope. And I can't sleep with socks on. I tried real hard. I cannot sleep with socks on. Because I don't even like wear like regular ass socks. I wear like the Thunder Thighs, thigh high socks, so it covers the whole leg and everything is nice and warm. And I'm like, can't do it. Can't do it all night. Cannot do it all night. They move too much. That's right. I had the cream out for the eggs. Ooh, 33 degrees. Ooh. Oh, good God. I think we're definitely getting into like the 40s here, and it feels like this winter is a bit sharper than last year from what I can remember. Dave Haymore. That would be nice and toasty. Right. I have perfected the nesting techniques for winter, and so yeah, like between that and having a rather heavy quilt that I unpacked and found, I put that over. It feels like a weighted blanket in a warm little toasty cave. When I tell you I do not want to get out of bed, I am telling you, if I had a partner, we would just sit in bed rot, just the end all. Oh, 29 degrees. Oh, no. Hey, how you doing, darling? Good. Butter has browned. Turn that down to the lowest flame. Ooh, 9 degrees. I don't know what 9 degrees feels like, and I don't think I want to. I'm hanging in there. Hanging in there. It's going to be an interesting day. It's going to be a day. But yeah, no. I gotta take it in stride. Because now I have hope. And when I have hope, I am so much more ready to be petty and spiteful to the entirety of those who have wronged me. Ooh, like standing in a freezer. Oh God, no. Well, yeah, because you're in Australia. So if people don't know, I don't know if people do know this. So, the Earth doesn't sit directly up and down like this. It sits at an angle. I think it's something like roughly 12 to 15 degrees. I could be wrong, but roughly a 12 to 15 degree tilt. Which means during a certain part of the year, the upper half is closer to the sun and they get summer. But the lower half is further away from the sun and they get something more like winter. And then as we're orbiting the sun, other half of the year, this is closer, this is further. So the seasons are actually inverted for the different hemispheres of the Earth. Negative 22. Fuck that noise. Negative 20. Ooh. I would yeet myself at a moose just to get kicked in the head and not have to live through that. Oh, good God. Negative 22. Right. Aussie Christmas would be something else. That would honestly be like Christmas in July. And don't fall for it. Oh, I would do anything for love. Yes, I would do anything for love. I would do anything for love. But I won't do that. Hell no. No, I won't do that. I'm trying to kind of bookend this thing. Oh, I'm silly. I could just use a plate. Okay, and folding it over. There we go. Turn that. Come on, stoichiometry. There we go. Oop. Goodness, I'm so sorry. I forgot. I gotta face this direction. I'm sorry. If you told me, darling, if you love me, you'll move to a climate that can get into the negative double digits. Sir, and or madam, and or my liege, you better have a fully heated mansion with a nice window that I can look at the cold weather through, but never actually touch. I am like an exotic pet. I have particular temperature parameters that I must be kept within. You think my ass is moving somewhere where it's negative 22? Get hot. Does your landlord... I mean, you could always just go ahead and call the housing authorities and report the landlord and just go, hey, you know what? If you want to play that game, we can play that game, but that game is not going to go the way you hope. Won't fool me twice. Would have been even funnier. You won't fool me 3 times. Honestly, I think that's a lot of our younger dating experiences, is you're like, I promised myself I would never fall for this, and yet here I am, and suddenly you understand how people fall for it in the first place. You're like, oh, damn it! I was supposed to be the smart one! Your friends are like, you thought you were the chosen one? You're like, looking at the people you're dating? Yes, I thought I was the chosen one, okay? Apparently I was the I have chosen wrong one, but you know, it happens. Soybean! How are you? Oh my goodness, it has been a hot minute right there. How's everybody doing? Doing like a little grilled cheese and egg kind of salad, egg sandwich situation. Okay. You took your SATs! Yay! I'm so happy. So, let me go ahead and get you all plugged in. So, a body double day means I need to get some stuff done. I really do. And I swear to God, I had my... Oh, there it is. I need to get some stuff done, like some cleaning, some organizing and whatnot. And I need a little social accountability so that I'm doing those things that I need to get done, such as getting my dishes into the dishwasher, organizing the bar top a little bit more, and then probably going through and organizing a couple of doom boxes that I have that are just random shit, and I need to go, okay, do I need this stuff? Can I get rid of this stuff? Can I pack it into something? And then kind of go from there. So instead of coming on at night already having kind of sat and rot and only got like maybe a quarter of what I wanted done. I am holding myself socially accountable by having the live stream going, and we're just going to go for as long as I possibly can and get stuff done. So yeah, and body doubling is basically I'm doing something because I feel socially held accountable, but also people who are watching, it's a little bit easier for them to like study, do laundry, brush teeth, shower, get stuff done, because they feel like they have a little bit of a social accountability going on. Because I'm here and chattering away. So yeah, feel free to ask questions, start topics. I have ADHD, so I do tangents and banter really well. Yep, I forgot. Must relotion the pan. Yeah, it's a trick that a lot of neurodivergent people have been using for, honestly, forever. Like literally since the inception of society. But you know, the terminology was classified a little bit more recently. So I am doing an egg and grilled cheese sandwich. Let's see if I can get it to scorch. Heh, fine, toast. See if I can get this on here properly. There we go, more or less. Yes, I do have rather heat-resistant hands. Oh, you didn't even see any of that. I'm so sorry, darlings. Yeah, no, honestly, I think a lot of us are neurodivergent. Honestly, I'm starting to think the neurotypicals might actually be the ones that are the difference in the equation, as it were. But I think, yeah, a lot of us are actually neurodivergent, and it, from an evolutionary stance, seems far more likely that that is the case. Have to wait till the 20s to get your score. Yeah, definitely get set up with a psychiatrist. And bipolar, BPD, certain other things, like, honestly, you need a psychiatrist to diagnose that, not just a GP. GPs are, a lot of them mean well. They're trying to help get the medication so you feel balanced, but a psychiatrist will be able to look at a lot of the symptoms, a lot of what's going on, and order certain tests and whatnot that a general practitioner or primary doctor might not know to order or ask about. And yeah, you get much better treatment once you have a more thorough understanding, as it were. Well, honestly, I think both gender and sexuality are more spectrum based rather than, you know, like binary categories per se. I don't honestly think that a perfectly 100% hit are the by and large majority. I think there's a lot more spectrum from strictly hetero to strictly homo, and then everything in between. I think it's much more of a spectrum. Because how many ladies, how many femmes were like, she's kind of hot, I just want to make out with her, and have had a couple of interesting dalliances that they don't regret. That they're just like, yeah, you know, I did that in college, that was fun with you. I ended up going this way, but I still, every now and again, I'm like, yeah, you're not straight. You're not straight. You're not straight. Even if you don't take, and you don't have to. You do not have to. Even though you don't take on like the buy or the pan label, if you had a little bit of flex, that's okay. That just means you're not perfectly 1,000%. It just means, okay, I tried it. It was a thought. I had a pull towards it. I experienced it. The pull went away. Okay, you know what? Fine. We've satisfied both curiosity and whatever that particular urge was, and we go on from there. Other people, they're like, oh, this works. Oh, I like this. I definitely like this, and kind of develop from there. So yeah, I love a label because it lets you kind of know where a person stands. That way, you're not barking up the wrong tree per se. But at the same point in time, like I think it's far more of a spectrum than how we tend to think of it. Silicone rulers are straight, but very able to bend. Exactly. You can be flexible. If we only had rulers that had no flex to them, not much would get done. Like, a lot of things could get done, but not everything you actually need. To have a ruler that can flex, that can bend, that is a little bit all over the place, yeah, you need those. You need those. They do other special things, and they get into those tight corners that... Sorry, what? Dude, I remember the slap fights with rulers. I remember, wood ruler with that little metal edge on it, and I remember the bam, just straight through it. Just, oh my goodness, the amount of times our teachers had to be like, stop doing that! You are going to injure each other. And we're like, and the problem with this is, and they're like, other people's parents might actually not want their child to come home from school in injury. It's like, oh, yeah. We gotta form a half circle, that way they won't know what we're doing. We were kids, okay? We were not always clever. We were not always clever. There's always that mystery. How did the teachers find out? Because the teacher is usually at least 6 inches taller than all of y'all. You're not quiet, and you're seriously not clever. So they were like watching the entire time going, do I write the demerit now? Oh, I think that broke skin. Yeah, I can write the demerit now. Hello. Right, felt that in your bones, felt that in your skin, felt that in the trip to the nurse's office. There you go. Let's see if I can remind me of Scorpion. I grew up in the 80s and 90s for schooling, which means I remember Red Rover. I remember rub burns. I remember etching on yourself with erasers. I remember ruler fights and slap fights and what we called elimination, usually played with a tennis ball or racquetball, and you would peg the living shit out of each other. If remember, you'd get up close enough that you had the ball, and then you would try and hit somebody with it. Oh, I've forgotten all of the rules. Well, I've forgotten some of the rules, but not all of them. But yeah, we also called it butt ball, because you tried to hit people right there in the gluteus maximus, like, hard as hell, and leave a mark. Yes! Oh God. Oh God. Oh. Oh, dodgeball. That brings back memories right there. I can hear the thwoop. I can hear thwoop. I can hear that. I could hear that. The red balls, they would wrap around your face. They would leave that crisscross impression before, like, snapping back and ripping skin. But the one that was worse than that was the yellow ball. The red balls were big. They could cover a lot of area. You had to be good at dodging them. But those yellow balls, about twice the thickness on rubber, super dense, they did not cave or warp or wrap or deform. They just hit you, and it had that thunk. So it just thunk. I remember those. Pepper, salt, browned butter. Colby Jack cheese. And egg. That's good. That's really good. Where am I? No, napkins. There we go. Who would know that we would need that skill so badly? But damn it if they didn't come in handy. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Damn. Okay, Shirley. You may be a white bread, but damn. This is almost, it's almost sourdough quality. But yeah, no, the, wild times in gym class. We also had obstacle courses. And all of our obstacle courses, I don't know, they more resembled a construction site, as in they took the building materials from a construction site and came up with these particular obstacles. Most of it, like, just metal and wood, kind of splintery wood. And they had those, oh man, I hated running obstacle course. I fucking hated running obstacles. They always wanted me to hop over shit. Have you seen? I had these forever. I will tell you right now. Running and hopping through an obstacle course? Fuck that noise. I don't like running. I can definitely plod on forever. I've got this weird kind of long-term walking endurance. I hate running. Like, it does not ever feel good. Pardon. Hello, hello. This needs something more to it. But as far as the grilled cheese goes, I am not mad at this. I think I can add more seasoning to the eggs. Maybe a little chili? Oh, tomato soup would be good. And I don't have any of that on hand. Ooh, actually, maybe I'll try something like this tonight with, like, the barbecue baked beans. That's good. Do I still have tomato paste? Damn, I thought I still had tomato paste. If I can locate a can of tomato paste, I could make my own, like, tomato soup tonight. Fair enough. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. We're doing a little bit of body doubling. I just had myself a bit of breakfast, lunch, first meal of the day, whatever you want to call that. And I gotta figure out what I want to film today, honestly. Ooh. Okay, the coffee works. Give me a second. My system is gonna kind of power down just for a couple of minutes. Happens every time I eat because I have such a tiny stomach, and I just ate a whole half a sandwich, which sounds like nothing to everybody else, but I'm like, whole half a sandwich is a lot of food. It's a lot of food. Okay, let's get some. Cancel. No, why are we? Hey Fisher, how you doing? Okay, let's get some gloves on. Let's get some dishes done. And then we will get started on getting something fucking done today. I'm gonna be on here with y'all as long as possible, because I just need to get stuff done. So feel free to body double with me. If anybody ever needs their tarot cards read, just let me know. It's like $5 a card, blanks and Lyle, all that kind of good stuff. I've got, I think since I'm pretty much planning on being here till the end of the month, I might go through and get a few things pulled aside so I can get some fucking enrichment in my environment. I feel like a zoo animal and I don't like it. Sorry, darlings. There we go. Hello. How are we? Okay. Sponge. Don't worry, I will look over to the side. Let's pick a topic. Let's run with it. Oh, I rewatched A Knight's Tale last night. I suddenly saw it in a very, very new way. Like, the class struggle is so prevalent there. The being able to change your fate, being able to change your stars, that kind of stuff. I was like, oh yeah, it's typical, fantasy, da-da-da. But I'm like, oh, like the class struggle was so much more evident, and the consequences of being poor while also trying to be, functioning within society, making a living so that you could, just afford to live. And yet if you are found to be doing something that is above your station, those who are rich and made the rules to keep you oppressed in the first place will try to do bad things about it. Do really bad things about it. And this happens again and again and again and again. So the one who actually does make it is the exception, not the rule. Like, on some level, I understood it, but also, for the most part, I'm just like, look, Heath Ledger is just a really good actor, and Alan Tudyk is one of my favorites, and hey, look, it's Early Vision. And that's Geoffrey Chaucer. Like, just like, it's just a happy, fun romp. And then I'm looking at it with very new eyes now, and I'm like, hey, buddy. How you doing, darling? Just doing a bit of body double.
Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome, come on in. We're just doing some dishes at the moment as I pontificate about things like Knight's Tale. Dishes always go so much faster when I have an audience. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Feel free to banter or do your studying, your laundry, get a meal together, whatever you need to do. That is what body doubling is about, is getting a little bit of something done and having somebody in the background. You can also request live tarot card reading, amongst other things. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out my f***ing life. At this point, I don't know. Feel like I might start warbling at some point. Slowly but surely. Hello, hello, welcome on in. Welcome in beyond the new. Blazing Saddle also has fucking good music. I kind of wish we could remake Blazing Saddles on some level. Because a lot of the jokes are still salient. Just not as many people understand satire as they used to. So, that could go a whole host of ways. Hello, darlings. Come on in. Hello, hello. Oh, getting the dishes done. I should have let some of these soak beforehand. Hello. Oh, have we heard anything new about Luigi and his lovely Pennsylvanian lawyer? His lawyer is an absolute card. Oh my god, I love it. Because he is so good at his job. Like, this is what competent lawyer looks like. And it's so beautiful to see. Although from what I'm hearing on the doom scrolls and whatnot, from what I'm hearing, he is not receiving good treatment. And they put him in like a max, not like a super max security, but like a max security kind of prison in isolation. And I'm like, what happened to innocent until proven guilty? Like, why are you housing this guy at a max security facility?
Especially when you don't even know if you got the right guy. And like, honestly, I'm sorry, but I don't think they got the right guy. I think they have the right person for what is going to be happening soon, I'm sure, but I don't think he's the guy that did it. So like, the more I learn, the more it doesn't add up. And the more it doesn't add up, the more I'm going, you honestly think that we have no thought process? Like, are you kidding me? That part. That's like a big old part. Well, that, and didn't they originally say, when they first started looking for him, that they found his backpack full of Monopoly money in the park, and then suddenly somehow he had his backpack on him when they got him in McDonald's, and they said that he had ditched out his hoodie, his coat, and then suddenly he's wearing the exact same outfit as he wore the day of the incident. I'm like, that with a 3-page handwritten manifesto. I'm sorry, but as a millennial, and I mean, I've done this too. I write down stuff on physical paper less and less, but like, as a millennial, I don't know a single Gen Z who is a computer person that would sit and write a handwritten manifesto. And most manifestos, they are like dozens of pages long, if not like tens, sometimes even hundreds of pages long. And the wording that was used sounds nothing like how he speaks. Like it's not adding up. It's not adding up. Yeah. That, and they took forever to like tell us about evidence. They've not even really shown us evidence, like the lawyer says. Hey, how you doing, Nancy? Well, here's the thing. Luigi apparently comes from a rich family and isn't insured by United. A lawyer on here who has had to deal with cops a lot, because I believe they're like a defense attorney, looked at what they had released manifestos wise and said, this sounds like a cop. This sounds like a person in law enforcement, because they're making it self-important, conflated. I don't know. Let me try the other. I think my poor camera doesn't know where to focus because of the lights in the background. I'm so sorry, my darlings. So the lawyer was saying, this doesn't sound like a tech bro. This doesn't sound like a person who has a degree in computer sciences. This sounds, on the other hand, like the kind of stuff that cops write when they are trying to convince somebody to confess to something or being a plot of something in this, that. She's like, there's so many self-important inserts in here, and the use of pseudo big words, many of them used incorrectly. And I'm like, and I mean, when they first read off like some of the manifesto, because we had some people who were like, they were reading, what they put up, they're like, oh, this is apparently what he wrote down. I was listening to what it was saying, how it was being said, the sentence structure, and my pattern recognition was like, that's not how those kind of people talk. That's not his words. Those sound like the rantings of a deeply disturbed individual who has been radicalized down a pipeline in such a fashion that they self-isolated and are having a break with reality. The way a lot of that stuff was phrased did not match up to how an Ivy League educated, computer science minded person would speak. And quite a few times there was contradictory statements, like calling CEOs and the upper echelon parasites in one sentence, and then like another sentence or so later apologizing for any discomfort or something to that effect that it might cause. A person who is radicalized and hell-bent isn't going to apologize for their actions, especially not to people who may be located near their intended target. So yeah, I'm just like, something's not right. Something's not right. Something is not right. And like, even like what the lawyer said was like, yeah, you know, guilty until proven, or I'm sorry, innocent until proven guilty, you know, and you know, I'm still waiting for them to show me the evidence, because they have not shown the lawyer the evidence that they have against this guy. That and he went from having a laundry list of charges that you could easily look up on, you know, public information, a laundry list of charges, to having none. So I get that they have like time to, I guess, go back, scrape, and like redo the charge list, but like to go from having a laundry list to having none. Especially since most evidence takes days, if not weeks, to be tested, to be authenticated, to be analyzed, all that kind of stuff. And yet they were able to do it in like mere hours and days? What? They were talking about how they had only been able to find a couple of smudged fingerprints, to telling us, oh yeah, no, this is the guy, we have his fingerprints. It's like, the first thing that you said was that you didn't have anything usable, and that you were worried about this guy just being in the wind. Like, they keep contradicting, law enforcement keeps contradicting itself heavily. And it's like, my dudes, with everything else that is going on in our lives, you are only adding to our stress levels? So I'm like, I'm just saying. Oh yeah. And that, yeah. Well, that, and then you have the, what is it, the small car-sized drones that are over multiple areas now in the U.S. Started out, I guess, over on the East Coast, and now apparently it's been on the West Coast and several other, like, I'm not saying like major metropolitan areas, but like well-populated cities and spaces. And the U.S. government is like, well, we don't have authorization to do anything about it. I'm like, you don't have authorization? Oh, that means either that's the military doing this shit or it's defense contractors. They just tipped their hand so easily by saying, oh, well, we don't have authorization. You're the U.S. military. You not having authorization and telling us that you don't have authorization, that particular word holds a whole host of weight. Right? Right. I mean, the Pentagon says it's confused. I don't think they're that confused. I honestly don't think they are that confused. I think they know who it is. They're just not supposed to say who it is. And if it turns out to be Muskie Boy with his what was it, Skynet, Starlink, whatever the fuck you call it, like, I would not be surprised. Although they all move and fly and function too smoothly for me to truly believe it would be Muskie Boy, because we've seen what an incompetent piece of shit he is. So, yeah. Hello. How you doing, Miss Iris? How are you, my dear? Just working on some dishes and whatnot as we go. But yeah, I'm just like, they know what's going on. They know what's going on, and currently everything is going as intended. But yeah, like, if they think this is going to go well for much longer, because here's the thing. Yes, we still have some awful people in our society, but a lot more people are really starting to wake up to, this is not an issue of left, right, black, white, immigrant, native, colonizer. Okay, it's a little bit about the colonizer, but it's less about us, the people, and it's much more about ruling class versus working class. And they are terrified of that. We've known for decades now that both military and law enforcement have been working with defense contractors to come up with different means of crowd and civilian suppression. Much of it funded by the works of the IDF, IOF, who have been test running it on the watermelon people. So things like biowarfare, using sewage water to create contaminated zones so that people who are in those zones are far more likely to become ill, and therefore not only demoralized but much easier targets. They have been working with sound tech, not only sound that can deafen or create an uncomfortable space, but sound that can actually rip, rend, and unalive people. They've been working on that tech for a while. Yeah. They have been working on, high-powered water, things that can knock out electronics. I think that's honestly what we're seeing right now, and I hate to be a conspiracy theory. I am looking at the evidence, and this is only my theory. This is only my very gentle hypothesis, educated guess at this point, is that they are working on tech that can blind, distort, and disrupt filming and live reporting, so that it'll be much harder to catch them committing crimes against civilian populations. That way, when people go, oh my god, I can't believe that they did this, and then they unalived, a building full of school children. Where have we heard this before? Of course, yes. But they'll go, well, do you have proof of this? Well, yeah, I had it on my camera, or on my phone, or I took pictures of it, and then you go to look at the evidence, and it's so distorted you can't see details, and if you can't see details, or have something that functionally filmed, then when you take that kind of evidence to places like The Hague, they're gonna go, we literally can't see anything, we can't hear anything, there is no definitive evidence, so... But I think that them doing this is them deeply underestimating the kind of stress and response to that stress that this is going to bring about amongst the civilian population. And I think they also forget that a good portion of the civilian population at one point in time served the military. And again, I am listening to a lot of what they are saying, and I'm like, oh. Well, here's the thing. North K didn't start out as blatant control. North K started out a lot like this, where it was a little bit of control, a little bit more control, a little bit more control, a little bit more control. It built in layers. And we honestly are already doing quite a few things that North K did here. So, I'm just saying. Like, the more we dig into history and the more we understand history, I think the more people understand that A, we are not the good place at all, and B, that we are dealing with a violent plutocracy, kleptocracy, oligarch, whatever particular structure. I just look at it as the upper ruling class. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. I highly suggest looking in. I'm not saying go down a rabbit hole and deep dive it, but I highly suggest looking into how North K started. It was not just, oh, we're taking a wall, ours. No. It started and moved more and more and more and more and more. And if you've ever talked to or listened to people from North K talking about their experiences living there, they are pumped with propaganda like 24/7. And they are indoctrinated in that shit. So when they get back out here into the rest of the world, a lot of times they don't know how to function because they've only been given propaganda, which often has very, very negative stereotypes for everybody but the North Koreans, which is something that we have happening when it comes to things like palm-colored supremacy. It is everybody else is scary and wrong and evil and is going to harm you, and you gotta watch out for them because they'll take any opportunity to do you harm. So that their members don't know anything beyond that propaganda. They hit it so heavily and they enforce it with such violence that you're afraid to step out and actually experience the world for fear of what might actually happen to you. And of course, once you get out into the actual real world, you're like, damn, how could I ever think these things? Because even look up interviews and studies with people who left an extremist organization of any variety, especially if they had been indoctrinated as a child. When they talk about it, they're like, yeah, no, we thought everybody was going to be monsters. Terrible, horrible. I mean, it kind of reminds me about particular Christian types who go, well, if you don't have the Bible, Jesus, religion, how do you know what bad things not to do? And people are like, what? What do you mean, what do you mean, how do we know what not to do? We look at the things that hurt other people and go, I probably don't want to do that because that hurts somebody else because you have empathy. Like, goddamn. Right? right? The blatant propaganda is wild across the board. And when we say propaganda, propaganda isn't always necessarily a negative thing, but is overwhelmingly used towards negative purposes. So, yeah. Hey, how you doing, darlings? How are we today? We're doing a little body doubling. I've actually gotten quite a few of my dishes done, which makes me happy. Exactly. And vilifying doesn't start out at 100. Vilifying actually starts out at a very low level. Being able to make jokes. Being able to say little funny, quippy things. Those little jokes are the permission to laugh at another's misfortune or another person's differences, and laugh in a way that is malicious, not in a way that is jovial. So it starts out with a joke, and the joke allows for a higher and higher. It basically creates its own Overton window. And so that little joke, that little ha-ha, makes it hyperbolic, which opens the window, and then closes that empathy just a little bit. Open that window, close the empathy. Open the window, close the empathy. And it just goes further and further and further and further and further, to the point where it gets to such over the top and in your face violence that the whole world gets to see it. And then the whole world usually has some amount of decency and is also way more brown and black and Asian and non-palm colored, because we're talking specifically about white supremacy right here. Yeah, they look at it and go, dude, not cool. Very much not cool. And you shouldn't be doing this to people. Oh, they're not people. Anytime you hear the, oh, well, we're just looking for the criminals. That's a red flag. We're just looking for the criminals. And they tie that word criminal to a very particular overall group of people. Therefore, group equals criminal. Criminal is held at a less than human position. Yeah. Let's put it this way. Growing up in the 80s and 90s, going on vacation, usually up and down the West Coast, we would stay in like cabins, hotels, other different kinds of things, because camping was a big ass thing, which I hated. But in so many of these places, they had like reading material, because we didn't have phones and that kind of thing. You didn't have like a cell phone, so you can meme while you're doing your thing. So you'd have like newspapers, magazines, books, and almost every single hotel, motel place that we went. Oh, thank you so much for joining my team. Hello. Almost every single hotel, motel thing that you would go to had like a dirty joke book. And like looking back, they weren't necessarily dirty jokes per se. They were racist. They were homophobic. They were ableist. They were a horrific laundry list of, wow, you really shouldn't say these in public or private or society ever. And it's just like, oh shit. Yeah, so like, of course I giggled at them as a kid and didn't think much of it, because I didn't have, those particular critical thinking skills. But heaven forbid you said one of those jokes in the wrong space. Luckily, I had at least one or two adults who cared enough about my upbringing that they went, ooh, that is not the kind of joke you tell in public. That is a very rude joke. That is a very mean joke. I'm like, but I thought it was supposed to be funny. They're like, but it's not. And I'm like, oh, shit, okay. And so just being told a repeated number of times, this one is rude, this one is mean, this one is like not something you say in public, my brain started putting it together like some jokes are good jokes because everybody can laugh at them. Some jokes are really not good jokes because they target a very particular person and try to hurt them. Kind of like the blonde jokes, which I really hope have fallen out of favor. I haven't heard one in a very long time. But, like, blonde jokes used to be, like, we would practically have competitions as children to come up with new dumb blonde jokes. And it took us a good long while to figure out we're basically saying anybody in this category is less than intelligent, easy to take care of, or easy to take advantage of, but especially educational purposes here, especially sexually promiscuous. So it was a 2- and 3-fold detrimental stereotype. It wasn't just, oh, if you're blonde, you just don't quite get it, and you take things overly literal. No. It was usually if you were a woman and blonde, you were unintelligent and naive, but also constantly really promiscuous. Gee, I wonder how that could be detrimental. You know, misogyny, sexism, ableism, like, and luckily I think that was one that was handled a little bit quicker, but like we have still perpetuated certain stereotypes and whatnot, and we've done little to erase the ability for certain people to be incredibly nasty in public about shit. But yeah, I know that there's a thought process in there that needs to be more refined. But I hope you understand what I'm pushing at. Hello. Welcome on in. We're doing a little body doubling, which is me bantering, getting some stuff done while we sit and have a bit of a conversation. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome to the body double. Today we are getting some dishes done and then just kind of going from there. Had some coquito last night. Ooh, just heading to work for your 12-hour. Oh my goodness gracious. Hanging in there as usual. Looks like the new place might not come through. Luckily, I kind of already prepped myself for that because of how, I don't know, something about it was just like a little wah. But, not stressing, just prepping, refining, getting shit together. Oh yeah. Just doing my best. Doing my best. And because I want to put absolutely nothing down the garbage disposal.
Yep.
Hello everybody, how are we doing? Please give me enough strength to get through this day and actually film some frickin' content. Oh, that needs to go into the recycling. Woo-woo. Okay. Shall we, my darlings? Okay, I'm gonna bring you over here. Actually take off these gloves. Right. I just hope at this point that hot daddy looking Krampus swoops in and scoops my ass up and goes, "Get in the sleigh, we're taking you somewhere naughty." Like, at this point, like, I am not putting this out into the universe. I am just voicing the internal fear that sits there and vibrates, and I just hate it. I am just... How do I put this? I'm worried that the universe is going to send me, like, here's your clear go-ahead. Here's the thing you're supposed to do. Go, 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 go. You do the thing. And I'm already going to be just, like, so traumatized and demoralized that I won't be able to see the good thing for what it is, and I will just assume that it is another... Here you go. Nope. And just go, yeah, no. Sorry, it looks too good. Looks too healthy. It looks too exactly like what I want. No, not falling for this trick for the 50th time. Like, I'm worried about that. I honestly am. And like, I don't want to become the cynic, but I'm so tired of feeling like the ingenue. Like, seriously. I want to have hope. I want to be the optimist. At the same point in time, I'm just like, I'm getting so tired of bonking my head, and I don't have much left in me to... I have to word this next part so carefully. I just don't have much left in me. Overall, I just don't have very much left in me, because... It's I hate to compare myself to a rescue animal, but sometimes that is the best example. Like, how many times do you have a rescue animal that has just been abused and abused and abused and abused to the point where they just, you know, for the 50th time they've been dropped off at the pound because, you know, they thought they had a forever home. Oh, they're back. They thought they had a forever home. Oh, they're back. They thought they had a forever home. And then just like that third or fourth time, they just kind of lay down and show no excitement and no drive, and they're like, I don't care. I just don't care. It's like, oh, look, more people. Or heaven forbid, they start becoming aggressive because they're so tired of getting taken to a new quote-unquote forever home, then being abused, then, you know, drop back off at the pound because they had a reaction. And it's like, I'm starting to feel like the rescue dog, and I don't like it. I haven't had a break in so long. At the same point in time, I could go out, buy a lottery ticket, and suddenly be a millionaire tomorrow, and that would fix literally 99% of my problems. Because I wouldn't be worried about losing that, because that would be mine. That would be mine to distribute as I see fit. I know exactly what I would do with it, and I know exactly where I would put the massive amount of excess, because I would want others to not have to worry about those same kind of things as well. That part. Oh my god, 1,000% that part. Like, I adore rescues, and when I get a solid, stable place, especially one with a backyard, I definitely want to get myself a large dog, or actually 2 or 3. But I know that I'm going to have to work with them to reassure them that they are in a good space, in a good place, that they are going to be taken care of, that they are not going to be harmed. Which means getting them desensitized to a lot of things. And when it comes to like being physically abused, for rescue pets, like certain things are just going to be triggers for a very, very long time, and you have to seriously work at like desensitizing them. But it's the same thing with people. And I think honestly, we often treat animals with a lot more empathy and sympathy than we do people. And it's wild that we can understand that we need to desensitize animals who've been abused, but we don't understand that we need to do the same thing for people. We're whole-ass human beings. When you've been through a lot of trauma, you need help recovering so that you can at least lessen your reaction to trigger stimulus. But you know. Hey, how you doing? Give me half a second. I think is it raining? Sorry, I thought I heard splashy tires. I was like, oh, is it raining? Yes. No, it's not. It's not. Hey, welcome. We're doing a little bit of body doubling and whatnot. Oh. I want to do something fun, or at least halfway fun. Give me half a second. Hello, darlings. So I don't quite feel like putting shit in order just yet. Give me a second. There we go. Oh! Motherfucker, I've been looking for this. And it does have that one. Okay, now I've got to locate that pair of scissors, because I have been looking for that for a hot fucking minute. Sorry, that was my Gonger scissor collection, and I've been missing one pair of scissors from there for a long time, and then I stumbled over a pair of scissors that is somewhere over there now that I need to find. Put it in there so I will have the full set. I swear to God. Exodia, I choose you. Yes, I know I just mixed several things right there. Okay, we've got... Do I want black tulle? Sorry, going through some... What do we call it? Going through a little bit of my fabrics. There is a nice cotton, but I think I want to use that for something else. Oh, there we go. Okay. That. Yeet. That can go right there. Is this a cape? Oh, I know what I can do. Oh, come on. I do not need every hook in existence, please. Thank you. Right, so Levy! And it is a faux fur. So yeah, this is not from a hide. I do have some real fur, but I tend to use that in a very limited amount, and I usually only use vintage furs. Because I have some opinions on fur farming. At the same point in time, I'm like, I can at least be ethical about the fur that I want to use by either being very careful of where I get it from, and, you know, usually as a byproduct of a different type of industry as well. I always love the double use. That way everything is being used. But beyond that, I like to make sure that I'm using, what do you call it? I like to make sure that I'm using vintage. That way I'm not contributing any more than I already have to. Pardon as I... Nope. Okay, some of this is gonna go quickly on the floor for a second. Okay, nope, that is olive drab. Oh. Give me a second. Sorry, one of my absolute favorite fabrics to have worked with so far. So that is technically the wrong side. And then this is technically the right side. It is one of my absolute most favorites, and that color was so impossible to find. Because they either had it in like a very electric purple, which was just, it looked so god-awful cheap. Just awful. Or it was this really muddy, ruddy purple that just, it didn't hold any zhuzh to it. So when I found it in royal, I was like, oh, this is so mine. This is still green? Which I'm gonna do a few things with it, but let me see, where did I could have sworn? No? Sorry, we're going through some of my fabric. And I cannot seem to get these bows undone, so... Come on. There we go. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I've definitely got the length. Okay, we'll put this as a front runner. So this is roughly 54-inch wide. Okay, this is a one-way. Sorry, I'm looking at patterning. Okay, I think it's a patterned toss all over. So it won't matter which direction, right? And it's flocked. It's not all the way through. It also has a very, very gentle stretch to it. So I think I'm going to put this as a front runner for an idea that I would like to do. Oh, that's where I have the blue. And that's where I've got my hound's tooth, as well as this. This is actually not black, it is like one of the most lovely deep shades of blue. Kind of toying with not having that. Or there's also the pinstripe, which is like a charcoal gray, almost black. And it's lovely, and I've got a lot of it. I just don't know if it reads quite the way I want it to for what I was thinking of doing. Because I promised y'all that I at least try to work on like a naughty Christmas dress kind of thing. So I think I might do... there we go. Everybody back in. Oh. I need to finish that out for other reasons. Yes. So the little gold diamonds with a little bit of red in the middle, that's all embroidered. So the back, actually, what do I think? I can pull that out. Buried up to my frickin' elbow here. Damn it, how far down did I? Couldn't have buried it all the way. Can't get a handhold. I didn't want to take them all back out. Okay. There's also no fighting half a ton of embroidery. So, the front side of the fabric. Fun, right? Beautiful little floors with a tiny bit of like cranberry red. That's the back side. So this particular method just basically you have all of your threads. You've got your regular your woven material, but then you have a weaving of threads that come in to do the pattern, and it's literally it's weaving. So it's just over unders, and then yeah. So like when you don't see it on the front, it's because the thread is at the back. When you do see it at the front, it's because that thread is woven through. So as you see, this is the exact negative for the positive. So yes, I absolutely adore this. So yeah, this is the old, or one of the older school styles of weaving. If it was just like regular, like mass market kind of embroidery for we're gonna make it look fancy, they would have just like had a machine that goes on and like grid measures it and goes rips it off, rips it off, rips it off, and then the next machine it pinpoints and puts a little in the middle. So you would have less thread wastage, but it wouldn't necessarily hold up quite the same as this particular method. So yeah. Exactly, definitely. It's quality and tradition, old school weaving traditions versus like quantity, because quantity worries about waste or excess. And if each one of these has, I'm guessing, at least a couple dozen strands. So we're going to say, what, 2-3 dozen strands? With, roughly 2 inches per. That's a lot of waste versus what an embroidery machine could do, and just with a quick stitch on and then that little blot of color for the next one, you'd waste less thread. But yeah, when it's done as an old school weaving method, yeah, they're not cutting nothing. Like, they just leave it and you figure it out. I'm thinking. Might try and do a little design in my head today for that. Although I think I will leave this out here just so I can go through and clear out maybe a little bit more fabric and whatnot. Slowly yet surely. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna head off for a bit, clear my brain, adjust a touch, do a few things. I do plan on being back on tonight, and I will have my tarot cards with me, so I can do readings tonight, not a problem. $5 per card, all that kind of good stuff. Also, if any of you do have any idea, like, how to do some marketing and whatnot, and you are willing to, like, maybe just direct me towards some gentle resources and whatnot, I do need to market myself quite a bit more, especially art-wise and things to get sold, because we've got Christmas coming up soon. I've got plenty of bills to pay, but I've also got plenty of artwork, so if somebody was thinking of getting small business handmade gifts for people, that would be fantastic. But I know that I need to do the work of actually marketing myself. I just don't understand how to. And if somebody could just point me in the right direction, that'd be amazing. And I love my penguins for that anyways, because y'all help to really supply me with a lot of really good resources that have honestly very much helped me, so thank you. But yeah, Etsy is horrific. Etsy is between the fees and the fact that there are so many drop shippers on there, and that you're like handmade people, they get buried over there now. I was on Etsy for a very long time, and you had to pay for people to even see you, and it's only gotten worse since I left them a number of years ago, although I don't know if I still have an active account over there, possibly. I can never remember. Anyways, but yeah, no, most of my a lot of my art is listed over on Ko-fi, though, which is here in the links. So yes, I need to learn how to do the correct social media promotion so that I can get people to go where they need to go if they want to get it. So, if you know what I mean. I don't know how to make sure that people go to other places. And because I don't know, let me give myself half a second so I can actually think this through. I worry about becoming the kind of person I tend to not want to engage with, which is a person who is constantly trying to hawk a product rather than have a community. And I've worked really hard at building a community, and I like having that community. At the same point in time, I also want to be successful in the other things I do, especially as far as like making art and content and whatnot. And I know that that means that I do need to show people what I do, where I do it, where they can locate it, especially if that is their jam, and so on and so forth, etc. Oh really? I love a good corset fabric. Oh, and I finally located all of my boning and a lot of my other stuff. There's just a couple of machines that I need to get, and once I get out of here, I can get them. I can do this. Oh, yes. And see, that's the other thing that I really want to do is I want to get back into corsetry making, because that has been my happy place on many of occasion, making corsets is my happy place, because it is. It helps my back. It really, really does. But also, a corset is such a lovely thing, and it's such a focused effort to make one. It's an accomplishment, an achievement every single time. And I miss being able to make those gorgeous, wonderful things that just make my heart light up every time I see them. It's like, yeah. Wonder if I have a corset pattern on tap that I could augment. Especially since my body has decided to rearrange itself a few times over. If I have that, I could definitely do what I would want to do with that corset. Sorry, with the fabric that I pulled, I should say. And that's the whole thing, is I know people would buy corsetry if I was making it. This is what is stressing me out so goddamn much, is like, I know that I can succeed if I was given the right environment to do so. And I just keep missing being able to be in an environment that provides that for me. If the universe would like to just soften the heart of the person that denied me that studio apartment, get me in there, let me flourish there for a few years, that'd be nice. Just please. I just want to succeed. I just want to succeed. I don't want to have to be like super rich and famous or nothing like that. I just want to succeed at doing some good shit. Right? And like, I would love to show people like the full process so that they understood the kind of work, because the kind of work I put in is a lot, but like the kind that professional corset makers put in, which, I mean, my corsets are good. Hence the reason the prices are what they are. But I still want to take like professional corset making courses so that I can make better and better and better corsets every time. I don't want to just be, oh yeah, these are good corsets. Oh yeah, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. I want to be like, oh, this is good stuff. And then a couple years down the line, holy shit, this is great stuff. Thank you. I've been working. I've been learning. I can do all the things. And then when people actually see how much work goes into something, it helps it click in their head that the thing that they are paying for, especially from a small artists aren't charging you high prices because they're trying to be the next Coco Chanel or the next Yves Saint Laurent or the next whatever. They're charging higher prices because they are the only person doing like all of the work. It is not sweatshop. It is not fast fashion. It isn't, being sent over to another place to be assembled very inexpensively and then shipped back over here so that we can put a quick price tag on it. No, we're doing everything. We're sourcing, we're measuring, we're cutting, we're drafting, we're sewing, we're doing all the research, all those kind of things. Oh, I can definitely do a doublet. It's been a long while, but I can definitely do a doublet. I mean, I'm used to like pattern drafting. So like literally making my own patterns for everything, usually because I'm fitting my body shape, and my body shape is very particular. So yeah, like doing a doublet is actually not too difficult, and I have a few friends who own doublets, so it would be very easy for me to go, hey, can I borrow your doublet for like a week or so, just so I can do a little bit of improvised pattern drafting so I understand where stuff is supposed to go again. And then I'll give it back to you after like a week, and then yeah. And so yeah, I usually, if I can get a hold of something that is like in that genre of vein, I take it, I study it, and I go, okay, where can I improve it? Where can I add more touches to it? Because not everybody's body is going to be the same, and sometimes I see parts of a construction that works most of the time, but doesn't necessarily work for everyone. And that's where I like to get in and go, yeah, we're going to have to adjust some things. So like when I originally made the Victorian corset off of the Victorian pattern, it's for stout women. The cups didn't fit me quite correctly. The gore was a little, the gore is that triangle thing. The gore was a little too wide in a particular way that made my chest not only kind of like flatten, but like it just didn't hold them. It wasn't like super comfortable. It was too wide. So I ended up making everything a little bit more narrow and pressed towards the front rather than expand and have too much excess at the side. That gave me a very like super hourglass style, but in uncomfortably so. Well, there's the doublet, there's a jerkin. Bad joke. Chemise. Oh, see, now my brain wants to go back and go, wait, where did I put my my Renaissance sewing books? Because I've got like one or two of those. But yeah. Well, I mean, a bodice can be a singular color, but quite often you had contrast. So you'd have your main color, and then you'd have a contrast color to go with. Because back in the day, trying to get, especially leather, trying to get it all the same color was very difficult. But also, if you only had a singular color, how do you show off that you have wealth? Those different colors were to often show off what kind of money you came from. Certain colors were incredibly hard to procure, so you wouldn't necessarily make an entire piece from one color. A, it's not nearly as visually appealing, but also B, trying to find enough fabric or enough leather in that singular color is very difficult. Very difficult. So, you know, having a contrast is good, but also having a contrast could show that you also had enough wealth, money, or influence to find multiple expensive colors to wear. Greens, blacks, browns. Usually it was the blacks, the browns. The natural colors, easiest to get. Green was decently, I think decently easy to procure, but definitely more expensive than just the regular tanned hides. Don't even ask about white. White was damn near non-existent. Exceptionally hard to buy and exceptionally hard to maintain. Because of, you know, dirt, dust, oil, and all that other good stuff. Reds means you definitely had some power. Because red, more often than not, was something that was much more reserved towards the religious classes, aka the cardinals, the bishops. You've seen the clothing. And then purple. Purple was one of the most insanely hard to obtain colors. The processes were, there was only a few ways to get purple, and they were very, very costly. Took a very, very long time to make, and honestly often smelled horrific. Absolutely horrific. Hey Ethan, how you doing? Orange was quite a lovely color, and orange fell definitely well within an easier tanning range, because all you would need is a slightly kind of brownish or fawnish colored pelt, and then you would add certain tanning agents that would give it more of a richness. So you came out with like burnt siennas. So we're not talking Caltrans orange, we're talking like burnt siennas, deep oranges. Quite lovely. Quite lovely. Well, red could be reserved for nobility, aristocracy, and the upper religious parts of the orders. Purple strictly was royalty. Strictly was royalty. If you were found to have purple and you were not a noble, or you were not a merchant who sold that, and trust me, there was so much paperwork and that kind of shit, like, because purple was incredibly hard to make. Incredibly hard. There are very few things that have a natural purple hue to them, and even fewer still that produce dyes that dye true purple. A lot of purple-ish colored dyes actually come out more of a pomegranate or a wine color, not a true purple. Purple, like the most often purple was derived from snail shells. And it was a very, very particular snail. And they had to let the snail ferment for a certain amount of time in a particular way. I think using... Don't ever quote me on this, because I never got that deep into it, because I was like, nope, because then I'm going to want to try and make this dye, and then no. I want to say that they added like a lye and a few other types of old school chemicals to leach the purple color out, but it took upwards of a year to make a very small amount of that pigment, and we are talking a massive amount of snail shells. A massive amount of snail shells to get that color. Something like 20,000 of those shells would make just like a couple, like tens, maybe even a couple dozen yards worth of truly royal purple fabric. So yeah, insanely costly, especially when you start doing the overall, what's the word I'm looking for? The overall fabric patterning for, say, like a Renaissance style or a Rococo style or a Baroque style dress for nobility. As far as I know, there are next to no full purple outfits. Exceedingly few, because of how costly it was, and because each item, especially when it comes to dresses, you're looking at something between 12 and roughly sometimes 20, 40 yards worth of overall fabric used for especially a dress cape combination. You know, like those long tail, like dress that covers up to here, and then it has the cape that comes down and, you know, has that big long train to it. Yeah. That eats massive amounts of fabric, and that fabric would be so incredibly expensive that, yeah, you'd literally have to be nobility to finance that shit. So yes, the Murex sea snail. Thank you. Yeah, they had... Since time immemorial, the working class have understood the need to balance how much they take out of nature. Because if they overtax nature, you get famine, and then you lose entire populations. So working class people have understood not to overtax nature for a very, very long time. The ruling class, the exceedingly rich, have always been out of touch. Always. Because, and I'm not saying across the board, I'm saying, you know who we're talking about. They've been out of touch because people kowtow to them. And they have the power, therefore they make the commands, the demandments, the whatever. And they will reinforce that with violence when need be, which seems to be all the goddamn time. Because they did not understand their impact on the environment, they would often ask for these, these big things to be done that would have massive impact. And when a person or groups would say, hey, no, we can't do that, that's going to destroy not only our way of life, but, where we live and blah, blah, blah. Eminent domain was often used. People were displaced from their lands. Gee, I wonder where we've heard this before. And they would just find yes men who would come in and do the harvesting or, do the hunting. And we have lost so many fucking animals. Something like 80 or 90% of all extinction events in our modern era since civilization, basically, were human driven. Yeah. So, where was I going? You know what I was saying. Yeah. About 1,400 snails per gram of color. Yeah, it was something like 20,000 snail shells for every like couple yards or so worth of fabric or something to that effect. It was just mind-blowingly, holy shit, the amount of resources it would take in order to make just a little bit of that dye. Just a little bit of it. And they would make sure that they did multiple rinses through that dye to get as much of that color out as humanly possible, because it was so insanely expensive. So we're talking lavender, we're talking periwinkle, we're talking royal purple. Like, think of how certain colors are very similar looking, but they just look like more and more faded down. It's because of repeated go-throughs till exhaustion when it came to dyeing fabrics. So you'd get your first go-through and you'd get your royal purple from that. And you're like, oh, okay, awesome. Well, we still have all this wastewater. What do we do with the wastewater? Well, you do another go-through of fabric. But since there's not nearly as much dye in the water, it would, you're coming out with a lighter color on your next batch. So if your first one is like royal purple, your next one might be closer to like a periwinkle, or, like a lighter purple. And then like that third exhaustion bath, you're probably going to get your lavenders where you're just barely getting some purple in there, but it is noticeable. So yeah. Right. Well, honestly, I'm thinking that it probably came much more from accident and observation. Hey, Maka. I'm thinking that they saw, like maybe there was a storm and some of these snails got, beaten up and they're dead and they're rotting and whatnot. And then somebody might have noticed a plant or maybe some fabric or some netting or something near that pool of water of this rotting snail, and noticed that as the water was being absorbed, they're like, oh, ew, it's changing our net color, it's changing, ew, gross, scrub it out, oh no, hey, there's color left behind. And then they worked on refining it from there. That's usually how certain things happen, is we take something, we go, do I have any knowledge that could help me with there? Or we sit and we observe for a while and go, oh, okay. That part, and honestly, pufferfish, I truly think that pufferfish edibility came from desperate times. Desperate times. Because if you are going through a famine and you can catch nothing else because you've suddenly had a population die off of a particular type of fish, or, like a red tide or something comes through and your fish population suddenly goes through the floor and you're like, oh shit, we need food of some variety. That spiky bastard, like, people ate it all, but when you're portioning out food, you don't always just throw it all into the stew pot. Sometimes you're portioning out small amounts and handing out small amounts, and then that person who has received goes and does, and you're like, huh, half of them unalived. The other half seemed perfectly fine. Which parts did they eat? And which parts did they eat? And how much of each part did they eat? Would be like some of the first questions. So it's like, they both ate the fish. Oh, but they ate like the internal, they ate like the roe, or they ate the internal organs. They ate the flesh. There might be a difference between the organs and the flesh. And so you start refining from there. And often you weren't using it on your general population. Often you were giving it to less desirable people, which is horrific, or to prisoners. And seeing how that does for them. So yeah, I think, I wish I could remember who, but the Japanese met up with, I think it was the Japanese, met up with some dignitaries from a foreign European land, but those dignitaries had just been in a bit of a spat in a war with somebody else, and during that war, raw fish, had been poisoned and given to some of their dignitaries, and it unalived them. So when they went and visited the Japanese and were introduced to sushi, they thought that the Japanese were trying to unalive them, and they were highly offended that they were given this raw fish. How dare you? How dare you give us raw fish? I bet are you trying to unalive us? And this is how you greet dignitary. Arr! And of course, Japanese are like, no, my dude, this is our food. It's perfectly safe to eat. And they're like, well, you better eat it first. It's like, okay. But it was a whole hullabaloo. But yeah, again, it's all based on experience. Sometimes it's a cultural experience. Sometimes it's a personal singular experience. But yes, the way we figure shit out is wild. And this is why it's important to be educated. Because, yeah, without certain knowledge being passed along through the populations, you're not necessarily going to know a dangerous action from a safe action, which is... That can bite you. That can bite you hard. Oh my goodness, have you seen avocado skin made into paint pigment? It is one of the most gorgeous colors. It is like this beautiful brownish red. It is like deep wine. It is lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. I don't think I've seen the flesh or the pit made into pigment, but I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Also, yellow onions. Yellow onions, you can cut them up, you can dry them out until you have nothing but onion skin, basically. Cut them up, dry them out. They make the most amazing golden yellow dye. And it is a very, very safe pigment. I will have to admit, it is a very, very, very safe pigment, but it is one of the most, it is almost turmeric yellow in how bright and vibrant it is. I'm kind of amazed that we didn't see more examples on display. But then again, people who had access to onions were peasants, working class, and we don't have a lot of old school examples of working class clothing, because the working class didn't just save their clothing so it could go in a museum. They wore that clothing until it would just, fell apart, utter ruin. So what we do know of how they dressed and the color pigments that they used are often found from graves or otherwise preserved bodies that we end up finding and then doing testing on some like the fabric and the materials and whatnot that they're wearing or that they have on their person. Almost like, who was it? Dogman? There is I can't remember if it was Scandinavian, Nordic. There was a very, very, very old person found in ice, basically. We're talking several thousands of years in an era where we were just starting to do crafting with skin. So, like, I think bone and iron era, something to that effect. And yeah, the man had tats on his face and on his skin that had color and pigment to it, but also the clothing that he was wearing, you could tell this is clothing meant for cold weather, but you could also see a lot of artistry work had been put into it. So the importance of artisans in not only fashion but society was very evident in what he was wearing, but also in the purse that he carried. The reason he was called Dogman was not because he had a dog with him, but because the clothing that he was wearing was made from dog fur, and the purse that he was carrying was actually decorated with dog teeth. They used what was available, which was usually, bone and animal, and they let absolutely nothing go to waste. So I don't know if this was like a beloved hunting partner, or if this was a food source, or if, possibly this was the early runners to like wolves, or maybe even a feral dog. Who knows? But yeah, like, the amount of interesting shit that went on that we have still no clue about, because people wore things that were beautiful but functional being the key word to it. So they got worn until they could no longer be worn, and parsed out into different things. So like, a big practice was not to let anything go to waste. So if you got like a hole in your skirt, or you got a tear in your pants, or that kind of things, you would mend it. You would mend it and mend it and mend it, because fabric was very costly. And even when, say you had thick thighs and you wore a bald spot or a threadbare they would just take a piece of smaller fabric from something else and patch that, and keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going until it just, you had no more words, no more use for it. So yeah, I mean, a lot of our fashion history and artisan history has been lost to the ages because people kept using stuff and transmuting stuff as they needed to. Very few things really started existing for a long period of time unless you were like a noble or somebody who was in the higher aristocracy, because they had this habit of not always wearing the same outfit. They would often wear different outfits and like save them for once or twice a year kind of thing for certain ceremonial purposes, or they wouldn't necessarily wear the dress. So sometimes, luckily, either frost or I always want to call them sepulchres, burial sites, those kind of things. Those came to be where we got a larger amount of our knowledge of ancient fashions. Because we're like, oh, hey, look, we've got a body in a bog. Oh, what are they wearing? Cool. Now we know a little bit more about what they would wear back then. Or at least we assume they did. Because, yeah, actual just regular examples sitting around for hundreds, if not thousands of years, didn't exist. We just have to go off of what other people wrote, sometimes what they drew, and occasionally a body that we came across. So, yeah. Hey. Yeah. Now, if I could just find a job that would pay me a living wage for knowing things and then also learning to like new things about knowing things. Because yeah, I could honestly do that all day, every day, happily, quite happily. Because I like learning shit and then passing that knowledge on. Because again, with the knowledge, people know better, they do better, they think of things in different ways. Oh, that's like, for the longest time, archaeologists were having issues with how certain hairstyles were done, because you'd see the hairstyles represented either in drawings, paintings, or sculptures, and they're like, I have no idea how they did those things. So maybe they were, I don't know, maybe they were making wigs? Like, how are they getting their hair that long? They didn't know how these things were being made, and literally, I think somebody was like doom scrolling or whatever, and they were a hairdresser, and they were a hairdresser specifically for Black and African styles of hair, and they're like, oh, girl, this is a sew-in weave. This, don't worry, this is easy. This is how you can do the thing. And archaeologists are like, I'm sorry, wait, you can do this? And I'm like, yes, it's part of our culture. You know, we've been doing this forever. It looks like it's this particular technique, and you know, we can do this kind of stuff. We just, you know, we've changed it over time a little bit to do this, but yeah, no, there's a way to do it. And they're like, are you sure? Can you recreate it? And they're like, yeah. And they recreated how the hairstyle was done and made. And they're like, holy shit. And it was basically like a sew-in. And they're like, yeah, this is simple. This is like, you know, you'd make your tress or your track, and here's how you would, you know, incorporate it into the hair you already have. And, you know, just, there you go, da-da-da-da, pin, da-da-da, ba-da. And they're like, oh, holy shit. Oh, holy shit. And they're like, but yeah, it's when you talk more, and when you talk about all those different kinds of lovely things, you learn more. And then sometimes you find somebody who knows something that has been passed down for generations and generations that you wouldn't know about, because you're looking at it from, say, maybe a more perfectly scientific bent or angle. So of course you might not know more about fashion or beauty trends or that kind of stuff. But yeah, like a person who is in fashion or beauty, especially if they have a little bit of a historical background or something that's been passed on for a long while, they're gonna know, and they're gonna go, oh yeah, I've done this shit before. I was taught how to do this forever and a day. Roses, you know, we're gonna dry those out. We're gonna crush that down. We've got some beeswax. Okay, we're gonna let that together, and there you go. You have lip gloss. I'm like, what the shit? What the? They're like, yeah, we've known how to do this forever. Just, you know, it's part of our culture. Ask. Oh, thank you. Yes, I am absolutely doing readings today. I've got my cards around here somewhere. I'm looking at them. Swear to God, I was looking at them ever so shortly. Oh, there they are. A little bit further away. Yes. So, $5 per card. If you go to the links in bio, you will find many a way right there. Feel free to have that. But yes. But no, like, oh God, I'm trying to think of like other examples of just oh shit moments that we had because somebody who is outside of a quote unquote scientific profession, just an everyday work person, a lay person, was like, oh yeah, we've been doing this forever. It's just part of our cultural da-da-da-da. Ooh, eels. Eels are easily edible when they are very, very small, because they don't have a lot of blood in them. As eels get larger, they have to be cut and drained in a very particular fashion so that you do not come across any of the blood that is in their body, because it has a very violent skin reaction, anaphylactic style skin reaction, and if it's ingested, it becomes a full tilt anaphylactic reaction. People have technically known that for a very, very long time. That's why you can only get cooked eel. That's why being taught how to prepare eel is a very particular fashion, and you have to do it in a very, very particular way that has to be taught to you, so that you don't come in contact with stuff that could make you very, very, very ill. It took some genius going, oh, eel blood plus, skin or cut or ingestion equals anaphylactic reaction. Oh, tiny amount of eel blood, pinprick on the skin, anaphylactic reaction site. Take another substance that a person might be allergic to, drop a little drop of that next to that, see if it has a similar reaction. If it has a similar reaction, oh, this is a thing you are allergic to. When people talk, especially when they sit and shit the chute about different subjects and have time to like chit chat, chill, and do all the things, hence social working and whatnot, that's how they kept their society healthier and more functional, is because if one person didn't have the skills for the job, they found somebody else who did, and each of those things integrated. They were overlapping. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh my god. Yeah, eel blood, thank you so much. Eel blood was how they first recognized how you could test for allergens or what a person would be allergic to, because I think it's like almost 100% across the board, everybody has a nasty anaphylactic level reaction to eel blood. Now, how they figured out that horseshoe crab blood could be used to treat things like cancer, that one's a little bit more of a mystery to me, but they figured that out. They also figured out a lot of conservation for that, because they needed a certain amount of population of horseshoe crabs in order to harvest said thing. So they learned not to drain it completely dry, because that crashed the population and then suddenly you wouldn't be able to make medicines with it. So they learned how to get them to harvest a certain amount, make like a little notch or something on the shell, and then send them back out. And then the shell takes like a certain amount of time to like be shed and whatnot. So if they say like the next day they pick up a crab and they see a little notch on the shell, they go, oh, you've already been harvested from, there you go, back out into the ocean with you. Oh, you haven't been? Okay, we can take and harvest you from. So yeah, like they learned conservation, or at least a type of conservation, when they recognized, oh, this is medicine. We can use this for medicine. But if we use too many of them, we can no longer make said medicine. That would be a bad thing. So we've got to learn not to overdo it. Yeah, that one, I'm like, how? Just how? Because I don't think horseshoe crabs are like good eating or anything like that. So I'm just like, how did you figure out that would work? Other than I think there might have been just a nosy scientist, and again, this is conjecture because it's been forever since I've read articles on this particular thing, but I'm guessing that there was just like a nosy scientist who was probably testing to see if certain things got cancer just naturally in nature. It's like, oh, hey, look, these fish, they get cancer. Oh, look, hey, these mollusks, they get cancer. Oh, look, hey, this... How come we can't find cancer in any of these? Like, what's going on here? I don't know, let's look a little bit closer. Well, hey, let's try introducing cancer cells. Let's see if a cancer cell can, like, make its way in and do its thing. And if they saw, like, 100% or 99.9% unalive rate of cancer cells when introduced, they might go, okay, now we really gotta look at this. Huh. We gotta reverse engineer this. Let's see if we can introduce this the other way around. Huh. Damn it! We were doing so good at being so careful with them, and now they're apparently not so careful anymore, which is... It's wild. It is wild when you learn how to conserve something, and then you get people who are just like, no, don't worry about conserving them. Just, yeah, all the profits now. I'm like, no! This is why I hate capitalism. And that's honestly why I hate capitalism, because capitalism does not care to conserve resources, especially not renewable resources. It just wants all the profit now, and it has no long-term planning, honestly. Sorry, sort of missed my lip there. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry, darling. How much does that gift run for? And we'll grab a couple of cards. Because I'm sorry, I do not know the monetary value of those. Because it's been forever since I've looked those up. Right? We couldn't have a lot of vaccines without that. Well, I mean, old school inoculation. Okay. Old school inoculation. Kind of disgusting, kind of gross in a lot of ways on how it was administered. But old school inoculation is how we started developing things like vaccines. Because inoculation used to be they would take a sharp bone or sharp needle and take from a person who was sick, take a very, very small amount of that and introduce it to somebody who was perfectly healthy. And that super small amount would cause a minor reaction that would allow the healthy person to fight it off and therefore develop the antibodies. And then from there, they'd keep giving it to all the healthy people, let their body get an immunity, and then basically create herd immunity so that after a while everybody had the antibody, and those few people who didn't have the antibody were protected, at least a lot better, by the fact that 95 to 99% of their population had the antibodies, and therefore that the disease vector had so few hosts to actually infect that it became not worth it. And certain diseases either started ignoring human hosts or just never spread voraciously through the population. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, it is. It was definitely a quick catch-22. You couldn't do it for everything, but again, it came down to observation. A lot of it came down to observation. Hello. I'd love to teach adults. Fun idea for me. Teaching adults, but teaching adults in spicy settings. Because this is why I love science on a lot of levels, because science is not just a hard science kind of thing. I'm also talking about soft sciences and whatnot, like psychology and the like. Psychology, sociology, all that kind of stuff. There was a study done on the attention span and how well you learned by observing. And some scientist had a brilliant freaking idea to teach people, adults, just basic household, chores and fixings and all that kind of stuff. And the twist was one group would just watch, like a regular handyman teaching you how to do these things, and then they do a test on like how well you could repeat back observed knowledge. And then the other group received that same instructions, but as done by adult entertainers. Exact same information was being conveyed, but in two different manners. The people who observed adult entertainers giving said information retained somewhere between 30 and 70% more information than those who observed just the regular handyman. I love it. TikTok, funny enough, There are a lot of people. I trust me. I'll do the reading in just a moment. I'm still gonna shuffle. TikTok has been blamed for ruining the attention span. No. TikTok, in its heyday, simply gave you information at the speed of ADHD. It gave you information in a way that your brain took in the best. We have had to be trained to sit and ingest information in slow form for the longest time to make it easier for neurotypical people to understand. TikTok sped that shit up, gave it to us at ADHD level, and hence the reason we started going, oh shit. And again, we could do that in 15 to 30 seconds at a time, or, 15 to a minute at a time. And honestly, I wish they would have kept it at a 3-minute maximum. Because that 3-minute maximum is actually a really good observable chunking of information that gives you enough time to get info, take the info in, and then you usually give yourself a minute or so in between to like really digest that information and take from it. I'm like, TikTok made learning easier. TikTok made information exchange easier. And yet people are, I can't believe it. It ruined attention span. No, it just gave it to you at ADHD speed. ADHD. Right. TikTok made information exchange ADHD speed, and we didn't have to mask anymore. So you didn't have to sit for a 45-minute to a 1-hour class in order to learn about something. You got the basics or the gist, or they could even, just divide it into, 3-minute segments per, and sometimes, form playlists and series so that you could actually get the information as you wanted and as you needed, and have time in between segments of information to sit and digest it. Sitting for 45 minutes to an hour makes it really hard for you to digest everything. Hence, you have to end up making these, pages worth of notes. And, oh, shit, what did they just said? Ah, crap, I think I missed a piece of information. Damn it, now I don't understand. I have to ask more questions. Versus, like, a 3-minute thing, you're like, I didn't understand step 2. All you got to do is, like, either rewind or just wait for that 3 minutes to start over. And you're like, okay, okay, that makes more sense now. Yeah, it's speed of learning for a neurodivergent person, basically. I like 15-part series when you are trying to learn certain types of information or certain types of like fashion histories or the history of something, or here's how we do the thing. Yes, it's a step-by-step 30-part series, but it's literally, we're going to explain why we're doing each step and some of the things to look out during each step. And sometimes you'll have that going in the background, and then after a while you're like, oh yeah, we're like, okay, let's go back and review this. Like, it can be a beautiful thing. It can be a bane, but it can also be a boon. Yeah, those ones can go straight to hell. Those ones can go, I can't stand up. And part 2, and you're like, this didn't need to be a part 2. You need to either speak faster or learn how to tell a story. This did not need to be a 2-parter. No. Like, and, I hate the ones where they are sitting there and they are talking in goddamn circles before getting to the 15 seconds worth of fucking information that they actually needed to tell us. I hate those. I hate those so much. It's why I'm so bad at making a tagline or an intro line for myself. Because every time I hear a tagline, especially one that winds on for like more than 30 seconds, I want to unalive. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. Goodness. Cups. Cups. Yeah, that 2 times is definitely important. So, the 7 of Cups, right side up. Page of Cups, upside down. Oh. 7 of Cups is trying to decide what opportunity you want to take next. Sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming. There can be a lot in the trophy case, as it were. So sometimes when you are like looking at all the options you can take, you're like, no, I don't need these. But oh my god, there's like a lot of good stuff here, but there's also a lot of not so good stuff here. So sometimes it's a bit of overwhelm, but it's the need to choose the next adventure, do the next thing. There's a lot on your plate. There's a lot you could go with, but sometimes you might be a little bit overwhelmed by that particular thing. Oh, sorry. The person who sent these swans. Sanch. Sanch, I should have asked Sanch. Are you still here, my dear? Sorry, yeah, no, thank you. Like, oh, Page of Cups upside down. I don't think you're standing in your own way. It feels like somebody else is not necessarily relaying your wants and needs to where it needs to go. Because usually the Page of Cups is the herald, the person who, like, kind of gets the introductions going, introduces you to the right people, gets you somewhere where you need to go. If it was like the knight would champion for you and, like, fight the battle for you and get you going forward and that kind of thing. But with the Page of Cups, it feels like you're really kind of running into a bit of a wall. A little bit of a wall. Find a different way in, but also at the same point in time, and maybe this is just a little bit my own bias, the world needs paramedics and people who can triage and help a person who is in direct and dire need. Firefighting is also, like, well needed. But I will tell you right now, a paramedic is probably one of the most important people to have on any emergency situation, because you help get people stable so that they survive the ride to the hospital. Paramedics, ambulance drivers, people in the triage industry, as it were, I don't think they get nearly enough credit for the work that they do. Firefighters get a lot of glory because they show up and they make sure the town doesn't, become incinerated. But people who do medicine, triage, stabilization, the quick fix that helps keep you together long enough that we can get you somewhere that can give you some more in-depth treatment, they are just as important. They are honestly just as important. They just don't tend to get the recognition because people are having the worst day of their lives, and you're just the person there who keeps poking them. So they're like, thanks, but ow, but thanks, but ow, but thanks, but ow. Oh, we're going on a scare right now? Yeah, you don't always get the recognition that you deserve. But yeah, if you really do want to do the firefighter route, find yourself a different intro person. Because that first one, I don't want to say flaky, but like, they don't have nearly enough time to hype you up in the correct way. Fair. Blessed be. How you doing, demon? How are you, darling? But no, that is absolutely 100% valid. Definitely valid. And yeah, it is definitely high yeah, if you want to go the firefighter route, go that route. But find a different intro. Find a different intro. Because whoever this person is, they're not giving you nearly enough credit. And I think it just feels like their time is very much occupied doing other things. And so you're not getting your due diligence. And be the best fucking paramedic. Just make sure that you're taking time to decompress for yourself. Firefighters are quite lovely, but honestly, I've only been in an ambulance once in my life, and it was when I had a septic gallbladder. The paramedics were fantastic. They really were. Like, they weren't trying to make me laugh or anything like that, but they took their job seriously. They took their assessments seriously, and they took what I was saying seriously too, because I was just like, I am freezing cold. I don't know what is wrong with my body temperature. I'm freezing cold. And they're like, we don't have much, but they brought me out the world's like thinnest wool blanket. It was the warmest thing I have ever been wrapped in my entire life. I'm like, if I didn't think that this thing would cost me $1,000 for sneaking it off your rig, I would absolutely take this thing. I swear to God, that was the most comfortable, lightweight blanket I have ever had in my whole life. But yeah. Oh, you're welcome, my darling. I'm gonna do another round of coffee. I said I was gonna get off, but you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna leave this on and plugged in, and we're gonna get a bit more done. And then I am going to move all of my books over there, start sorting through them, and I think all of tomorrow, I don't know exactly in which capacity you'll see me, but I think all of tomorrow I'm just going to be getting stuff listed so I can get it out the door. And yeah, I think right now I'm switching my brain over to, we're going to be here till the end of the month. Let's make it a productive getting shit out of this place kind of month, or couple of weeks, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Put away the lighter. I'm sure that they could definitely introduce you to a pole or two. Isn't it funny that exotic dancers and firemen need to wear that particular level of clothing for their job for the exact opposite reasons? People who dance on a pole, they need that grip. If they didn't, they would be firemen and just slide straight off that shit. You wouldn't be able to do tricks. Firemen, on the other hand, if they didn't wear that level of clothing, all the way down. That. Oh, you ever have skin stick to like a plastic chair, let alone a bit of metal that you've decided to stick on, and you're like, damn it, why is the backside of my ass fused with this metal countertop? Just saying. Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking. Of course, with those damn metal playground poles, ooh, heaven forbid it was like a foggy, misty, mildly damp day, and you go to like run up and like grab onto the... Oh my god, talk about grease lightning spit out either onto the most god-awful hard sand, or heaven forbid you were near like the edge of the playground, you're eating shit on concrete. But yeah, during the summer, 4,000 degrees, second degree burns. If you lived in Southern California or anywhere that was like hot in summer, you learned real damn quick that while shorts might be more comfortable in the overall sense of it's really warm out here, if your ass touched metal that had just been sitting exposed all day long, oh my god, like the amount of kids that I know that have like little burn marks across their calves or little burn marks right across the butt line because that slide would get something like 5 million degrees, and you're like, yeah. You didn't even slide, like you tucked your feet up under you like some sort of weird ass penguin. Hope to God that your shorts covered enough and held up long enough that you didn't like walk away with like a baboon's ass, okay? Just so hot. So burningly hot and uncomfortable. And that's why they switched us over to plastic, which was nothing but static electricity. Yeah. Crisco, oh my god. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I think I think that old school playgrounds were they were the obstacle courses so you would know whether or not you were going to join the army when you grew up. Because you're like, look, if I can survive a jungle gym, I can survive an obstacle course for the military. And I'm like, it's not the same thing. In fact, I think the obstacle course for the military is less harmful, if you ask me. Right? Oh my god, when they started introducing those plastic slides. You'd get up and, sand is a good insulator. It doesn't dissipate the static electricity. So you'd get off of there, the next time you'd like get anywhere near somebody else, you'd like zap. Oh! I'm like, damn dude, what happened? Went down the slide. That shit was funny. Yes, oh my god. The amount of polyester shorts causing some of the nastiest shocks right there. Oh yeah, no, gym like gym equipment / playground equipment. Some of that shit, I'm just like, who designed these? Who actually designed these? Now, at the same point, how many of us how many of us remember the merry-go-round? Do you remember the merry-go-round? Do you remember the merry-go-round? You want to talk about danger. How, motherfucker? How? How did you have this thing that could rotate at high speeds, made completely out of steel, sitting just child level high enough above the ground that if you fell and accidentally rolled under, it felt like Indiana Jones, okay? You laid yourself completely flat. You did not fucking move. You didn't move. Because if you moved, you're fucked. You are fucked. Because I fell under one of those just once. I'll tell you right now, never again. I had never made myself so skinny, so flat in my entire life, and laid ever so still. Like, those things were a trap. Yeah, I'm amazed we didn't scream parkour more often. And then I saw, somebody said American Ninja Warrior. Yep. it the amount of danger we would put ourselves in growing up. Looking back, you're just going, how in the hell did we survive? And then you start really thinking about it and you're like, oh, this makes more sense why we're cautious about certain things and why we know not to do certain things versus to do certain things that, like, this current generation does not seem to have the healthy fear of certain instances. And it's like, oh, you never had that danger. Got it. You never had that danger. You had the low, soft, squishy, foam mat. Oh, you bonk your head, but it's a bouncy surface that is meant to cushion you for impact. You never learned how to tuck and roll, you little bastard. You'd learned how to tuck and roll, you wouldn't have just damn near knocked yourself out on a rope swing. Come on. Like, what is wrong with this generation? Oh, they weren't taught any sort of survival skills. I feel you. I have to laugh sometimes. Right? Well, I mean, yes, we were an experiment. But I mean, think about the generations before us. Because at least seesaws got better as time went along. At least they started to have countermeasures and actual seats that you could sit on. And we learned about weight disparities and levers and fulcrums. We learned about those things. If you look at people like the generations prior, you see that those seats were sometimes much, much smaller. They were made out of wood. At some points in times, you would load small children on them, and then the much larger children would go, okay, we're going to get you up on the top of that jungle gym. You're going to jump down, hit feet flat on that, because we're going to see how far little Timmy can go. And you're like, oh, and you just launched little Timmy into a well. Somebody go get Lassie. Lassie, go get his mom. What's wrong, girl? What's wrong? Is little Timmy in the well again? Yeah, because the edge of the playground is far too close to the well, and they launched his ass off a seesaw this time around instead of just seeing if you could get in there by the swings. Right? I swear to God, little Timmy was in that goddamn well so often. You'd think they'd put a cover on that. like roller coasters. Do you know how we invented roller coasters? You will giggle at how we invented roller coasters. Roller coasters used to be mining cars. Roller coasters were developed to get ore that had been mined out of the mines faster. And then, of course, as we do with our human nature, we went, I wonder what it's like if we get in the car and just ride the car down with the ore already in it. That way we can get down there faster and we can unload the ore. And we loved it. And when mines would close or go out of business or whatever, they transformed these now abandoned mines or mines as they were shut down or on pause or whatever. They would turn them into amusement parks. And then as we got better and better understandings of like momentum and physics and whatnot, we would build them higher and higher and put more dips and hills in them. And then we learned how to get enough. Yes, miners as in people who mine for ore, gold, tin, copper, that kind of, not miners as in Not necessarily minors as in children, although children were forced to work in said mines quite often, so sometimes there were minors. Oh, and I freaking love a good roller coaster. I adore a good roller coaster. Yup. Honestly, a lot of our first human rights safety laws were because of children working in things like mines and factories and the like. They developed severe carpal tunnel because they are soft, they are squishy, they are still growing and everything, and you'd have to like literally use just brute human power to move bags of earth and whatnot. And so many children had such severe carpal tunnel and were losing limbs to said carpal tunnel that the safety laws started going, hey, we're losing large swaths of our young people population, and that's not acceptable. We need them for other things like war. We probably need to put some laws in place that don't allow children to be constantly being put in harm's way, and we're undoing those right now. So. Oh god, yeah, no. English is one of the hardest languages to learn because while it is a Germanic language, it has a lot of Latin rules, but then it has roots in other languages as well, and we often pick and choose from different languages what we want to incorporate and what we don't. That, and if you've ever heard what Old English or Middle English sounds like compared to what our modern English is currently, you would think that they are two completely different fucking languages. It's wild. It's wild. Hello, darlings. How do we do? Let's see. Where did I put... There it is. Right, where did we put the squeezy? Of course, then again, I only now more recently understand why we, those who speak English, find certain other languages so goddamn difficult. And it's because our language tends to be based off of a regular ass word sound, and then we kind of adjust for accents. Other languages are super focused on tonal sounds. So how something is said can change how a word is interpreted. We have it here in English too, we just don't always recognize it. Like read and read. Spelled the same way. One means currently looking and deciphering information in front of us, read, versus we have already seen and interpreted, seen and interpreted something that was written in front of us, read. But if you were to look at it in a sentence, they're spelled exactly the same. So, context clue at that point. Oh, baloney. Mm-hmm. Baloney or Bologna. Baloney is because in another language, the N is not a hard N, it's a nya. It makes almost like a little bit of a Y sound to go with it. And because of that particular not convoluted, because of that particular conversion in sound, the last part got, when introduced to accents, got more of an E versus an A. Because I believe in Italian it is closer to being Bologna, but you pass it through enough accent filters or enough information is exchanged over time, and it's like the becomes an E. So yeah. Same thing with like, there are certain words in French that come out sounding very different unless you understand the language and the accent filter that it went through. So, yeah. The word we. W-E, we, versus O-U-I. People are like, how the fuck does O-U-I spell we as in W-E? Like, how do they sound the same? O-U-I. Oui. So, oui is just the enunciation of the vowels. O becomes O. U becomes U. I becomes E. It's just how it's pronounced. So when you put that string of vowels together, oui, that translates to a different person's, language, or the sound of a different person's language, into oui, as in W-E. And then, same thing, you take that W, put it into German, and the W becomes a V. A V sounds more like an F. B and P and T often get confused sound-wise between French, Spanish, and English. So yeah, it's just, language is an odd, weird, and fascinating thing, and the way we pass informational knowledge down through writing can change the way we understand a language overall, because we're just going, how the hell did you get that sound? And they're like, well, this is the sounds that we're hearing. That's, you taught us the alphabet, but we're having to interpret it through our ears, so this is how we would write this down. And you're like, I don't understand how you got any of that. And it's like, oh, it's because how we enunciate, how we pronounce, and how we hear a sound. We're doing the one-for-one translation here, so this is what it looks like to us, so yeah. It's like, oh, interesting. That, and, certain places they'll have, like, silent letters. Japan rips off, and I don't mean that in a bad way at all, but Japan takes or rips a lot of English words, and they integrate it into their language. But because their vocal language versus the written language is so wildly different, when they see it like written down into what is it, katakana, when it basically goes from being said into like English lettering, they look at the English lettering and then they pronounce it the way you would pronounce it if you were reading Japanese. So cake becomes keiki, because you pronounce ending vowels like E quite often, but like you don't pronounce a U in a hard way. So, what was the word I was trying to learn a couple of them, and I kept desu. I kept you saying the full word, because I'm looking at it, I'm going, that there's a D-E-S-U, desu? And they're like, no, desu. I'm like, I swear to God, I'm seeing a U, but I'm not hearing one. But I am hearing something at the end there. And they're like, yeah, just, this. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're like, no, you keep pronouncing the U. Like you're, desu. They're like, there's no U sound. There's just this. I'm like, motherfucker. Same thing with, in Chinese, Mandarin. There's also like Chinese Cantonese, but like in Chinese Mandarin, there is TZU or TSU and tsu versus tsu. They sound really similar. When you hand that word off to, like, say, an American speaker, they don't necessarily hear the difference between those two. And so you get mistranslations or misspellings of certain things, and, time progresses on quite quickly, and you're just going, have I been mispronouncing this word? Am I? How the fuck? So, like, tsunami It's not tsunami as in SU, it's tsunami as in TSU. And if you'd never seen TSU, you would assume that it's spelled SU. At least if you're normally an American speaker and you don't necessarily have, hey, this is how you spell the thing. You go, oh, because I've seen tsunami, SU, blah, 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 spelled that way. And it was because somebody didn't know it's a TSU. They're like, there's a T in there? I'm like, yeah, there's a T in there. And the difference between TSU and a TZU, totally different words, to say the least. Hi, Schwag. How you doing, darling? Oh my god. Sign language is wild. I love it. I honestly wish that we had way more open available access to sign language interpretation. Subtitles on movies are fantastic. That needs to happen way more. Even if they are just straight up speaking just regular ass English, please, for the love of shit, put subtitles at make a little black bar underneath all of the everything that's going on screen. Make a little black bar so that there are subtitles underneath. Because there are times that I can't quite understand why they don't put subtitles in a movie. Because pitch, volume, tone, all that stuff changes all over the damn thing. Like, just give me those subtitles, because I am so tired of going, what did they just whisper? What's the fuck is going on? Damn it, I missed something. Shit. And then, like, later on when you get it, like, on Netflix or Hulu, and then you see, like, the subtitles, you're like, that's what they were talking about? Really? Okay, fine. But yeah, just like, hey, how you doing? Thoughts on the Free Luigi? I don't think he's the actual person who did the thing. At all. I think he's a patsy. He might be part of a grander plan, as it were, but I don't think he's the person who actually did it. And I think not only the NYPD, but the NYPD and government are both scrambling to make him look like the bad guy, and that they caught the bad guy, because a lot of America had a damn near, oh, this is what class consciousness moment is. Like, yeah. I swear to God, the moment I heard his name was Luigi Mangione, I'm like, bullshit. Bullshit. Like, no. Because I'm like, I know that we are going to get inundated with, like, Mario memes, Luigi memes, all that kind of stuff. I'm just like, I'm just saying. But, for a 26-year-old computer science educated person who is supposed to be in screamingly bad back pain constantly, the quote-unquote manifesto that they released sounded nothing like an Ivy League educated computer science person at all. And being in constant back pain changes the way you move, changes the way you function. And for somebody who would be in crippling back pain, who had multiple parts of their spine fused, with pins and rods in there, if you saw the way that dude moved on camera, that was smooth. That did not look like somebody who had crippling amounts of back pain. And the way they kept slamming this dude around when they were getting him out of the cop car and into the courtrooms, I'm just like, he's not moving quite the same. He's not moving quite the same as the guy on the film. Like, just overall, something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Bassets. That's comedy. That's comedy right there. I mean, you've seen me. I wear a corset at times just to get my back decompressed. And right now, my back is not happy with me. The way I move is very, very different when my back is not happy with me. Not at the moment, only because I was supposed to be moving in this last couple of weeks, and just everything has been going weird and sideways lately. So I have not had full access to my sewing machine, let alone a bunch of my other basics. But I was smart enough to put my corset making stuff to the side so I can find it far more easily. You tiny ragamuffin kitten, you would never put your paws on my stove. We do not ever have a cat on the countertops or on my stove, of all places. As I use my stove far too often, you will end up in the burn unit. Am I moving to Texas? Fuck no. Not ever, not ever. She, her, they, them both are good. Now, I was supposed to be moving only about 10 or 15 minutes, like a town or so over is basically where I was going to go, and then that fell through, and then the next place that I was supposed to go, they're not answering back now, so at this point, my brain is just like, you know what, I'm going to be here till the end of December. It is not a walkway. My stove is not a walkway. No, I'm closer to the Long Beach-ish, Los Angeles area, so it's going to be somewhere in there, but at this point, who the fuck knows? I'm just gonna try and sell everything that I possibly can and then figure shit out from there. At this point, I just... Whew, that's freaking hot. Have I been to Disney? Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. That sharper tone than I meant. Yes, I live in Southern California. I have been to Disney. It has been years. Years and years and years. I went to Disney as a child a couple times. Went a few times as an adult. And I won't say that I hated it, but I didn't like it. I really, really, really didn't like it. I'm not quite the demographic for a lot of their rides, but the fake happiness was kind of off-putting. The crowds of children were definitely not my fave. And the exorbitant amount of money that had to be spent in order to quote-unquote enjoy a day there was just no thank you. Like, ticket prices going from $20 or so and then jumping its way all the way up to like $100. $100 so I can walk around your park and have very few rides to actually go on as an adult, along with having to then spend at least another $100 to $200 for like food and drink, let alone souvenirs. $20 for parking. And again, that $20 was a while ago. Like, nah. Like, just cost analysis. No thank you. Yeah, no, there's a lot of people. It's not... I prefer Knott's Berry Farm. Funny enough, of all places, I prefer Knott's Berry Farm, and their stage shows are a lot better. A lot better. But yeah. Oh yeah, definitely been to Six Flags. Six Flags is definitely way more my demographic. I like the roller coasters. Six Flags was fun. It's been a while, again, since I've been there. Universal, I've been there like once or twice, but they are definitely located on a hill, and they are, again, much more focused on the shopping rather than the rides and the interaction. Although they do throw a pretty damn fine Halloween event, so can't be there. $159 a ticket? Wait, is that Disneyland or Disney World? There are two different places. So Disneyland is like Anaheim, California. Disney World and Epcot Center are Florida. And those are... Disney World That is literally a city unto itself. Like a fully functionally, you're going to need to be here for a while kind of thing. It cannot be done in a day. Whereas Disneyland, you can get a good amount of it done in pretty short order, but a lot of people do like to make it a weekend. Okay, you get cuddles. Yeah. So yeah, Disneyland, yeah, is California. Disney World, that is Florida. I still have to laugh that Disney World, Florida, has a lot of access to water, and they recognize that their access to water butts right up against nature itself, and that there are gators located in said nature itself. And so they have beach areas that you're supposed to, like, you can wander up and down. You can do that, but like past a certain point that they have built like walls and fences and everything else with, you're not supposed to go past that. People sometimes forget that their children know how to climb fences. Gators didn't forget that though, and now though, gators have figured out that they can climb fences too. So. Right. I think as a child, I found it more fun. As an adult, I just ended up doing way more cost analysis on everything, and just, yeah, it wasn't for me. Renaissance fairs, I absolutely adore those. I actually worked at a Renaissance fair for like over 10 years. Whereas, if I'm gonna go to like an amusement park, I prefer Knott's Berry Farm. It's got a couple of rides that I really like, and then also just like good food, good atmosphere. I love the stage shows, and they do have like some historically interesting stuff smattered in around there. I honestly wish they would up the educational part of it a little bit more, but also they throw an absolutely bonkers good boysenberry festival. I love their berry festivals. It's so nice. But yeah. Right? Disney, with the sight of possibly being eaten. What a thrill! Honestly, I'd love to travel and go to more amusement parks at some point in time. Just, right now with everything as it is. Hey! Oh, that's hot. Hello. Sorry, my dentures are being a little bit weird with me right now. Do. That's fair. Now, anybody who's living in Anaheim, the goddamn 9 p.m. firework show. I'm not a fan of that. I am not a fan of that. And it's not even the very loud sound that it makes. It's located close enough to the freeway that the fireworks can be very startling if you forget what time it is. Most people who are native to the area, not a problem, because everybody knows 9 p.m. there's going to be a fireworks show, and you just kind of fucking live with it. If you forget what time it is, the sudden pop-up and bright flash of light with things exploding, I am honestly amazed that there were not more car accidents near that freeway, because holy hell, had that happen once, and I damn near shit myself. Just hated it. Well, bright flashing explosions do tend to get your attention, but yeah, it's very disorientating, and it pulls focus. That makes traffic a hazard, to say the least. Would I visit? Fuck no. Oh God, no. No, absolutely in the fuck not. I would never visit Dubai. Never willingly visit Dubai. Absolutely not. The human rights violations in Dubai alone, especially for the working class, are vile beyond belief to me. The way they treat the working class people, especially depending on their ethnicity or nationality, is fucking criminal. Like, we're talking overworked, underpaid. Like, the class consciousness is just holy shit. And beyond that, I am now a spicy worker. And they have things like morality police and laws that are very, very specific to how you can comport yourself. And if you are found violating any of those particular laws, you can go to jail for a very long time. As a spicy worker, I would never chance my freedom and safety in that manner, especially since if you are a person who is a non-virgin and you show up in their country without a spouse, or the person that you might be staying with is of the opposite gender but not your spouse, yeah, and I am not married, nor do I plan to anytime soon. But just me being a digital spicy worker could put me and my freedom in danger, and there's no way in hell. There is absolutely no way in hell I would go there, because between traffickings, kidnappings, moralistic, archaic laws, and draconian enforcement, absolutely not. Again, for Dubai, it depends on whether or not they want to enforce it. But yeah, no. Again, it's the morality. If they think you're coming into, say, work in that capacity, even though I don't work in a full service capacity, I work in a quinky capacity as a person who is dominant and in charge. If they don't like my mouthy ass, if they don't like what they would perceive as deviant behavior, they can detain, eject, or arrest me as they see fit. And then I'm fucked. And not in a good way. So no, I would never put myself in that kind of danger, especially in a country that has very, very, very different moral values than what I do. It's hard enough to survive here in America. It would be worse over there, and there would be the level of language barrier, not to mention my socioeconomic status. So yeah, no, that country especially, and that surrounding countries, that's a danger zone for me, and I will not put myself in that kind of risk. Ever. Not willingly. Hot but good. Until we have a more global majority level of countries that allow for safe SW, there are a lot of places that I will avoid going to because the health and safety and mostly the freedom is yeah, no, too much risk. SW, spicy work, aka sexy work. The term SW is incredibly umbrella. It covers things that do not involve full service, no clothing, I work from my back kind of stuff. SW includes dancers, people who do picture taking of any variety. Professional cuddlers sometimes get lumped in with that. Professional DOMs, whether that DOM interacts or not. Just being a DOM it puts you directly under that particular term, whether or not you are interacting with clients in that way or not. So there's SW covers this giant swath of jobs. But yeah, like once you have one of those jobs, you are considered that, and that always becomes a moralistic fight real quick. And quite often, people do not understand the industries or the jobs. They just lump them all together and call them all horrific and bad and this, that, and the third. And it's like, oh, you don't understand those jobs, and you don't understand the difference between those jobs and trafficking. And the conflation between those jobs and trafficking put a lot of people in danger. Yep, that part right there. That part right there, Anna. Migrant workers, not even just SWs, but migrant workers of all variety are at a very, very high likelihood or high risk of being trafficked by having their employer literally physically take their passport, their greeting cards, their visas. I'll keep this in a safe place for you. And now you're stuck in a foreign country without proper documentation, or that documentation is being held by your employer. That's trafficking. That's trafficking. Because if you don't comply with their demands, you don't get your legal documents back. And then what are you going to do? Because showing up to an embassy is hard. It is difficult. It sometimes requires paperwork, proving that you are who you are and that you are in a country legally can be very difficult to do, especially if you do not have your legal documentation easily at your fingertips. Even with as much digitized information as we have. So, yeah. Hey! How you doing, darling? Also, beyond the fact that I am a spicy worker, I am also a practicing witch. My religion and my practices could easily be used against me in certain areas, in certain countries. So yeah, again, it's the danger. I have to make sure that if I were to go anywhere, I am taking due steps and processes to keep myself at least somewhat safe when I arrive. But please, keep coming with... I'm actually enjoying the banter. So feel free to ask those questions. Feel free to get into those conversations. I'm here for it. Hey! Hello, darling. How are you doing today? Hopefully the worlds are treating you fine. I'm hoping the worlds are treating us fine. World, whatever. The thing, the stuff. I'm about to pop these damn dentures out. Give me half a second. Give me a second. I'm going to reapply. I knew that I had slightly missed an area of coverage. I just didn't realize I had accidentally wiggled it a bit looser than I thought. Those were far too easy to pull out. Yo. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's still places here in the U.S., of course, that also contribute to the not good things. But this is why there are quite a few, in fact, a good portion of SWs who very much champion for better models and better structures so that they are treated equally rather than stigmatized, and get a frickin' chip to dip, as it were, as Palma would say, a chip to dip in policies, especially when it comes to how SW is treated. Which, if we were treating SWs correctly in the first place, we could deeply trim down the problematic, of course, levels of S trafficking. Because SW and S trafficking are not the same thing. But when you're an SW who cannot come forward when you see instances of trafficking, because it is much more likely that you will simply be arrested, thrown in jail, deplatformed, your finances cut completely off, and then nothing happens to the traffickers, it becomes a very dicey situation, to say the least. Every single person who is on the Diddy party list needs to be named. Like, named. They need to be named in that lawsuit. Every last one of them needs to go down. He is, oh shit, not a good person. To say the very least, he is not a good person. And I'm glad Jay-Z finally got named, because that needed to happen. Forgot that I left that on. Little too high. Is it edible? That is blackened. Yeah. Like how Jay-Z has not been caught up before now is just fucking beyond me. How do I know? Because I have two eyes. And I have been watching the rap and hip hop industry since I was in my early childhood, teens and whatnot. He met Beyonce when she was like 15 or 16, and then they didn't start dating, quote unquote, until she was 19. But he had, I think, one of his first illegitimate children when he was 24, but refuses to do a DNA test to prove that he is the father of this particular, illegitimate child, because the mother was 16 when she gave birth. Yeah, she had a boyfriend. That doesn't mean he didn't groom her. And that does not mean that they were not having dalliances. He also threatened Rihanna. He threatened to throw her out a fucking window on the 29th level of a building if she didn't sign with his record company. He said, you can either sign the papers and walk out the door, or you can go out the 29th floor. And that, she did that interview when she was still young. Rihanna did that interview when she was still young, on the Tyra Banks show. There is still video proof of that. Beyond that, he and people like him have been doing this kind of shit for years. There have been so many victims who have tried to come forward only to be shushed, dismissed, diminutized by people who are like, well, but how do we know? But how do we know? But how do we know? They were children and teenagers trying to tell us for years now that bad things happen to them, not only at these parties, but when they had interactions, especially if they had talent as singers and entertainers. They have all said these things. And if you watch their face, kids are not good at lying. When you watch their face when they talk about that shit, they look haunted. And the more the evidence piles up, the more these people keep coming forward. How many fucking victims do you need before you go, yeah, maybe there's some validity? Maybe when people who are not even victims, but people who work for said individuals keep going, yeah, shit's weird, we're not allowed in this particular room, these children look really not good afterwards, there's behavioral issues that go on at schools, like they have very interesting reactions to certain things. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna believe the victims, especially when I'm seeing the body language, when I'm seeing, like, freaking Drake should have been in jail by now. Millie Bobby Brown, when she was 15 years old, went on to Dave Letterman and just was talking with Dave, and they were talking about, like, oh, do you have, friends and blah blah blah, and how are you finding anything in your job? She's like, oh my god, I'm friends with Drake. And they're like, wait, you're friends with Drake? Really? And she's like, yeah, sometimes, sometimes we text or, talk and whatnot. And he's like, oh, well, what do you guys talk about? And, oh, well, sometimes we talk about boys, or, if I've kissed anybody. And you audibly hear the audience go, oh. And Dave himself gets the look on his face of, oh. Basically, she out loud admitted that this much older person is talking to her about her dating life and basically the cusp of a sex life. And he has been caught repeatedly on camera in concerts and at shows taking people who are under the age of 18, bringing them up on stage, grinding, dancing, and kissing on them, while knowing how young they are. I'm not reaching when it's full-ass evidence right there in front of you. You, on the other hand, are an apologist, and maybe you might want to get some therapy about that. Children cannot consent. It is the adult's duty to reject any advance that might come from a child, and it's an adult's duty to never put that child in a bad situation. That's not a delusion. That was an admission right there on stage. There is literal video evidence in a Drake show. He brings this young black girl up on stage, starts grinding and kissing up on her. And then in the microphone, he asks her, so how old are you? And she's like, 16. He should have gone, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were a little bit older. Go ahead and step back down. Is there somebody over the age of? And instead, he keeps her up on that stage and keeps doing what he's doing. There is video evidence. How much more do you want before you can go, oh yeah, no. Currently, it is not moving. It is not going. Oh, I see no shit to be true. I see no shit to be true. Go ahead. Keep covering your eyes. Keep not listening to victims. Especially victims who are children. Because that's what people like you do. You have a favorite, and you will find every excuse as to why that child should not have been protected from an adult preying on them. I am not calling you names. I am pointing out that you are trying to dissuade and dismiss from all of the present evidence that has been given. Oh my. oh no, I can't have any sort of salient thought or salient concept of morality because I'm gender fluid. That's your. I'm just gonna be over here giggling for a second. I'm not obsessed with celebrities. That's the whole thing. And because I'm not obsessed with a celebrity, I will hold them to the same standard as I would any other person. And any other person who preys upon, especially children, does not ever deserve to be defended. Does not ever deserve to know a moment of peace. If you prey on children, Why are you even here if you are just here to cape for people who are very clearly harming young people in a variety of different ways? Oh, don't be sorry. I would much rather them expose themselves for who they are than let them continue on unexposed and unchallenged. You are caping because you have sat there and dismissed every bit of evidence that has been set in front of you. You are the kind of person who allows them to continue doing what they do because you're like, I can't see it. I don't see no evidence. I can't see no nothing. Oh no, I can't believe that a child would say, yeah, they hurt me. They hurt me in a lot of different ways. Oh, did they hurt you, or are you just like, are you overreacting? Maybe you didn't hear them quite rightly. Maybe you just interpreted what they said wrong. Okay. That part. That part. Mm-hmm. Penguins, I can already feel it. Flippers down. Not quite a master baiter, but definitely like intermediate level baiter. Not quite a minnow baiter either, because the minnow baiters, it's too easy. This is intermediate level. And see, here you are again. Now you want to talk about attacks. You are equating my being gender fluid with either non-education or not being able to have a complex thought, which is hilarious because all I have to do is be, alive and have two brain cells to rub together to look at critical evidence that has been presented repeatedly over years and decades. So, don't know what to tell you. But you didn't just say that you didn't see it. You used multiple dismissive vocabularies. You pinned blame on these people for being young, being inexperienced, possibly what they were dressed as, or as already knowing better as teenagers. Does anybody else here remember being a teenager? You were a dipshit when you were a teenager. You were. You thought you knew some shit, you thought you were immortal, but you weren't. And you sure as fuck could not consent to a lot of that stuff. Actually, you can. You can pick gender like a shirt, because gender and sex are two different things. I am female. I am AFAB. I've always been female, and I have no problem being female. My gender, what social schemas I will represent, is a different thing. That is a societal construct, my darling. Societal. So I can change how I feel about my presentation day to day, hour to hour. That doesn't change the moralistic view of, do I prey on children As an adult, no, because I find it reprehensible. And I can judge somebody else on doing something that is reprehensible. I know, right? Yes, it is, darling. Yes, it is. Gender is social. There is man, there is woman, and then there are several other genders in between, depending on what social group you belong to. Different Native Americans had anywhere between 3 and sometimes 5+ genders. Same thing over in the Philippines. They had 3 to 4 genders, I believe it was. There are different societies, like in Albania, they have extra tiers for slightly different genders, just depending on how your life went and how you wanted to present and what you wanted to do. Same thing in Africa amongst many different tribes and clans. Like, gender is very much a social construct. And the fluidity of my gender does not change the morality of me not wanting to prey on children. There's a reason I always do an 18 and over, because I want to make sure that children have the least amount of open exposure to me and my concepts, because my concepts need adults in order to understand them. You need that much education, you need that much life experience to understand a lot of the stuff that I am saying. But beyond that, I never want a minor to be in my space and exposed to a person like you. Because when they see people like you who will dismiss their cries for help when adults prey on them, then they know that it's probably not safe to go and tell an adult, because an adult is just going to dismiss them instead of actually listening to them. And that shit don't fly for me. Yeah, what do you think a societal concept is? It's an idea, an ideal. A gender schema was another word that I used. Gender schema being a scheme or schematic for how a gender is supposed to act, as the society has prescribed or ascribed its overall concepts to. I stayed quiet because of adults like Kimmy. I stayed quiet when a man who was in his 30s SA'd me, because I didn't think anybody would listen, because I felt so dirty and so violated that I went and took a long, hot, scrubbing number of showers, basically eliminating evidence. And I knew that because I didn't go to the police right away and get a kit done when I was barely 18, that I would not more than likely be believed. So I sat with that for years, and it tore me up. I will not, on my watch, ever fucking let that happen willingly. Period. End of fucking story. Hey, Spooker. So go ahead, you can keep flapping and yapping. We can keep bantering back and forth. But just remember, you have left yourself a digital footprint with an audience. Did I not put any honey in this? My goodness. It's not bad. I'm just expecting more sweetness. Hopefully, this will give you a moment of thought and introspection, and maybe you will look at how you view victims and people who go through horrific things like SA, especially when it comes to people who get essayed by people who have the socioeconomic status to bury so much of what happened. I have got to scrape that. Aw, did she? Did she? So in other words, Kimmy didn't have the chutzpah or the reasoning to be able to stand on business about their viewpoint, and instead decided that they were going to go back and try and go that route instead. This is the era of fuck around and find out. You're fucking around, now you're finding out. Society as a whole is really damn tired of being kicked in the teeth, played in our face, and having our youngest and most vulnerable members of our society harmed. We're done with that shit. I don't even give a fuck at this point. If it costs me this platform, I will always fight to make this world a little bit safer. And if it means I have to push back against assholes, I will. It's what I am born for. That and apparently burning grilled cheese sandwiches. Could be worse. Just the bear coming out of sanguine just a little bit. Never for president. I don't have the temperament for it. I don't have the temperament for it. I get a little too passionate. Actually, yes, you could have some of the grilled cheese and egg sandwich, because I didn't put any garlic in it, so it's safe for kitties. Forget the button. Forget the button. Precision. Precision is all that is needed. A button eliminates far too many with far too much collateral. I prefer precision every single time. Fair enough. I think it's just, I think I slightly scorched the butter layer rather than, like, scorched it, like, full thickness burn. So, like, honestly, I was expecting it to be like, oh no. Like, oh, okay. It's a little burn, but it's not bad. It's not that bad, actually. Weirdly enough. I think if I still had my full teeth, then I would taste it in a much different fashion. But I'm like, weirdly enough, with dentures, I'm not tasting it nearly as deeply. You know, I know you should. At the same point in time, meh. It is honestly not as bad as it looks. I swear to God, it's honestly not as bad as it looks. No wasting food! That part. Wait, the smell of ketchup makes you uncomfortable? Really? Although, I mean, I have to... Relish. Relish makes me uncomfortable. Only because it always smells so much sweeter than it actually tastes. And I hate sweet pickles. So just, I smell relish and I'm like, ow, no, I don't know. Yeah. That part. That part. That part. That, and who knows, maybe my gut biome needs a little activated charcoal in order to function correctly. Who knows? That part. That part. That part. And here's the whole thing. Like, if we go all the way back to the Jay-Z thing, if he could be compelled to give a DNA test for this child who is illegitimate, it would very firmly give 100% accurate evidence that he, as a 24-year-old roughly, had interactions with a 16-year-old, 15, 16-year-old. And the age of consent in the state that this child was conceived is like 17. So yeah, it would have been 100% evidence that he definitely committed an act that was 1,000% illegal, and here's the product thereof. Something like between 30 and 50% of all teenage pregnancies are the result of men over 20. It's some bad frickin' statistic like that. And that study was done in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So I can only imagine what it is 5 years later. But yeah, something like half of all teenage pregnancies, especially the ones that result in single motherhood, were a result of men between the ages of like something like 20 and 35. And it's just like, that is fucking wild that is a statistic at all. And for many of these teenage mothers, it's something like their second child. Like, most of them, it's like their first child could be that result, but especially if they're a repeated teenage mother, the likelihood for them to have had interactions with older men goes up something like very, very sharply. Like, second child is even more likely that it is a person over the age of like 20, 21, all the way into the 30s. And I'm like, that is fucking wild. The hardest hit areas are areas that teach abstinence only or do not have sexual education of any variety. Also, those tend to be the states, which I think it's something like 38 out of our 50 states still allow child marriage. And states that had those high rates also correlated to states that had child marriage laws on the book. And when I say child marriage, as in, yeah, you can get married with your parents' permission at the age of 12 to people who are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond. The fact that child marriage of any variety is still allowed, educational purposes here, the fact that child marriage of any variety is still allowed in something like 3/4 of the United States is very concerning, to say the least. To say the least. Because here's the thing. With those particular laws, while you are able to get married with a signed permission slip from your fucking parents, who need to be turned into CPS and then thrown into the jail, if I have my opinion, those children who get married do not have the right to get divorced until they are 18. Mm-hmm. Yep. I have unfortunately ran across any number of young person, usually young women, who are still in those abusive ass situations, who still do not realize that they have not only been groomed, but raped. And it breaks my heart to see it, because for some of them, you watch almost in real time as they go through all of the different stages of grief and then come to the conclusion, oh my fucking God, you're right. Oh God, what do I do now? Oh, no, it's not even about waiting till 18. They literally don't have the legal right to get divorced until they are 18. The law will not allow them to initiate a divorce until they are 18. Even though they are married off as children. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, well, and it's the you can get married, but it's your, basically your parent is signing off on a permission slip, basically, to your future spouse. But yeah, you as a minor have no right to get divorced until you hit the age of 18, which is the age of legal contractual consent. Yep. Yeah, but if your parent signed off on your marriage to an older person in the first place, what do you think the chances are of them signing off on you getting a divorce? Also, once you are married, you are no longer under the guardianship, per se, of that parent. You are now the legal... I don't fully quote me on this, but I believe the legal guardianship transfers over to the spouse. So yeah, oh yeah, no, it's absolutely foul. It is absolutely foul. Like, it is a epically much growing concern amongst advocates for child safety, is trying to get child marriage completely made illegal and off the books. And we're not even talking about Romeo and Juliet laws here, where you've just got a couple of years in between. We are talking decade plus in between. Like, it's not good. It's not good. It's really fucking not good. I don't know why I keep seeing that blinky blinky. Pardon as I try to get something reset. Sorry, my hands are so cold that my screen apparently is not registering touch. Sometimes, yeah, like, so many of them are religious based, and not even just one religion. So don't go, oh, it's this. No. It's not even one religion. It is like multiple different religions that oft push for this, and it's yeah. Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. And oh, it aggravates. Kind of like, I don't know, for some reason people don't know that Elvis Presley, Priscilla was 14. They got married when she was like 18 or 19. She wrote an entire book about this, so you don't even have to just trust my word. The information is out there. And anything I say, by all means, please fact check. Please fact check. Go out, find a plethora of information. Don't just take my word for it. It is absolutely okay to fact check me. In fact, I appreciate it at times, because they'll go, yeah, but it was this, but then there's also this particular research. Like, oh, updated information. I need to look at that. Okay. Go from there. I mean, what else am I going to do with all this knowledge? Information is power. Knowledge is key. Like, I think the only thing I mourn is that there are so many people out there who were not given a good education on critical thinking. And I'm not calling anybody who doesn't have big critical thinking skills. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not at all saying that they are of a lower capacity or anything like that. I am just saying they were not taught a lot of critical thinking skills, and this has been a problem in our education system for a very long time. Very, very long time. Critical thinking skills and the understanding of critical thought and the search for new knowledge. Yeah. Critical thinking is the difference between, are you going to swallow the propaganda that they give you, or are you going to do some research and maybe dispel some of the propaganda that they give you? Hey, Tyler, how you doing, darling? Right, that part. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Tyler. How you doing, darling? I appreciate so much. Don't ask, it's a little bit chilly in here. I know, like, I've been a tutor on a number of occasions, mostly junior high, high school, and whatnot, but I grew up in an environment where I was expected to be quiet unless I could meet adults on their level of information, knowledge, thought, and that kind of stuff. So I was adultified very early on. Luckily, never in those particular ways, or at least less so in those particular ways. But yeah, I was expected, hey, if you can't keep up, then you can't talk here. And have we met me? Have we met me? I am apparently a yapping champion. I am a banter queen. I am the liege of loquacious. I learned to talk with the adults very early on. And if somebody didn't have the right information, I felt it my duty to at least present said knowledge, because sometimes if you don't have said knowledge, you can end up harming yourself. If you don't know that a penny, especially a penny before roughly the 1930s to 1910s-ish, if you didn't know that a penny is pure copper, especially old pennies, if you didn't know that pure copper is a really good conductor for electricity, and that a socket or a fuse point will conduct electricity, then as a kid you're just going, that looks like a coin could fit in there. Zap. You could unalive yourself. If, on the other hand, somebody goes, don't do that. Don't do that. That's a great way to get yourself zapped and possibly no longer with us. So, don't do that. Children don't know better. They just see something at eye level that's really narrow and they're gonna like, oh, can I poke? No. How do I know that electricity has a particular twang to it? I didn't understand electricity as a child. I unplugged a heater, one of the prongs broke off and stuck in the wall. I grabbed the prong. Arm went stiff, and then the moment my fingers were no longer connected, it relaxed. I'm like, My parents caught me on the third try because I was gonna get, cause I was so worried about, oh god, I broke it off in the wall, I'm gonna get in trouble, that yeah, my brain's like, okay, we're gonna have to warm up for this one. My parents came in as I was going for grab number 3. No! Sorry, but I broke the heater. They're like, that is a separate issue. What are you doing? I'm like, well, I couldn't get it out on the first try. And they're like, the fuck? They're like, okay, step away. Okay. They went, they turned off the fuse box, got a pair of pliers, and then, what is it, pliers, but, with a rubber coating on them, and then extracted that. I wish I had known that information beforehand, but afterwards, they're like, that's electricity. I'm like, well, I kind of figured that one out in a particular way, and they're like, you're lucky that the electricity didn't do worse. And the only thing I can attribute that to was that I had rubber sole shoes on and I wasn't connecting myself to any other sort of a grounding agent, so there was no direct path from electricity at fingertips to the ground, or else I could have been in a whole lot of trouble. They're like, if not that I ever want you to, but if you're ever gonna, if you're ever gonna fuck with electricity again, power box has to be off. And then you wear things that insulate your hands and body from being able to touch the electricity. So you're saying I should have been wearing gloves? They're like, oh my god, no, just next time come get us. Fair. Fair. And yes, definitely feeling they, them, or she, her. Either is rather fine. They, them definitely is closer to how I'm feeling today, so. How's everybody doing? Why am I just realizing I should have been so much less functional than I currently am? Because holy hell, I learned so much through doing and having it not go quite right. Just like, good idea. Like, I had a pet bee for a couple of hours. I then learned you don't pet bees. Funny enough, though, I did not blame the bee for defending itself. I chalked it up to my own not thinking, I call it my own stupid, but yeah. Yes, so we got like these cute little insect jars that were like basically wire mesh, and they had like little lids on them and whatnot. And I went out, and the first thing that I caught was a little honeybee. Right. And all I saw was fuzzy. And again, my knowledge of things that are fuzzy are like plush toys and dogs and cats and pets. So, pet. So I tiny bug. I wasn't like trying to pet it with my whole hand or anything like that. But I stuck my finger in it, went pet, and it went sting. And I'm like, oh. And then, of course, it pulled its stinger out. I'm like, no. And I instantly was like, oh no, I've caused my pet to no longer be alive. I internalized a lot of this shit, don't ask. And I was like, no. So I learned quickly that, yeah, like, bees don't like to be petted. You don't have to be afraid of them. You don't have to, like, flail. In fact, flailing makes things a lot worse. But, like, bees don't like to be pet. You let them go about their life. You let them do their thing. You respect their space. They will honestly respect your space. But yeah, like, they don't want to unalive, but that is, like, their last defense. And since I'm a giant, petting it, it's like, this is the only thing I can do for queen and country. I'm like, it's the only thing it can do. It's the only thing it can do. I'm like, okay, I didn't respect the animal. And the animal defended itself in the only way it knew how. So I cannot be mad at said animal for defending itself. Kind of like I didn't ever blame a dog for biting, or a cat for scratching, or anything like that. Like, more often than not, animals will give you a sign of, hey, please don't mess with me. I'm not feeling it. So yeah, and at the same point in time, I've also had moments where I've like rescued little bees or jumping spiders or carpenter bees. Jesus Christ. There have been moments that I have gently escorted them elsewhere, and they comply. They're like, okay, you're just trying to help. We're not gonna go to the final defense here. Okay, we're gonna get up on the paper like you're asking me to, and you're dropping me off on a flower. Thank you very much. Let me go about my business. So yeah, it's like, as I learned better and I knew better, I found better ways to go about interacting with the world. When I was a child, yes, I pet a bee because it's fuzzy. But learning not to pet things that looked fuzzy like a bee probably saved me from then getting stung by things like wasps or velvet ants, aka cow killers, which are a type of wasp. And oh my god, do they hurt. That's a whole new level of pain, apparently. So yeah, I'm just like, I learned better knowledge, new knowledge, I learned. And then as I learned more about them and was able to pass that knowledge off, sometimes to other children, like, hey guys, you don't want to, don't pet that one. Don't pet that one. That one is spicy. It's spicy. I don't think you're going to like it. Okay. Don't flail, but just don't pet them. Wasps tend to be mean as hell. Wasps are mean as hell. And they don't have a barb on their stinger. So they don't just sting once, they sting repeatedly. And they are good at what they do. They are very, very good at what they do. They tend to be very annoying. Now, it's not till much more recently that I found out that wasps are also pollinators. And certain types of wasps are pest control. And I didn't realize that wasps did so much pest control. And it's like, oh. But yeah, the sting that they have can be so much more wicked. Bees rely on numbers, whereas things like wasps can often be more solitary, so they have less numbers, therefore need more potent venom. Right, that part. If it is a solitary wasp, like a mud dauber, a tarantula hawk, or the like, I will see if I can let them be or move them to a place that is more appropriate for them. If, on the other hand, it is a hive, we are getting a foaming spray. I am waiting till twilight when they all come back to roost, and then I am hosing that shit down from like 20, 30 away, and then sprinting back inside like I was Jackie Joyner. Oh, yeah, fuck, mosquitoes. I have not learned a single thing yet that excuses a mosquito's existence for anything. I do not know what they do other than feed parts of the food chain, and that is it. And that is it. I don't know what their actual role in the ecosystem is, other than passing on virulent disease and being past goddamn annoying. Shit if I know. And like fucking Florida, Texas, everybody around that Gulf Coast, how do you all live? Them things are the size of flying horses. Nothing was so both humbling and horrifying as I want to say this was like Texas, near the Everglades. So, like, near a swampy area. And somebody basically, they had a good, solid screen door. Thank God for that. But basically, they opened their regular door. There's the screen door, and they just went and blew their breath out through the screen door. And literally, less than 5 seconds later, screen door covered in mosquitoes. I'm like, I would be moving out so fast from that state. You would have seen like Wile E. Coyote, like body bubble, just gone, just gone. Cause I like that noise. Oh, the Midwest was worse? Damn. Oh, yes. Very they, them. Sorry. So they, them, she, her also works, but they, them is definitely my day right now. Apparently I got dishes done today. I know that I need to get more done, although right now I think my brain is in mode, so. Actually, let me see if I can continue a theme and maybe get through a bit more stuff. Hanging in there, but it's not looking great for this second place. I'm very sure that I'm going to be here. Pardon, goodness, hiccups. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be here in this apartment till the end of December. Trying to figure out what to do and whatnot, but gonna do my best and I don't know, just figure out shit. Overall though, I'm in one piece, so I can't be too grumpy about that. I think I want to go through my kitchen stuff and see what is essential. Yes, I had grilled cheese. I also had grilled cheese that was scorched to fuck and back on one side. Actually, I should finish off the last couple bites of that. Pardon me. Suitcase. And I will bring this over. Turn this off. Right. I celebrate like the festivities, the overall attitude. Pardon as I clean off the screen. I like to celebrate the holidays, but I am less Christmas specific. Because there's so many holidays out there literally at this time of year. And, well, I mean, I'm pagan. I'm a witch. So, Christmas is much more closely linked with Christianity. And I am religiously traumatized. But yeah, like, to me, it's much more about the getting together, the having good food, the celebrating each other rather than gifts. Especially when living in a capitalistic hellscape where most people are deeply underpaid and the price of goods, especially luxury goods, is through the roof. I don't necessarily want somebody overspending themselves to give me a luxury good when I would actually prefer something that's useful, something that I can use for like a prolonged period of time. In fact, I have several gifts that I absolutely adore and love and have used them for years and years, and people are like, how's that a gift? It's not fun. I'm like, but it's useful and it's something that I can, have on me at all points and times, and it gives me what I need in order to survive and to, you know, handle shit easier. So yeah. House hunting is still going, but, you know, I'll get it squared away sooner or later. I've got a support network for that exact reason, so yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Right? Like, and which is funny because I am creating a bit more of a brand around being a DOMME. I am very okay with clientele that wants to give me gifts and money in that particular way because I understand that exchange. That is a very particular exchange. But like overpriced gifts at particular holidays, for whatever reason, they still don't quite compute in my head. They still don't quite in my head. 1,000% that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Healthcare should be absolutely free. Like free. And when I say healthcare, I mean across the board. It needs to include dental. It needs to include vision. It needs to include mental health. Healthcare being free makes society easier to survive in and more productive overall because you aren't wasting extra time, resources, and whatnot on critical mass situations when you're already able to get preventative health care and accommodations. You actually spend less overall as a society if you can have free preventative measures ahead of critical mass situations. Right, I love a good handmade gift. I love a good useful gift. Like, I love a good multi-tool, okay? I love a Leatherman or a good blade or, you know, sewing machine. You know, I like gifts that have, like, use and function. I get not so much uncomfortable, but my brain doesn't understand, oh, here's a Coach bag. Why? Here's a Calvin Klein bag. And like, Calvin Klein being, you know, $110 for like a purse. I'm like, how does this equate to $110 worth of product? How? Like, wait, what holy doors got opened? Yeah, it's burnt, but it's not awful. Go figure. Oh, Lord. Since there's already so much FAFO going on, at this point I'm like... Heck, yeah! Ooh, I love a good candle. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry, wasn't there something in Revelations about trumpets sounding and seventh seals broken? FAFO. FAFO. At this point, I'm gonna say FAFO. Let them go ahead and do the thing, because fuck it at this point. Nice. Yeah, I used to like knit like scarves and gloves or make like little tote bags and stuff. Like heck, me and my friends used to do like Secret Santa exchanges where you couldn't spend any money, but you had to handcraft like an art or gift of some variety and whatnot. And I honestly, I love those kind of gifts. I adore those kind of gifts because you know the person has thought and really put a part of themselves in. Or baking. Oh my god, I love I love when people are like, here is a miniature pies, or here's some cookies, or here's some baked goods. I'm like, fuck yeah, because honestly, they usually taste a lot better than the stuff that you can get in the stores, and it's something wonderful and fun and lovely, and you know that they really thought that shit through. Oh, no, this I definitely want to keep. This is clothing. Okay, that can go far away. I don't care. That's no. Right, baking is such a good stress relief, like, honestly. Okay, that can go there. This is part of cosplay and costuming. Yay, I found my cow tights. Well, cow knee highs, I should say. I need to get a new cow top, though, because the cow top that I had did not work. Trying to find fun cow print shit is so difficult when you are plus size, which I find hilarious, because all I can think is, why is everything so small when it comes to cow print? You want to talk about tiny heifers? Those are calves. Like, come on, give me some plus size cow print shit so I can just be a whole ass cow. I want to be a heifer, moo, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Okay. That is clothing. Ooh. Honestly, if you have neighbors that are decently nearby, sometimes they will allow you to get the rosebuds, especially when they fully bloom. You're like, hey, could I just get some? And also, if you want things like lavender, rose, jasmine, certain other flowers, you can actually get those at your local witchcraft stores, esoteric and metaphysical stores. They will carry petals and flowers en masse already dried. So if you don't want to go through Amazon, you can sometimes go and support local small business by going to an esoteric shop or metaphysical shop and getting your ingredients there. Oh, I love that. That is fantastic. I fucking love doing Secret Santas. Yeah. Oh, no worries. No. The only reason I thought of it is because of how often I'm at a metaphysical store, and I'm like, they always have all of the different herbs and spices that you would usually need, not just for spellcasting, but for making your own oils, your own tinctures, your own salts and whatnot for baths and scrubs, because that is honestly ritual magic that quite a few of us witchy types like to invest and do in, because different herbal combinations and whatnot do different things. So yeah, no, it's an alternative. It's an option. Oh, there we go. Shit. Sorry, I've been looking for a particular charging cable, and I just found it finally. Also, always check for if you're doing candles and that kind of stuff, check for candle companies near you, especially if you live near industrial areas. Candle making is not nearly as popular as it used to be, but if you can find a candle shop near you, a lot of times they will carry essential oils, as will the esoteric stores. essential oils are used in a lot of different places. So sometimes if you don't want to like go through Amazon, just check with like local hobby crafting, esoteric, candle making, soap making stores. You can quite often find a lot of the ingredients that you need, and a lot of times you are supporting smaller businesses. So yay, it's a win-win. Oh yeah, okay, that's Now I remember why I packed this bag up so quickly, because I did not need that embarrassment in my life. Okay, that's clothing. Ah, there we go. I knew I was looking for that, because I needed to put foil in something. Okay, this is arts and crafts, arts and crafts, arts and crafts. That's gotta go there. Oh, that's for tarot cards. Okay. Pardon as I'm going through some bags. This is part of the refining process. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Feel free to banter at. I will look up and down occasionally. We'll get that squared away. Oh, there's my horns. I've been looking for those. I really do need to get those very firmly put into place. Hello, hello. How are we doing, everybody? I know we're talking about gift giving, bantering about this, that, and the third. I do appreciate everybody coming along for the ride. We've had some interesting discussions today, to say the least. Right, exactly. This is why we are body doubling today. Ooh, finally I found some teas. These are gonna kind of go up behind me. Ugh. Yo, right? They almost match. I think they had to use 2 or 3 different paints, but the lavender walls are a nice accent overall, I will say. I might actually slightly miss those. Okay. I'm gonna move some of the oddities around just a little bit because I need to refine what I will take with. That can go trash. Okay, these are all my teas. Okay. Okay, so this is all kitchen. There they are! Oh my god. I've been trying to find all my stuff for my electric mixer so that I can make sure that those are all together. If not, I just have a bunch of shit that I can't use. I am sipping on a bit of rather strong coffee with milk and honey. I am specifically using mesquite honey, although I don't feel like I put quite enough in. It's not the worst thing I've tasted, though. I just ate a burnt grilled cheese sandwich, too, so... I'm just saying. Trying to figure out... Give me half a second. I think I had like 2 to 4 ounces earlier today at some point, I think. Pretty sure I did. Let me go grab a small, well, not a so small bag, but let me find a bag to put some of this in so that I know that this is stuff I'm clearing out. Where did I put all the bags? Oh, damn, you did a t-shirt cast by yourself? Oh, yeah, those, I mean, I love making a good t-shirt cast, but yeah, those things are a struggle to get out of, and they don't have breathing room. You gotta be so careful when you're doing a t-shirt cast on yourself. Always have the scissors at the ready, and never be afraid to cut through the clothing. I don't care if you're in the middle of Fifth Avenue. If you cannot breathe, get it off. Nope. Yes? No. Give me a second. So it's an electrolyte. It's like Pedialyte. It's an electrolyte. It rehydrates, but also puts necessary minerals and stuff back in. And my brain's like, I taste grape, but it also tastes like water. But it's slightly salty. I am confused. I don't know if I like this. Oh, you're starting on making your wedding dress? Oh, how fantastic. I adore that for you, darling. Oh, I've been looking for this everywhere. Fascinator face powder, designed by Dara. Long Island, New York. Made in England. More like just ever so slightly thicker than water. Kind of like almost like a light saline rinse kind of saltiness. And just like the La Croix amount of grape in there. So my brain's going, I think it has a flavor, but it's not quite like a sports drink or like Powerade or Gatorade or anything like that. This is literally made for kids. It's like a Pedialyte. So not high sugar. So my brain's going, did I pick up the wrong Gatorade? No, it's not Gatorade. It's Pedialyte. It's to replace the things that you keep not having in your system, which is like electrolytes and minerals and whatnot, because reasons. Just drink it. But it tastes too much like water. I'm like, it's not fucking water. It's not fucking water. I swear, fighting with my brain sometimes just to keep my body as functional as possible is like fighting with a toddler at points. Oh no, I don't have Netflix right now. I might get Netflix in like the next month or so. When I do like streaming services, I usually buy a streaming service for like a month or two. And binge as much as I can from those, and then hop over to the next one for a little bit. Sometimes I even take like full breaks, just because if I have them 24/7 year round, I'm a binge watcher. So if I binge everything that I want to see, then I'm sitting around going, when are you gonna come out with like the next thing I want to see? If I hop from service to service, it usually gives me more time to let them build up more stuff that I actually want to see, and then I can go through and binge. It's the joy of the hyperfocus. Okay, let's see if this can keep going in there. Oh, there's my sift, and there's my pastry tool. This, I don't think I need that. I don't need that. This is, oh, that's, nope. Trash. Sorry, starting to notice there was some sort of... Nope. we do not need to keep everything. Sorry, if you hear plastic hitting ground, those are all things that are going to get swept up and thrown out shortly. Sieve. Scoop. Okay. Don't ask, I have no idea how that one happened. Finally found this one. Only took me fucking forever for pastries and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to go through and, like, organize my kitchen stuff a little bit more. Hey, how you doing? How's everybody? Oh God, I don't know why that is so repulsive. Oh, contains no fruit juice. Well, there's that. Why does this have sodium citrate in it? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, good to know now. Well, this should be interesting. I know, but I also know that I have to get a certain amount of salt and minerals and hydration back into my system. I don't drink nearly enough water, and I don't feel like dealing with kidney stones right now, so I am trying to do what is best for my body, even though my body apparently hates it. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, definitely. Like a pre-made applique, there's no wrong thing about that, and you can always add your own beading and crystal to pre-made appliques to give it that handmade touch. But yeah, like if you're gonna do something that is a fun, complicated, lacy deal, pre-ordering your applique, there's nothing wrong with that. Aw, you're welcome. I mean, I do my best. And clearly we have seen that there are certain subjects that I am going to be I'm going to have quite a bit of pushback on. But yeah, no, I try and make this a space where people can come in and talk about a variety of different things. And, you know, if the pushback is there, the pushback is there, but, yeah. But for the most part, there's almost no subject that you cannot at least broach in good faith. I only tend to push back when I start feeling that there's not good faith involved. Like, earlier on, when somebody was trying to basically give me the third degree and then decided to bring up people who hurt children. And, yeah, that particular subject is never, an easy subject to bring up with me, because the moment I get a hint of a person defending those who hurt children, my brain clicks itself off in a slightly different way. So, yeah. Ooh, Dark High Fae. Fuck yes. Oh, that's gonna be amazing, Jess. I hope you're posting up like videos or a little bit here and there on social medias about that, because that looks like that sounds like that's gonna be something fantastic. Like, seriously. Hey Ariana, how you doing, darling? Hello. Hi Sunny, how you doing? But no. Also, you know, Haley did point out that I should be drinking some sort of liquid that is not strictly caffeinated. So, you know, in all fairness, I'm drinking a bit of Pedialyte because, yeah, I gotta I gotta treat my body right-ish. I think we're just okay. We're gonna. I've got a kitchen. I've got a crafty rando, and we've got things that we can get rid of. We're doing that, so don't mind me if I'm looking down every now and again. So far, I'm doing okay. It's been an interesting day. It's definitely been an interesting day. I am hydrated. Pedialyte. It's even better than water, because it actually replaces the salts and the minerals and the whatnot. Ooh, that's where these went to. Okay. Also, I love these so much. Sorry, I love lashes. Oh, good. Yeah. Don't worry. It's fantastic when the tisms bounce off of each other and you end up reminding each other how to do things or things that you need to do. Because sometimes your tism gets so focused, or the ADHD gets so focused that you block out other things, and then somebody else points out the thing that you should have already been thinking. You're like, oh yeah, huh? This is how we function as a society, damn you. Oh, I hope I'm not glitching. I hope I'm not glitching. Pardon, my hands are a little bit cold. Ooh, okay, let's see. These are a pair of my good scissors. And we've got some. Got some of those. Okay. Okay, so this is going to become a box of bits and bobs that I will have to go through and refine yet again. Oh man, I must have packed up. Oh, that's right, because I have the exterminator coming over. I'm like, why did I throw everything just in a... Okay. Lash glue, can't wait to try that out. That does need to go there. Especially if I'm going to be a digital courtesan ever so shortly. That actually goes there because I need that for a second. All good, all good, all good. Okay, good. Yay. I don't even think people can... Yes, it is that purple. Found this cone of like this very almost beautifully royal purple eyelet lace, and I'm like, I refuse to let it go. I'm like, I know I haven't used it for much, but I can't just seem to let it go. It's too pretty a color, and to find like a 400-yard cone is damn near impossible, so I picked that shit up. Oh, are you doing like a peacock style train, or are you doing a circle? The only difference is like the peacock style, it looks like the tail when the tail is folded, but it very long, and then there's a curve at the bottom of it, versus like the circular one, it's a bit more compacted, and you're doing some folding, some tucking, some pleating, and that kind of thing, but you're also building wedge formations so that you get a much wider spread at the bottom without adding too much bulk at the top. But yeah, I am all here for a good mock-up. A good mock-up is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. This is cheap, and I do not love it enough to keep it. Ooh, curved. Nice. Wedge shapes. wedge shapes will be more than likely what you will go to in order to reduce the amount of bulk at the top. Oh, okay, okay, so you've got so it's a little bit gathering more towards the back. Fair enough. Okay, that can be sold off. I'm totally okay with that. Oh. I've been looking for this. Shit. And this should always be out in the open because I need to... Okay. I think I will need to go through and refine this a little bit more. I think the whole reason that existed was because I threw everything in there real quick because the exterminator was coming over. Okay, not bad. Okay, we've got a little bit of kitchen stuff there. And I think we can put a little bit of kitchen stuff into here. Got my pans, my rolling pins. This is all stuff that I actually want to keep. This is all stuff I would want to keep. This can go elsewhere. Okay. Baking stuff. Good to go. Chiffon. Chiffon was created by the devil. Chiffon was definitely created by the devil. It is both one of the most lovely fabrics when you can get it to work with you correctly. But it will make you want to pull your damn hair out. It is so slippery. It loves to fray. It's a pain in the ass. Well, that, and it's so thin and so wafy, so light and airy-fairy that when you get it to compact down, when you get it to scrunch up, you eat a deceptive amount of yardage because it's so light and thin and it compacts down very, very nicely. But yeah, a pain in the ass, but also I love it. Fucking love it. That's like me with tulle. You can always use a stabilizer, like Solvay or like melt-away interfaces. Pressure clips instead of pins. And then some people will go so far as to use tissue paper to stabilize, because the paper doesn't tend to stretch. It doesn't have any relaxation to it. So they will pin tissue paper between the two layers, especially if they have to cut. Again, because chiffon, tulle, certain other things are so light, so slippery and whatnot. A lot of times you pin it into place, and you pin on the inside of your lines. You pin on the inside of the lines, and you're pinning the fabric to the paper, and then you cut out around that, and it gives your scissors, your shears, enough substance to bite down on, that it doesn't cause it to fray and pull and move and slip around nearly so much. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, yeah. I was the same way. I'm just like, God, this stuff is so lightweight, this is so awful, like, how do I do it? And somebody reminded me, stabilizer and tissue paper. I'm like, oh, shit, you're right. That is the brilliant thing. There is a method of sewing where they lay slippery materials over a frame, basically, and pressure clip it kind of into place. Draw or place a tissue paper pattern down on said gently stretched fabric, and then baste the tissue paper to the fabric itself, the tissue paper fabric, tissue paper pattern, there we go, tissue paper pattern to the fabric, and then gently cut out around that, because the paper is there to keep everything flat and good and give enough substance that the shears can cut through without having stuff slide all over the place. Because yeah, thin fabrics, they can look gorgeous and ethereal and whatnot, but they are absolute bane of existence, especially when it comes to cutting, because it's not robust at all. It just wants to go, ah, and you're like, no, that is not what I wanted you to do, you little bastard. Like, well, you know, reasons, things. Okay, this is... I love these bowls. I need to let you go. I need to let you go. I need to let you go. I will keep my mixing bowl for like cakes and whatnot, but I need to let go of some of the things. Hello, darlings. How are we doing tonight? Coffee is a food group, I swear. Ugh. Oh, here we go. Where did... Hello, everybody. There we go. Painter's tape. You need to tape things together, but you are worried about them getting damaged. Painter's tape is a much safer option than, say, something like Gorilla Tape, duct tape, that kind of stuff, which tends to be leaves a lot more residue and can be much more difficult to get off. And never tape with Gorilla Tape. If you need to tape anything that ever needs to come apart again, do not tape with Gorilla Tape. You're asking for suffering. So far, my day's been pretty decent. A little bit interesting at points, but pretty decent. Pretty decent. Okay. Sorry, I laugh in somebody was trying my patience today. I am not fully sure at this moment about my moving situation. I will let you know when I know, but so far the new place that we were going forward with have not heard back. Have not heard back. So, as far as I know, I am definitely staying here till the end of the month, and by then, hopefully we should have something new put together, but, that was, oh, there we go. As it is, shit's a little bit in transit, as transit was not the word I meant. We're having to pivot probably yet again. Right. I know that the universe is going to come through. I'm just still not quite privy to how. How is the universe going to come through? As it were. But, hey, hello. How goes everyone? Okay, this can go in here, because I definitely want to keep that. I don't need that. You'd hate yourself more gluing them. It's definitely going to be an epic task to sew them all, but you would hate yourself so much more gluing them because you know the moment one or two of them would pop up, or I'm sorry, not pop up, pop off, you would be distraught. Trying to find them once they've fallen into carpet is a pain in the ass. And any excess glue that is left visible, especially if you're a seamstress, tends to make your brain want to go and just yeet itself off a cliff. So as much time and effort as sewing on will take, now if you can get some what do you call it? If you can already get some like pre-threaded beads, like bead chain or crystal chain, you can stitch those on. That tends to go a lot faster because you don't have to stitch every last one on. But like, if you're putting this much effort in, especially as a wedding dress, I have a feeling you're much like myself. You're gonna put in the effort because you want that thing to look so banging. I haven't used that. Those can go. Yes, I want to, but no, those can go by the wayside. Okay. Ooh, there's my recipe box. That can go. Yes. Toothpicks are always a yes. Why, thank you. This is what happens when you don't fight your neurodivergence. I learned a while ago to just not fight my weirdness, as it were, and just kind of let it flow, and it makes things so much easier and more enjoyable. Let's see. These are all things that... Oh! I do not need these. I do not need these because that goes with something else that I'm okay getting rid of. These are my tea infusers. There's my... Yep. There it is! I was looking for this yesterday. Doesn't help me today, but looking for this yesterday. Okay, there's for cake decorating. Oh yeah. But yeah, no. Everybody feel free to ask questions or start banter. Like, feel free to bring up anything in good faith, and we can absolutely have a wandering discussion about it. And so many other things. By all means. By all means. I never use those things. I don't know why I bought them in the first place. Don't need it. Don't need it. I love it, but don't need it. Ooh, silicone matting if I ever again try for... Okay, those are my piping tips. Okay, this is all baking piping tips. Can you tell that I have a lot of different hobbies? A lot of different hobbies that run the gamut of everything I do. Sewing, baking, crafting. I'm about to sneeze, pardon. Oh my goodness. There's dust in the air, to say the very least. Hello. How's everybody doing? Oh, that's floral tape. Do not need. I don't need the filters. I don't need the filters. Oh, okay. Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Okay. That can go in there. Let's see. Cookie cutters I don't need. I could separate myself from. That one was cute, but no thank you. Nope, I can get rid of these and I'm okay with that. I'm keeping the D&D. Oh, no, that's a Scully. Those are my Halloween ones. These are easily replaced. Okay. Oh, heck yes. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see that. That's gonna be awesome. Thank you. I can't wait to see your design. It sounds like it's gonna be so frickin' cool. And it sounds like you've been putting a lot of heart and soul and effort into it, and I always appreciate that. Okay. Wow, did I actually eliminate 2 or 3 bags worth of stuff? Yep, some of it's trash, some of it's to be sold or donated. Yay! Okay. Okay, I made a dent. I made a dent in a certain way. Give me a second. Wow. Good God, I did stir up a lot of dust, though. Huh. Okay. I still have my owls. The one set of owls has been packed away with all my other witchcraft stuff because I'm using it for certain witchcraft stuff. And then I always have the salt and pepper ones over with my herbs and spices and whatnot. They have a home. Yeah. Oh, if you go through the Blinks and Lio, Insta, I believe allows you to send pictures. Why are you back, Kimmy? Give me half a second. I do have to take a quick bio break. I suggest everybody else takes one too, while Kimmy comes up with a salient reason as to why they have returned. Okay, I will concede that I did need to drink more water. So, Kimmy, you've come back. Why? I would love to know. Let's see. Okay, we've got roughly 2 bags worth of kitchen stuff to continue to have. What's this bag? Oh, that we need. Hello, darlings. How are we doing today? Let's see. This is Arts and Craftsian. I don't know how. Oh, again, that's right. I threw everything that was on the countertops into there. Nope. that can go out. That is definitely expired. Still waiting at least another 30 seconds for Kimmy's answer. Oh, don't worry, I can be Captain Sassy Pants. I'm just trying really hard to be, you know, less of a bitch. It's not easy. Damn, I need to get that. That's not quite right. No wonder I kept getting caught on stuff. Yeah. No, they don't tend to. They don't tend to stick around when I ask them a direct question like that. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Check to see if any of my other links work for you. I'm trying to think of like what other places are easily available to send. So either Kimmy didn't like and fled, or what they did is they're trying to throw a little bait out there, and then they go back out so they can basically ghost watch, and you know, get clippages and whatnot of, you know, me ranting about this, that, and the third. Like, honestly, it kind of feels like they're a baiter. So, but you know, I'll just ask the salient questions when people like them come around. Aw, thank you so much. How you doing? Hey, Robbie, how you doing today? Sorry, as I'm slowly getting my nails back to their sharpness. They're finally getting long enough that I can begin shaping. But yeah. Yep. I don't care if this entire platform has to learn how much I despise people who try to especially dismiss, diminutize, or otherwise continue to victimize children just because their favorite celebrity did the thing. You are not safe if you are a PDF file around me. Which, you know, that's why I'm saying that they're likely a baiter who is trying to get a particular thing, but they are just exposing themselves for what they are. That part. You wanna victimize children and say that young teenagers, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, have the same mental capacity as 20, 30, and 40-year-old men who creep on them? Oh, which, by the way, the Aaron Carter Johnson, his wife, can rot in fucking hell for the rest of eternity. Because she is a straight-up groomer and PDF file. She knew that boy when he was 7 years old, and then hung out around him quite frequently, quite often, and then suddenly, magically, when he was 18, they were then dating when that woman is in her fucking 40s. the level of disgust when I found that out. Rage. Absolute rage. Oh, same thing with Macron. I can never quite remember President of France, Prime Minister of France. I can never quite remember whether it's a president or a prime minister, but the leader of France, Macron, his wife is also a certified PDF file / groomer. He was 15, and she pursued him. Those kind of people, they do not belong in society. Hey, look, I got myself a flag. Oh well. Sounds like somebody's out there and they're not very happy for being held accountable. Hitting a little too close to home, is it? Poor thing. Poor thing. Oh, let's see. What are these? These are all... random business cards? I don't need them, so... How's everybody doing? I'm in a spicy fucking mood with my particular attitude, so let's do this noise. Oh, this is crafting. I'm gonna throw crafty stuff in there. Welcome to the body double. We're slowly going through stuff. I'm clearing out what I need and what I don't need, but I'm also got opinions on some shit. Sorry, I'm also shaping my nails because that feels good. How am I feeling? A little bit tired. Running myself all over hill and dale, as it were. But how are y'all doing? Oh, I have because I've got an audience here now. If you ever have to build a backup account, can you use the exact same email when you recreate an account, or do you just need to have a different email? just, you know, for my future knowledge. Fair enough. Honestly, if I get deplatformed because I have strong opinions about people who harm children, I will take that as a fucking win. That would just mean that I scared those kind of people badly enough that they went to an extreme to make sure that I wasn't an advocate and a champion for those who they victimize. And if I can make evil people fear for their safety, I'm okay with that. Sorry, slowly shaping the nails. Oh, sorry. So yeah, as you see, I'm just slowly shaping. Just currently chilling. Chilling is good. Chilling is good. Oh, Shit. Okay. That all needs to go back into something. Okay. Oh, okay. That's gonna. I will have to sort through that at a slightly different point in time. Although that needs to be there. Hello, hello, hello. So, what shall we discuss on? What shall we talk about? I'm gonna go throw this back in the fridge. Pardon as I get this folded up. Let's get this back in there. Fly me to the moon and let me set the most of stuff. In other words, sorry, randomness. Really? I love a good bit of Frank Sinatra, and the melodic quality of it is just so delicious. You know what I mean? I have not. It's so funny because my mother hated Frank Sinatra. Absolutely despised his musical talent. She's like, he's not even classically trained. That's not even singing. I'm like, you seem so angry. It's so angry. And I mean, while she is correct that he is not like necessarily classically trained, and that his singing style is very, very different from a trained singing style, what he did was still very much music, and he was one of the crooners. You know, he helped develop a particular style that honestly gave a very interesting and new bent to up and coming music of the era. Well, that is lovely. Aw. It was a good time. Like, there was a lot of really good crooners of that era, and just, it was a fantastic kind of like dance music. And it didn't have to be like jitterbug amounts of fast. It had just like, there was just like a nice dance, like a sway kind of thing. I love that kind of stuff, though. Then again, I like a very, very large genre of music, and I think music of many different varieties. It doesn't all have to be the same. In fact, being able to have different styles and types of music that you enjoy is a good thing, because different music sometimes speaks to different emotional states. Right, exactly. And a lot of people do attach like a sentimental meaning to that particular song and to that genre as well. Because it's not just Sinatra. Sinatra is one of the best known, but there's a lot of different crooners and whatnot out there. So yes. Squirrel! Squirrel! Nothing wrong with that, though. Nothing wrong with that. Like, Sammy Davis Jr. was also really good. There's a lot of good, interesting music types out there. Like, I love stuff from, like, the bubblegum era of 50s pop. I liked the crooners of, like, the 50s and the 60s. Nat King Cole. Frickin' Nat King Cole. Like, you want to talk about somebody who should be remembered forever. forever for their contributions to music, especially music of the holidays. Nat King Cole and Natalie Cole. Like, so good. So good. Eartha Kitt. I don't think nearly enough people realize or recognize that Eartha Kitt wasn't just the best Catwoman ever, which she was. She very much was. On top of that, she actually did some of the most iconic music and acting, and like, she was an all-arounder. And Santa Baby, the one that we tend to hear the most often and associate with the holiday seasons, that was done by Eartha Kitt. And she is... oh my god, the way she could purr her way through... Santa Baby. Just, when I say, look up Eartha Kitt, Santa Baby, she was mixed race black woman who replaced Julie Newmar for Catwoman on the old Adam West, Burt Ward Batman. She did so many fantastic things. She was into dance, music, acting. She started out very, very early. I want to say like 16, 17. Yes, Yzma! Thank you! Thank you! Like, my brain is going, God, what would be another thing that... Yzma! 1,000%, yes! Yzma and Kronk. Pull the lever, Kronk! Wrong lever! That is Eartha Kitt. She did the iconic version way back in the day of Santa Baby. And just... I can't even do it half the amount of justice. Not even half the amount of justice that it deserves. Santa Baby is so fucking iconic. But yes, Yzma. She was so good, and she never got the amount of recognition and flowers that she very much deserved. And I blame Lady Bird Johnson for that. May she rot in hell forever as well. Lady Bird Johnson, who was a palm-colored first lady, and the reason that we have so many Asian-run nail salons, along with the stereotype of Asian women being nail techs. Yeah. When Eartha Kitt was invited to a luncheon, with many other ladies as well, but a luncheon led by Lady Bird Johnson, and Eartha Kitt questioned our young men becoming soldiers and having to go off to war, amongst some other things, Lady Bird Johnson had her blackballed from Hollywood. Lady Bird Johnson is the reason we do not have more cinema, music, art done by Eartha Kitt in our American Hollywood cinematography. She was blackballed so hard she had to go over to, I believe it was France. And she did quite a bit of stage work there. But yes, it wasn't until years and years and years later that she was able to get some roles in Hollywood, and part of that was voice work, and thank God The Emperor's New Groove, because she was so fantastic in that role. Hey Becca, how you doing? There we go. How are you today, my dear? No, I've been working on getting things kind of like in order. We've been doing a bit of body doubling today. I should probably sign off sooner, rather than later, because I've got a few things that I need to do, but not all of it can be on camera because I'm a whole grown-ass adult and, you know. But, yeah. Hopefully, though, once I do get moved and whatnot. Also, I don't know where I put my red corset, but once I get moved and, everything gets evened out, I will definitely be working on new corsets. So, oh my god, I miss working on sewing stuff, but yeah. Well, I know you want to see, but unfortunately, this particular platform might take offense at some of the publications that I have and some of the other fun stuff that I have, so yeah. Ooh, green would be nice. Green would be so nice. Honestly, I would love to have, like, a really nice, like, emerald green corset. That would be fantastic. Trying to find that material, a little bit difficult, but not impossible. So, will I go purple? Oh, yes. Yes. I've got some blue, like a baby powder blue. I've got a lovely pink. There is a black and white that I wanted to do because I wanted to do a two-tone corset. I found some of my pinstriping. I've got my red oxblood and blue shells already put together. I just need to get a better grometer because the current grometer I had did not do the job correctly, and I've popped a couple of grommets on my vampire red one, and that pisses me off. So I've got to make sure I go back and re-secure those and redo a lot of those grommets because it's not to my satisfaction. But yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, the two-tone one is going to be very nice. Pinstripe for the black below bust line. Above bust line, I'm doing white silk. I cannot wait to get that one done because that needs to happen. That definitely needs to happen. But yeah, it's just, again, I need to be in a stable place where I can do all the things. But yeah, like, now is the nitty-gritty of where I'm going through all of my stuff and going, okay, I need to bring this along with me no matter what, and then this stuff can go by the wayside. This is the hard part for me. Ooh. I think I can do ombre. I would just need to find the right material, because an ombre is, how do I put it? Ombre dyeing, you need to have a material that will pick up on the dye correctly. And it is something you have to do in stages. So I'd probably do that with the white silk. That should be interesting, if nothing else. Yeah, and yeah. 100% that. I think that's why I've been a little bit locked up for the last couple of days, is there's so much, and I know that I need to reduce so that I can move quicker and get things done, and then I have to get everything listed, and I'm a little overwhelmed. But it's gotta happen. I'm also encouraging myself to just use the items that I have and don't worry about conserving. Like, if I need to use lotion, use the lotion. If I need to use, XYZ, just use the thing instead of getting into that hoarding mentality. That's what I am actually finding harder to break right now, is the we might need this later. And it's like, no, we don't. Use it now. It's okay to use it now. It's fine. I need to heat up some water because I really, 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 really want tea. There we go. Give me half a second, my darlings. Don't ask. This song apparently is very much in my head. Right. And that's the hard part. Like, part of me is just like, fuck it, let's throw it all in the dumpster. And I'm like, no. Let's figure out so let's split the difference between the two extremes. We don't need to trash everything. Some of it still very much has use, but I don't necessarily need to use it. Other stuff, it's like, it has use and I can go ahead and use it and there's nothing wrong with me using it. But yeah, like, sometimes your brain does not want to, like, agree with you on that particular. Let's see, today's Thursday, correct? Tomorrow is Friday. And it might be a little bit feral, so maybe I can come up with a game plan to do some content for Friday. But yeah. I love that. Sorry, I'm just making sure that this is evaporated first. Oh, that's not even a... There we go. Oh, hey, never mind. I've got a... That's a nice deep one. Let's see. Ugh. Magnolia, plum, acacia. Ooh. Immune support. I could definitely use one of those right about now. Oh. I think I may have inadvertently already done something to that effect. Though I had not quite thought of it in that particular way. Give me half a second while I grab it. Why am I having so much trouble picking this up? Oh, because it's caught on something and I'm brilliant. So it's my kit and caboodle of all of the little fun sample-sized things that I have. So, while we are sitting here waiting for the water to slowly heat up, let's get out some nighttime routine stuff. There we go. Okay. Yep, let's go through the ampules. That one is almost used up. I think I got a little bit, a couple more days worth in there, which is perfectly fine. We're going to use it. Well, darling, I'm sorry, but I plan on keeping that thing. I love caboodles so much. I love extendable so freaking much. Those are like one of my favorite kinds of boxes because you can organize in them and you can stack stuff and it's, oh, I wish more boxes were multi-level stackable type boxes. I fucking love those. So this is a nighttime repair. I know, it's one of the few pink things that I have that I don't want to throw it away. Ugh. Sorry, making sure I also get my ears. Ah. Booster with protection. Nope, I won't be putting that on my face. So this seems to have particulate solidifying and floating in that. And I am not going to, I'm not going to risk that being an adverse reaction or expiration reaction that I would then put on my face. So, no thank you. Okay, this is also Nighttime Repair, same company. Yeah, I'm just like, particulate. No thank you. No thank you. Like, anything that does not smell right or look right, I am not putting on my skin. Yeah, I'm like, this still smells good. This still feels good. I've been using this for a couple times a week for the last couple weeks. Yeah, just like, that's why I inspect and I smell everything. Because if it doesn't smell right, I'm not putting it on my skin. I'm not putting it on my face. No, thank you. Never down, always up. And one more nighttime lotion. Okay. Oh. Just because I'm a brat. I push down because you've got not only your salivary gland. My darling, my darling, my sweet, dear kitten, lovely penguin, have I ever given a fuck about a wrinkle? I don't care about the wrinkles. I never care about the wrinkles. I am much more worried about making sure that my sinuses and my salivaries and all the glands are cleared. And sometimes that means you gotta push downwards. I am not worried about a wrinkle. I don't need to look young forever. I'm a whole ass human being who gets to grow and age, and I am okay with that. Yes, anybody goes, oh, don't. Like, either way, you're stretching your skin. So, like, going, oh, well, if you only go up this way. So you mean you want me to do this? Are you sure I won't make wrinkles that would create more of this? Like, either way. Right, aging is inevitable. And I am of an age where I'm like, I'm never gonna look like a 20-year-old again, and I don't care to. I truly don't. I truly don't. Like, I'm gonna age. If I'm gonna age, I'm gonna age. But I mean, these are also like toners and moisturizers anyway, so they're gonna help get the skin where it's supposed to be. Anywho, yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna do a sniff test on a few of these things. Yeah, that's fine. Because I know, I'm like, I just realized some of these are an oil base, and oil can go rancid over time, even if there are other additives and stuff. That's okay. Yeah, and for everything else that goes on my face, especially with my dentures in, my dentures actually press on certain areas so I can feel a little bit more chipmunky, a little bit more stuffed up at times. So like I like to make sure that I go past and get things to drain just so I don't feel overly clogged up. Oh, nope. No. No. Nope. That smelled like cooking oil that was going off. Give me a second while I go pour this into my flask. Great for, oh yeah. Great for swelling, stagnant toxins, clogged, what do you call it? Clogged pores. Not clogged pores, clogged sinuses and glands especially. Ooh. Oh, that's lovely. Citrusy. Sorry, I'm giving myself a little steamy facial. Oh, look who's returned yet again. Did you have an answer for the question the first time? Oh, that feels good. Right. Letting this steep for a few seconds and then realizing I'm going to need to fish this out in one way or another. I wish that I could go and get one of those done, because they honestly look like they'd be so incredibly refreshing. But finding a place that, I don't know, Kimmy, you tell us. You could tell us. Question is, why did you feel the need to return? After espousing the ideas that you did. Are you though? Are you? Because if you were a penguin, you would understand how much I vehemently dislike people who try to justify children being put in bad situations by adults. We can disagree, but there are certain things that we do not disagree on because it ain't a matter of opinion. Where did I put... Oh, there it is. Darling, you did that. You said what you said in front of an audience. You said what you said in front of a community. And there were not many ways to misinterpret what you said. Yeah, that's right. You don't know those people. You don't know those people, and you don't hang with them because you're not a penguin. You're not actually a penguin. If you were, you would have already known how I feel on those particular subjects. You would have already known how I was going to react to those particular subjects and those particular views. And if you were a penguin, then you would have been hanging with a lot of the people that were having that conversation. Because those people who spoke are people who speak here often. I gave you how I know. Repeatedly. I told you how I know. Repeatedly. Exactly. We're not friends. We are not friends. But I am very transparent about how I feel about certain subjects. You asked me how I know, and I told you multiple times over how I know and how you could easily go Google it for yourself. And you decided not to, and instead decided to cape hard on the side of people who are being accused of being incredibly abusive and dismissing what the victims are saying about how they were abused by said people. You asked for my proof, you asked for how I had this particular knowledge, and I gave you a breakdown, whether it was film, interview, tweets. The information is out there, and I said it before you, and you expressed sentiment that favored the abuser, not the abused. You never said that you were going to go search it. You kept asking how I knew. How I knew. How do you know? How do you know? And I told you. And you kept pushing, well, but how do you know? But how do you know? And you did this in front of an audience. You did this in front of an audience. You did this and created a digital footprint in front of a group of people. So if you find my manners unkindly or less than friendly, it is because I very much take children being abused seriously. Very, very seriously. You asked me about Diddy. Diddy has so many felony charges up against him right now that it is hilarious to think that it would be anything than well known in Hollywood what was going on. You then asked me about Jay-Z. Again, well known for interacting with people who are underaged. Then you asked me about this, that, and the third. You asked, and I answered, but then you started jumping in, well, but how do you know? Is what you asked me when I gave my opinion and my standing on what he is accused of. And then when you didn't like my answers, you started taking my gender fluidity in as a way to diminish the validity of what I had said. So why do you think I would be politely inclined towards you? No, you can ask. But if you're going to sit there and cape after I have answered and given you valid answers on multiple levels, then yeah, you're going to get called out. No. I called you an apologist because you kept asking after I had repeatedly answered and give multiple examples. You kept going, well, but this, but that, but the third. And then you started insulting not only my gender, but my orientation. So, sorry, this is insanely hot. Ooh, nope, that needs a bit more. It's not even about never mess with me. It's never, ever fuck with children and minors on my channel. Never, ever cape for well-known abusers. And don't think that you're going to bring up my gender, my sexuality, my orientation, as a way to diminish the validity of what I am saying. I made plenty of sense. I made plenty of sense. And honestly, if I was in the wrong and I was speaking some shit, I have every faith and confidence that the community, that the penguins, would have called me out on my shit. You did. You did. You were talking about my gender fluid. You were talking about my pronouns. You were talking about me not being able to be able to pick a gender while trying to diminish the validity of what I just said. Well, you can't even pick a gender, so you did that. You typed it out. It's in the comments. And a large audience of people saw you talking shit. So, ta-da! Did you think we were all gonna forget? Because Pepperidge Farm remembers. Exactly. What do you mean not debatable? What do you mean not debatable? You're saying that me being gender fluid makes it not debatable that you felt that my argument was less than valid because of my gender fluidity? Come on, you wanted to dance. You wanted to debate. You wanted to throw in and throw down. Bring it. Half a second, darlings.
Hi, I'm so sorry to bother you. Do you have any cornstarch you could...
Oh, wait, yeah, just a second.
Okay.
Cornstarch. Ah, there we go. It's a small amount, but please feel free to have it.
Okay, I'm going to use like 3 tablespoons, I think.
I think it has just enough in there.
I'll get this right back. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
don't worry, take it. Have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You do. You got my message to the fire?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't worry about
Jeez.
I thought if they started somebody's toaster oven, those
Oh.
things do get really hot. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Mm-hmm. Apparently it was a toaster oven fire yesterday. I love how you're trying to treat me as if I am unhinged and wrong in the strength of my feeling about the situation. Oh no, that was my next door neighbor. They just needed a little bit of cornstarch. It's what you do. It's how society rolls. Is, you know, when somebody needs a little something and you got it to spare, you just run with it. Just simpleness. It's not even. Yeah. That is okay. See, again, the comedy you roll in with. This is an educational moment. This is a learning moment. This is a teaching moment. This is the only reason I have not. This needs to be seen. You walked in here, you decided to run lip, and don't be surprised when the people who are penguins, who do show up, who do interact on a regular basis, push back against you being nasty. Oh, I know they're not gonna listen. This is an example for other people. This is an example for if you have to deal with this kind of a person, here's what you're probably going to be up against. No. No, no. No, no. Laura speaks in uppercase because, again, if you were a penguin, you would know why Laura tends to speak in uppercase. It's to make sure that it is seen. It's not yelling. It's actually so it can be seen easier. Some of us have a bit of a sight issue. The fact that you don't know this about people who are routinely here and who routinely interact means you ain't one of us. The fact that you tried to bring up Bizarre Adventure, oh, is this how you treat it? He shot himself in the toes in his own way. But again, if you'd been here and you were a penguin, you would have known these things. I'm not pretty, I'm just here. Bizarre Adventure, as in Voldemort, you don't say the name. If I say Bizarre Adventure, there happens to be an anime, a nerd thing, that is also known as JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Therefore, I only have to say Bizarre Adventure, and people know that I mean a person who was named JoJo. And again, you can't understand that because you're not a penguin. Why are you running off? No. Penguins, penguins, penguins. Flippers down. Why are you running off? You want to debate? Let's go. Let's rock, Doc. Playful. You're not wrong, though. It's not even, like, no, honestly, you can walk away and not lose a round. This is not about a win or a lose. This is honestly not about a win or a lose. It is about the principle of the matter. That's where you get a pillow and you laugh directly into it, but yeah. Again, they're gonna do what they try to do every single time. Here's the thing. It is not that I love trolls. In fact, I for the most part do not entertain them whatsoever. Usually we get the minnows. The minnow baiters. You know, little bit of rage. A little bit of rage that they're looking for that reaction. This, on the other hand, this is something that needs to be made example of, because all it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. Think of that on a broader scale. All it takes for bad people to do bad shit is for good people to not push back against that harm. I am too hard-headed for my own pit bull good, and those kind of people, they need to know that I'm not going to make their lives comfortable or easy. I'm not going to make their abuse comfortable or easy. I will push back, and maybe that will also give others at least a little bit more confidence to also push back against things that are so fucking wrong, especially in this society. And the fact that you're going to try and come in here when we had that many witnesses on to read what she wrote. The fact that you're going to try and come in here and lie. Liza Minnelli. Liza Minnelli about it. What? What? Right here, we got a little citrus cleanse. Honestly, this is really good. Oh my god. I don't usually go in for citrus because I'm not a huge fan of it, but this is actually really good. Vitamin C Sunshine Celestial Seasonings. Immune support. Okay, I can work with it. Right. And I mean, we're in a kitchen, so apparently we're just fine. We're just fine with a bit of heat. I wish. Right. It's definitely good tea. And it's really nice and warm. Ooh, yes! Honestly, wassail is one of my favorite, holiday drinks that is also wonderful for settling the stomach. Apple cider, a bit of citrus, usually oranges, clove, nutmeg. There was another one in there. Honestly, pumpkin spice seasoning works quite well. Nice low simmer for a bit of, I want to say like 15, 20 minutes, sometimes longer. It can be heated for a long period of time. Add a splash of whatever else you want in there, especially adult beverage. Thank you, cinnamon. Cinnamon. I don't know why I always forget cinnamon. Yeah, and it's wonderful. It's very rich in vitamin C. It just calms your entire system. Ooh, ginger. That sounds like a fantastic addition. Okay, there we go. Right, the house smells so good when you make wassail. Oh, and it also works really nicely when it is served cold, but warm wassail is just, top of the list. There is nothing wrong with only liking iced coffee. Coffee has very, very different flavors depending on the temperature at which it is served. Hot coffee is going to have a very different flavor profile than cold coffee. And it has a little bit to do with the oils in it and how those are, how those float about and how they adhere to the taste buds and whatnot. But also, certain notes are elevated when they're hot versus when they are cold. No, it is absolutely, there is nothing wrong with only liking iced coffee. Like, honestly, I couldn't figure out why I only liked hot coffee when I was at home, but I only liked iced coffee when I was out and about. It took me forever to put together. When I'm out and about, hot coffee is usually served in a paper or styrofoam cup, and I can taste the paper and the styrofoam, and but they serve cold coffee in plastic, and plastic does not add a taste. Therefore, that cold coffee tastes fantastic and wonderful, whereas hot coffee, I'm like, it tastes like cardboard. I never put the two together. One of my friends was like, well, yeah, because it tastes like paper. I'm like, shit, you're right. And yeah, at home, when I make hot coffee, I serve it in, ceramic and glass. So there's nothing but the coffee flavoring. I'm like, coffee at home tastes good, but outside, not so much. Yeah, it's little differences. So there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, I believe 20, somewhere between 25 and 26-ish, I believe, is Gen Z. Because Gen Alpha is like kindergarten age right now. kindergarten, early grade school. Right. Okay, 01, yeah, that is, I believe, very firmly in Gen Z. Correct. Gen Alpha is so unhinged, too, and I absolutely adore them. I think technically I am considered Zillennial, as in Gen X millennial crossover because of the year I was born, which is the very early 80s. But I set myself firmly in the elder millennial camp. I grew up with the internet. I hit a lot of the other markers for millennial. I don't have many of the markers for Gen X. So for me, I am very firmly elder millennial. Yeah, no worries. Weirdly enough, I thought generations were supposed to be every 20 years, and apparently it's closer to every 15 years is how they're counting generations. With like a 2-year kind of crossover gap. Oh. That millennial. Millennial is definitely 89. So millennial, I think, spans from roughly 82-ish to basically mid-90s or so. Almost the end of the 90s, but like, yeah, that era, right in there, that's the millennial era. I'm going to take another quick bio break, because, hey, I drank Pedialyte and water. How dare you make sure that I'm taking care of myself? So now I need to take a bio break. I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, yeah, I'm always trying to remember where all the... Like, no. We all know that I'm a Gemini. I was born in the very early 80s. Very early. Like, yeah. 98? I think that's still within the millennial time frame. Oh, 06. Oh, 06. Oh God. I'm sorry. I think I need a walker right there. Jesus. Oh, 06. Oh, you're a Leo. Okay, good. Now I can at least put that under the, oh, I have had some good interactions with Leos. I dated a Leo. He was one of the worst ever. I'm so sorry. I just noticed. Thank you. Thank you for all the tippy tappies that, aw, I appreciate. I really, really do. Oh, as in January. I was like, January of 06. Jesus, fuck. I'm like, oh, you were a baby. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah. Oh, you're so young. You are so young. I don't know why I was like, January of, oh God, you were just barely 18. Oh my God. Okay, that makes more sense. And again, as long as people who are in here are over the age of 18, you're totally okay. You're totally cool. It is very fine for you to be in here. This is why I do the 18 and over. 21 plus is slightly more of my comfort level, just so people understand certain concepts and whatnot. But yeah. Hey! Wow, you're almost 6 months to the day after. Well, 21 plus preferred for conversation. If anybody has any ideas past that, I prefer 30 plus. Like, well into 30 plus at this point. I like being able to meet in adult spaces. Because if we're going to have a talk every now and again, you need to have a tipple of something. Yeah, I wish they would make it easier too, and at this point in time, we need to push for it. We need to push for full coverage, universal healthcare. Right? Celebrate adult spaces. And an adult space does not always mean... Yeah, I know, I'm ignoring her at this point. I don't give a shit. An adult space does not always mean spicy. It just means a place where people over a certain age gather and then can actually have interaction. Definitely feeling better. The gums are healing up nicely. I think I might have had like one or two little last bits of bone coming out, but it's all good. What? How are they not giving you your medication? Ugh, I am so sorry you were going through that. Oh, do you think that they're nasty for blocking people rather than people who come in who are nasty finding that they got the consequences of their actions? Are we mad because we're getting held accountable? Huh? Is that wrong? Is that wrong there? Is that wrong there? Only 9 tabs a month? Are you kidding? Oh no. Especially not for migraines, because migraines are, depending on, migraines can be hormonally triggered. Some of them are triggered by stress. Like, 9 tabs ain't nearly enough. 9 tabs ain't nearly enough. Look, here comes the consequences of my actions. Da 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 da. Like, yeah, I'm just like, what is it? Night on Bald Mountain, Peer Gynt. Like, I'm working on a different set. Once I get stable, I think I'm just gonna go with the suction type for a while and then, go from there. Yeah, the Bo Burnham accountability. Yep. Oh God, yeah. Soda. I have found that carbonated drinks or very, very warm drinks help to loosen up the adhesive greatly. I mean, we could definitely have conversations about that topic as well, by all means. Oh, honey. Healthcare can be so frustrating in such a number of ways because it almost feels like when you get one thing taken care of, the next thing comes in and just foobars all all of the hard work. I'm so sorry that you were having to go through that kind of bullshittery. Well, sometimes caffeine does help because it helps open up constricted blood vessels and whatnot, but it is not the end-all be-all. Some people need, like when I still had all of the reproductives, when I would get the occasional migraine, I needed some heavy shit. Because the first thing I would do is like, you know, either have a coffee or a soda or something that had caffeine in it to help a little. But I would end up having to get very like high grade medication to get it to come down. And there are some people who have to go to the hospital every single time they get a migraine because they honestly, it feels like you're getting your head split open by an axe and then hit in the frickin' eyes with an ice pick. It's awful. It is absolutely horrendously awful. And again, if we had free universal healthcare, being able to get medications, especially at the very least medication that you could afford. Oh no, I have not seen the Neurogum on TikTok. What's it about? Right, yeah, no, like... Ooh, days on end. Oh no. I have been fortunate in the times that I've had them. If I'm able to take medication, I could get them knocked down within a day, but still, like, the kind of medication that I had to take, I would forget where I was. So, yeah, that shit is heinous. I can't even imagine trying to do that for days, let alone $90 out of pocket every time it happens. Fuck. That part. We make too much for the government for them not to be providing for us. What? Oh. Interesting. Do I like ramen? I absolutely adore ramen. I love, like, noodle dishes. Now, I'm the type of person who likes ramen when it's more saucy versus when it's more soupy. Oh, goodness. Oh, that poor... Oh. I am sorry that your family member is going through. Oh, yes. Penguins. Have I ever done bulldog? Bulldog is one of the best ramens out there as far as, like, dried, ready to be boiled and rehydrated ramens. Some places... Sometimes I like a good fresh ramen noodle, but by and large, I adore like a good, like it's got not only good noodle texture, it has a really good toothsome retention. Like it doesn't go limp automatically. It holds up really, really well in sauces. It's fantastic, and the seasoning is so freaking good. Cup of Noodles had its heyday back in the day when none of us had any idea what ramen actually was, and we thought this was the best it could get. But now that we know better, we do better. Cup of Ramen and Maruchan were the only thing that you could get back in the day. But now there are things like Bulldog, there are I love, like, the Tangle noodles or tagliatelle noodle. You've got your soup noodles, like your vermicellis, and your rice noodles, which are absolutely fantastic. Those are, so good. You've got japchae and yakis. Like, there are so many good noodles out there. But yeah, like, Bulldog has such good flavor and noodle toothsomeness, like in the best ways possible. Oh, let's see. I've done the 4 cheese or the Quattro fromage. I have done their double spicy hot, the chicken carbonara, the creamy carbonara. I've probably tried at least 3 or 4 different varieties. But yeah, I absolutely adore them. Oh my god, Hawaiian food. Oh, I would love if I could find places where I could get more authentic Hawaiian food, because unfortunately at this moment in time the Hawaiian food that is often available is a little overly salty, and I think for me it really misses some of the more complex and authentic flavors. I think Hawaiian food in the States has veered a little bit too far towards the American palate, as it were. Oh, the black plat. So the hot, the spicy hot. Heck yeah. And I almost have no control over certain aspects of my accent. It just does what it does. Fair. Definitely fair. Like spam musubi, chicken musubi, those are 2 of my favorite Hawaiian snack food type things. I really would like to try poi and butterfish. Like, I want to try poi and butterfish so badly. Just, oh my god. Right? Well, because basically they have the Hawaiian food that I have tried, and some of them were pretty damn decent. Their macaroni salads were fantastic. But most of the Hawaiians that I have tried leaned into very, very sweet, very, very salty, teriyaki type marinades, and I want something a little bit more authentic to the island, not just GI food. So, you know. Yes, I have a bit of an allergy, especially around soy. It's because I had my reproductive system removed. Soy creates a phytoestrogen, and my body hates estrogen. So, there's that. I also have to stay away from wines and certain preserved fruits because they use things like sulfur dioxide, or there's a high amount of tannins, or sulfites. So, as much as I have always tried to love on wines, because I was like, everybody else seems to really like wines. Every time I put a red wine in my mouth, I'm like, it tastes like ass. It attacks my face, and I don't like this. So yeah, like, wines and me don't get along. Sulfur dioxide and I do not get along. Yeah, it just does not. No. Yes. Okay, so, I happen to have a drug allergy. Sulfa is one of the first medications that they will give you with... I'm sorry, that was a funny-ass response right there. So I'm allergic to sulfa drugs. A sulfa drug is one of the first types of medication that they will give you quite often for antibiotic and what's the other classification it usually falls into? See, like, it's not the amoxicillin penicillin family, it's another one, and it's used quite widely to treat a large number of things, and it tends to be their go-to. If I have it, it causes me to swell, break out in hives, rashes, the whole thing, and just, it's bad. Grapes contain a certain amount of tannins, and those tannins become much like they basically kind of break down into a sulfur and that particular sulfur interacts poorly with my system, it gives me the most awful gas. It makes my stomach just bubble and gurgle. I will start feeling very warm. There will be a warm rash that tends to spread across my body. It's just, and I love grapes. I can have grapes. I can have raisins. There's something about the fermentation process that concentrates the intensity of those things. So yeah, it makes my system just absolutely go, no, thank you. And sometimes I even have trouble eating chicken because chicken has a slightly higher sulfur content to it. So there are days that I'm like, ooh, I'm really craving chicken, and I can have it and I'm fine. And other days, if I eat chicken and my system decides, no, I will get some of the worst gurgling. And then I'm just like, I'm gonna need to sit outside. Nobody needs to be a part of this. You're allergic to sucky coworkers. I do like pineapple, but I have to have pineapple when it's cooked. Because when it's cooked, it deactivates the enzymes that are overly aggressive to my face. Oh, yes, I add... Oh, penguins. Do I add anything to my ramen? Trust me, I always add something. I'm usually adding a bit of cheese, a little bit of egg, either in a hard-boiled form or into the sauce to give it a little bit more thickness. I absolutely adore adding some vegetables to it if I absolutely can. Usually a bit of peas, sometimes corn, definitely green onion. I love a little bit of spinach or even seaweed to go with at times, so yeah. No, the face just tends to be the entry point. You know what I mean. Sometimes I like olives, but not... Like, I can have some of the black ones. Green onions? Oh, they are not for me. No. I do like mushrooms, although I tend to chop them up small so that I get the flavor rather than the texture, because sometimes the texture is so not it. Yeah, no, me and green olives are a no thank you. Me and green olives are so no. Like I've tried martinis. Oh, I said onion. I'm so sorry. No. I meant green onion or green olives. Green olives are a no-go. I like green onions in my ramen. I think I was having two different thoughts at one point. But yeah, olives, no. I've tried olives any number of ways. I've tried them stuffed. I've tried them in stuff. I just no, I don't like them. I don't. They're bitter and violent, and they remind me of family, and I just can't. No. Black olives I can do. Black olives are a little bit, nicer. But yeah, yes. Pineapple on pizza, abso-frickin-lutely. And I love them that way. Fair enough. Ooh, pickle. I do like certain types of pickles. I like my pickles on the crunchy dill side. I like the sour, I like the savory. I am not a fan of sweet pickles. Sweet pickles are vile. So vile. Love pickles, hate cucumbers. Well, I mean, do you hate cucumbers or do you hate the big, thick-skinned green cucumbers that we get here? Because I don't like the big, thick green, thick-skinned, American cucumber, but I do absolutely adore a nice Persian or Korean cucumber, and their cucumber salads are top tier. Ooh, ranch pickles. I can kind of get behind a ranch pickle. And by the way, it is perfectly okay to not like a food. There is nothing wrong with that. You're the only one that has to eat it, so if you do not like a food, that is perfectly valid. I rarely judge that. I used to like celery because it was a really good way to put peanut butter and raisins into my mouth. celery in and of itself can add a bit of flavor into soups or add a bit of crunch when you need some texture. But like just, oh my god, I'm sorry, I could just eat that all day as a snack. I'm like, are you like dipping it in ranch? Or, no, I eat it plain. Are you okay? Like, what's going on in your home life? Like, I'm just saying. Celery is just, it needs a little something. It needs a little something. I will still defend your right to have that as a snack. Just for me, I can't eat just celery. It needs to be coupled with something. Zucchini, oh my god. I can do like zucchini bread, but just regular ass zucchini. I can't do it. I can't do it. Zucchini has to be prepared so, like, particularly. It has to be just right. If not, the texture is so horrendous to me that I'm just like, heck. Nope, nope, no thank you, nope, nope, nope. Dominican pickled onions. I don't think I've ever had that. That sounds absolutely fantastic. I mean, a pickled onion could be a beautiful thing. Zucchini and cheese. Why are you fucking with my cheese that way? What? You could never get with celery and peanut butter? What? What? I'm sorry. Are we talking about pickled Dominican onions on mashed plantains? Spinach and artichoke dip is freaking good. Like, so a spanakopita, that's another one. Okay, see, you might have lost me, but I will reserve until I've actually tried it before I say whether or not I could do that. Oh, mango. Oh, I was thinking mofongo. Never mind, that's slightly different, but ooh, okra is another very hard one for. That is a hard one to swallow. Oh, no. Right, like, fried okra can be good, but for the most part, if it's crunchy, I'm okay. When they overly chop it up and it becomes that slippery texture, it's not the taste that throws me off, it's the texture that throws me off. Fair enough. Right? I'm like, oh, I've had mofongo. Did I really already eat this and not? Oh, different name. Ooh, garlic dill. Garlic dill is fantastic. I like that garlic so damn sharp that it's like, it's like biting into the bulb itself. I love it. I love it. And I'm sorry, have we seen me? Even with a stomach surgery, my body's like, yeah, we're gonna retain some of this weight, thank you very much. Like, ain't nothing wrong with loving food and enjoying good cooking. Like, that just shows that you enjoy all the different fun things that you can do, and that there's been a lot of good times together spent around a dinner table. I mean, there's the front. There's the back. Hey, how you doing, darling? We had some fun today, haven't we? There's nothing wrong with being a picky eater, though. Honestly, there's not. Like, sometimes it's your gut health. Certain things your system can break down and have no problem with. Other times, you're gonna be super picky, and that is also perfectly fine. I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there. Not that anybody else hears me say this out loud. I almost kind of wish the trolls would come back. I was having fun getting into tiffs with them. Just saying. I rarely ever encourage that kind of thing, but, every now and again, I don't know if it's the trauma-informed part of me or the ADHD part of me. Every now, a spirited debate. It feeds part of my soul that I know it probably shouldn't, but it does. The gym don't need to see you in order for you to exercise. The gym don't need to see you in order for you to do all the things that you want to do and stay in a healthy, endurance-driven, fortitude shape. Do not let them see that you can be this and be healthy. You do not need to be like 5% body fat. Yeah, no thanks, Bethany. Can't do it. Friendly fire! If you don't have enough in you to go to the grocery store, Nah, I won't shade you too bad. Because there are times that I'm like, I should go to the grocery store. And then I just look at the people who are out and about and I'm like, you know what? No, I'm good. No, I don't need it. I mean... Oh, no. Trust me. Oh, Lord. Oh my God. Methany. And see, here's the thing. I don't read for filth to begin with. I tend to go into any spirited discussion knowing that I'm going to take a stance, I'm going to stick with that stance, and I'm going to wait till there is really good evidence otherwise. I like a spirited debate. And we've had a few. We've had a number of spirited debates on here. But there's going to come, like, a point in time where I'm going, this is the difference between spirited debate and, yeah, no, you're just wrong. Luckily, again, I like having spirited debates. It's when they are just straight up wrong and think that they are going to, like, lie on ya and misremember things and that you're just going to go with it. It's like, what? And I have to laugh when they roll on in and then act like a bunch of people weren't here to see everything they said. Like, really? You think you're not gonna get... But I mean, again, and I try not to roast a person ever on their looks. I try not to roast a person on things that they cannot help because genetics decided to walk in and slap them in the face. But, you know, I will call them out on their asininity. love that though. I fucking love that. So I have, let's see, I've got some Celestial Seasonings tea, caffeine free, and just a hint of a spiced rum. You know, to help with the immune system and to chase away the evil. Right. I love a good show and tell. Let's. My goodness. My goodness. The things I see on my feed. As if I'm not encouraging that shit. Look, guys, it's the Scissor Sisters. I don't know if you've ever watched this particular comedian, but there is, I know, right? I love it when it's a matchmaking thing. Anxiety, don't try and repress the feelings. Feel the feelings, but also a bit of cold water on your feet or on your ankles will help redirect your mind away from spiraling out. I also encourage a bit of gardening every now and again if that is your bag. Yay! Oh, I'm so glad you got your dentures in. Yay! Isn't it wild how much better you feel once your teeth are in order? 'Cause speaking, smiling, emote, there's a concentration quite often around the mouth, around the teeth, and it does tend to make you very conscious of everything going on. So yeah, like when you get that loveliness in order, definitely helps with the anxiety and this like social anxiety and confidence right there. Oh. Yeah, definitely try a distracting, or peppermint. Peppermint is also another really good distractor. Like literally put a peppermint in your mouth. It helps distract away and gets your brain out of that loop. And then just walk yourself through why you are feeling the anxiety. Because once you're able to pinpoint an emotion and then give it a little bit more credence as to why it's popping up, you're usually able to process it a little bit more easily. I'm here, I'm queer, welcome to it. Definitely, you're in the right space for that. Yep. Let's see, tomorrow's Friday. I will probably be on, but I might try and take a wander through. I am trying to be more proactive and go into other people's live spaces, not as a, hey, invite me up kind of thing, but as in the go in, do the tapping, do the supporting as well, because god damn it, we all need to lift each other up. Ooh, Hull's cough drop, that'll wake you up too. I've seen people fix gaps using thermoplastic, and it helps. It honestly helps at times. Ooh, YouTube is absolutely fantastic for decompression exercises that it's literally, they'll give you a visual representation to like just focus on, and it helps you regulate your breathing, which can help bring you out of panic and anxiety attacks, and I adore them. Do I make any money from TikTok? No. Next to none. Next to absolutely freaking none. they love to suppress my original content. Most of the money I tend to make on TikTok is usually through reading tarot cards, which I always have on me. And then, people go up through the blinks and Lio and do all that fun stuff. Yay. And through the gifts that people give. And I do very much appreciate the gifts and subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. Thank you. I am trying to be more proactive in promoting myself. That causes a whole new level of anxiety. But yes, I am trying to be more proactive about promoting myself, my artwork, and some of the services that I provide. And I am also on some of the spicy sites. It's less about starfish and much more about me being in charge, in control, and a little bit saucy, a little bit spicy. But yeah. I don't often battle, but, honestly, let's definitely get to know each other a little bit more and we can do some battles. Keep doing it. You can do it. No worry about having game. I'm probably going to be on here and there for a couple hours here and there. I'm trying to get a little bit of content made and up, but whatnot. But yeah. I'm gowed. Night. Ooh, sour candy. That's another good one. That is another good one. Basically, any strong sense overload that you can do will often help. Oh, thank you so much for becoming a subscriber. I appreciate that. Oh, you're on a buzzball. Those things punch hard. I adore them. Those are fantastic. Oh, so yes, the readings are $5 per card. Somewhere between 1 and 10 cards is what most people get. A 10 card is a Celtic cross, so it is a very extensive reading. A 1 card gives you a kind of, hey, what's going on today? But yes. Now that is the other thing as I get back into doing more digital spicy work, I do need to create some content there. I'm still trying to find my balance in those particular arenas. Thank you, darling. I promise you are going to see more content coming out for me. I need to get back on the horse, as it were. But yeah. Oh, did I miss something? Buzzball got you so fudged. Oh, I know that I've got something like, 20K followers, and still, it takes my brain a full extra 30 seconds to go, oh, that's right. A decent number of people do know of me. Okay. I am currently drinking a little bit of Celestial Seasoning herbal tea. Really, really nice citrusy flavor. And then I did a little of spiced rum. For me in anxiety attacks, often I just process the emotion, do the crying. And then, yeah, if it gets really, really bad, I will throw myself into a very hot shower. Because for whatever reason, it is incredibly difficult for me to have a full-ass anxiety attack when I'm in a hot shower. I honestly wish that there was a way that I could more easily make a stable financial income just being on, teaching people, doing all those kind of things. Because I enjoy having these conversations and wandering all over the place and, that kind of stuff. Do I have a love interest? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you getting to my goal. I appreciate it. Thank you. Currently I do not have, a love interest. Although I have found a new Koenig cosplayer that makes my like it's not like a crush, but it's one of those, oh my god, this person is such a cool cosplayer. Oh my god, they're so amazing and wonderful, because it is a very tall, accurately detailed and dressed Koenig, Oberst Konrad Koenig. Konrad spelled with a K. But yes, Oberst Koenig. They speak German. They the hands, the forearms. And they are female. And I love it. Because wonderfully accurate cosplay. They use the voice modifier to do like the more gruff male voice at times. But oh my goodness, every now and again they will do femme. They're so pretty. And I just followed them over on Twitch, so I actually got to hear their regular voice. Soft and lilting, and oh my god, I'm just like every part of my pansexualness is like, thank you, Jesus. Well, and that's the funny thing is when they get dressed, they are tall. They're like 6'3", tall and more slender in form, so you don't see much here. So like for the longest time, I'm like, there's something so attractive about this man. There's something so attractive about this man. And then I found out this man was an AFAB, and I'm like, oh, yes, this is why. I'm like, this tracks. This tracks. This tracks. I'm like, yeah, and just, oh, they are so wonderful. Like, I adore them. And they are German. They are like German, and it's, I have been rehearsing lines because I want to make like a little skit, and if they respond to it, awesome, and if they don't respond to it, I'm also okay by that. But I want to be in a bathery, inviting them to come and have a little drink with me. But trying to speak German in a bathery accent is definitely proving difficult. No, not in my home. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's not like, I am not that creepy. Swear to shit. No. As in, much more, oh, hello, Colonel Koenig. How do you do this evening? I know, isn't it quite lovely? Won't you come and join me for a drink? Or maybe just a little bite. Just something, a little fun, a little wink, a little nudge. Because the other thing is, this particular Koenig does not appreciate attention from younger viewers. They like age-appropriate feralness. And I'm like, I even asked for permission beforehand. I'm like, do you mind if I do a little skit? Because I would much rather get permission than beg forgiveness. So, absolutely adore them. Yes, oh my gosh. So, Oberst, Oberst, I think it is. Konrad, Konrad. Koenig, Konig. Also known by Stallwolfie. And she's an artist as well. Her artwork is fucking phenomenal. It is gorgeous. I think it's, I want to say that it's oil or acrylic. I think it's actually acrylic painting, but absolutely fantastic. Just, I adore. They are so talented and so honestly sweet. I absolutely just, love it. And the fact that their gear is so accurate. Just. So far, you've been absolute fun to talk to. So, and how old are you, my dear? This is something I would ask of any potential, especially new friend, before I go any foot. Oh, my darling, you are a child. Oh, you are a child. There ain't nothing wrong with you being on here. There ain't nothing wrong with us talking, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be at the talk phase for a very long, very, very long, very, very long time. I know that I don't look it, but I have villain era gray for a reason. I am in my 40s. I am in my 40s, and I appreciate something that's a little bit closer to my age range. Right, 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 B, right? You understand, yeah? Sorry, 21 plus preferred. Oh yeah, we can absolutely, we can still be friends. We can absolutely still be friends. I'm just letting you know that it may not proceed past that. Just letting you know ahead of time so you don't feel like it. I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry. It is much more the, I remember being that young. I don't mind being a bad influence now and again, but past friendship, past that particular friendship level, you're back. How you doing, Solange? Work slowly. Remember, also, here's the other thing. Parasocial relationship. No, you're fine. Again, there is no anger, there is no sharpness in my voice. Trust that. Parasocial relationship. So, you know me, you've seen me, you get a nice curated version of me. You don't get to see everything else that I don't show when I'm not on. And you're dealing with limerence. Which is basically the opening stages of obsessive thought, not in a bad way, but limerence is that shiny, ooh, oh, fun, ooh, that first impulse, and there's nothing wrong with it per se, but I always like to be very clear, very forward, very blunt. That way, people know where my boundary line is, and it doesn't get leaped past. Yeah, no, oh, trust me. There are definitely moments where I'm like, okay, because I catch myself every now and again, especially when like some of my favorites, like answer back or play back off of something that I've said, like I will find my own self having those parasocial moments. I will find myself, oh my god, and then I'm like, parasocial. It's okay to have that nice flighty feelings, but I don't let my brain build past a certain point because they're still going to have their boundary lines. And sometimes they will let it slip that they have a particular viewpoint that is not going to work well with who and what I am. So yeah, I try not to idolize others. And then I also try and make sure that I'm setting out nice boundary lines so that people can set good expectations. Right. Their femme is gorgeous. Their mask is absolutely lovely. They have really nice hands. I never thought of hands before until that, yeah. Then that, good, that's fair and fine. I just wanted to make sure that I was laying down that boundary line early so that I didn't go in thinking, yeah, we're friends, and you're going, oh my god, we're friends, and accidentally build past boundary lines, and then that's a whole new detangling that has to happen then later on. I've had this happen with men, and I've had this happen occasionally with women. So I'm always so gentle, at least in the beginning, about where my boundary lines are and where I expect things to rest, as it were. So yeah, no, you're good. You're completely fine. I am just making sure that boundary lines are well measured, well met, and well set. That way, everybody's clear as to how we feel, and if things change, not with the younger crowd, but But if things change between me and somebody else, I, again, will have those conversations with said person, just so we are, again, on the same page and of the same understanding. Because I know what it feels like to be led astray. So yeah, we love a good boundary line around here. Oh no, that's perfectly fine. No, I called myself, I'm more of like your I am more of the eccentric auntie type, blah blah blah. So I've used that word quite often. So I feel absolutely no disrespect of being called like auntie or any other honorific. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I am definitely an auntie, a mother. Even though I am child-free. Because I am mother in the queer sense, not mother in the mommy. Oh, hell no, I didn't have one of those. Nuh-uh. Like, mother. It's fine. Mommy. No. No. Like, like, honestly, when people come in, mommy. No. No. God's no. Right. Me and my need to be absolutely child-free. Many of the penguins have heard my repeated rants as to why I am child-free and why I do not do well around children. I will never try and be a dick to a kid's face because they're young. They don't know any better. There are many social mores that they have not been introduced to. But yeah, like, ooh. I think I could still do it, but I used to be able to do a very childlike anime voice, and it was always so disconcerting to my Virgo, aka my ex-boyfriend, that he's like, please stop that. I'm like, why? He's like, you sound like a whole ass child, and nothing is working now. Nothing is working because it doesn't. I'm like, okay, I should stop that. Because I actually like using those bits and pieces. And yes, for those who don't know, I am polyamorous / polyflexible. I am pansexual. I am gender fluid. Yeah. Let's do that rant one more time. Yeah, I did. Oh, damn. Do not ask. Do not ask. My brain, when you said it, didn't quite put the visual together until about 5 seconds later, and the visual that my brain put together was just a cloud rolling out first, and then the baby just... What's up? You're like, oh God. Well, it happened. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. Yeah, it's fine, Mom. We're good. I just spent 9 months in there, and I'm not going back in, so, I'm just gonna chill out here over in my bassinet. Just saying. I'm just saying. For me, specifically, like, I have been asked so many times, like, do you want kids? Why don't you want kids? I'm like, babies smell horrific to me. Babies smell like stale urine, excrement, and rotted milk. It's It's like a bunch of farmers got drunk in a cheese factory and shit just went sideways. And I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do that. Between that and the fact that a 30-second contribution can then put my hormones in flux for the next 18 years. And I would have to put up with somebody going, oh my God, look what we made. We? Who's we? Who's we? Who's we? There's no we. We didn't grow something. I did. I grew something. You, and rolled over and fell asleep promptly because I'm good at what I do. You, on the other hand, you didn't do shit. You gave me a quick contribution, and since then I have been basically doing an erector set of a person inside my body. And this motherfucker keeps taking a lunch break and ordering food that I have never even wanted to touch. Let alone, after they are done with construction, they then reverse chest burster the wrong direction out of the happiest place on your earth, squeezing a St. Bernard out a goddamn cat door, tearing that shit up on the way out, just YMCA, while they are splitting you in every single goddamn direction. And then you gotta worry about the asshole between your legs with the catcher's mitt going, you know, we're gonna go ahead and sew this up a little bit more. I'm like, oh, hell the fuck. I'm like, all of that, and I was like, yeah, no, I can never have kids. I could never have kids, because whoever would be the poor sod who knocked me up in the first place, I'd be punching him in the back of the head just randomly. I know my PMS. No. No. These are all reasons why I knew I would never be able to be a mother or get pregnant, because I would not be willing to go through any of the things that I have just described. I'm like, I know myself. I'm not going to put through myself nor anybody else through the absolute hell that would be pregnancy or child rearing. I can't. I'm like, nope. I enjoy far too many adult activities for me to put that on hold for some unholy little terror to rip its way out of my fun place, motherfucker, and then expect to then train wreck my other fun place. Hell no. I don't need somebody being able to whisper scream in my ear like babies do, and then just the milk factory is open. Like, nah, just no. These are like the milkshake machine at McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, and any other place that has ice cream machines that are always fucking broken. Okay, they look great. They look fully functional. They don't work, and I'm okay with them not working. I am so okay with them not working. Cause yeah, I don't need to be in the middle of a board meeting or out for a nice day and then just hear that high-pitched whine that apparently that they do that activates every lactating person within a 50-mile radius and nope. No, thank you. No, thank you. No. Right? Sometimes you just have to wait 5 seconds when you're going, oh God, I think maybe I want. And you just let small children, let toddlers and babies walk by and just be themselves for 5 minutes. You're like, ooh, no. Oh, no. We're not totally sure just yet. Gonna poke at a few more options tomorrow. See what I can suss out. We're still waiting to hear back, but it looks like I will be here at least for the next couple of weeks till the end of the month, which I paid, and then we'll figure out past that. Next weekend, I believe we will be moving out any non-essentials. And, I don't know, setting up, I guess... I'm going to figure out a few more things, but I'm also trying to, like, sell off as much as humanly possible. But the support system is still there, at least on a good level. But yes, somebody did point out I do need to be proactive on sharing my artwork and going forward in other different directions in slightly different ways. So, don't worry, I will let you know. I promise I will let you know. Thank you for asking. I have no problem actually talking about it on here as well. I saw at the tender age of like 22, 23, an episiotomy. The child, I mean, the woman looked like she was 90 pounds soaking wet. She was a very petite woman. The father was a giant looming idiot. The child was a 10-plus pound baby. It was a video that they showed us in college. It was, I think it was a health course, but it was also a psychology course, so we were doing a lot of things, discussing a lot of social implications. But yeah, they showed us, and they're like, and here's, family psychology. Family psychology actually starts at pregnancy, kind of thing. They showed us what a good birth looks like, what an easier birth looks like. And then they showed us what an episiotomy birth looked like. When I tell you, every single girl in class was just... and every single guy in that same class... I'm sorry. I would never do this. I'm so sorry. I never had it. Because the good birth was, okay, darling, here we are. We've got you in this nice thing. They had her walking around. They had her moving around. She was very comfortable. They kept monitor on. And it was, it was birth, but it was still a good one, at least an easier one. The episiotomy one, on the other hand, the doctor's like, yeah, we're gonna need to do a little something, cause if not, this is gonna go real bad, real bad, and the bull was already loaded in the chute, so it's not like they could go and do a C-section very easily and get them out that way, because they were already like that big ass bowling ball of a head. That Michelin tire Gerber baby was just locked and loaded. Like, you can almost hear her hips creaking from how goddamn big that baby was. And the doctor's like, man, we're just gonna numb you up real quick. And she's like, ow, ow. Like, this woman was not happy, and I don't blame her. And you hear the sound. They didn't show the first, but they did show the second. And the first one, everybody was like, that didn't sound like that was good. That didn't sound like that was good. That didn't sound like that was good. The second one, we're all like, you bastards. All the boys, I'm sorry. We didn't know that kind of thing happened to y'all. We didn't know this kind of thing happened to us. Like, the fuck? All of us just like, we ain't dating. Nobody's getting nothing. Nobody is getting nothing. Like, the teacher honestly didn't know whether to laugh or apologize. We're all like, I'm like, all of us are like, why didn't they show us this shit in health class in high school? Because I will tell you right now, that would have shut down a whole host of things real quick if any of us had known that was a possibility. And the father, this stuff, don't. Just thinking of his big, dumb, grinning ass face holding this giant, slippery, gooey, fucking State Puff marshmallow baby, 10 pounds. Hey, look what I did! You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit, sir. You did not do absolute jack shit. Motherfucking nothing. Nothing. That poor woman over there, in the background, who is just exhausted. They did everything. They did everything. You on the other hand, you didn't do shit. We were all so mad for her. Just. And the teacher's like, so, what have we learned? A, we have learned never to do that. B, that guy's an asshole. He's like, yes, you're 1,000% right. Thank you. Fuck. Because the last thing the dude suggested on camera was the husband stitch. So you can give her a husband stitch, right? Ooh, when we learned what that was... Oh, we were ready to find this dude, and this was like in the early thousands. We're like, oh, we are going full homegirl investigations. Let's find that ass. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, between, and we're like, why? Just why? Why would they need to do that? And he's like, if they did not do that procedure to get the child out, A, it can cause a lot of, stress on the body and whatnot, both the mother and the child. If the child is able to make any forward momentum and the skin is already, at maximum capacity, if it makes any more forward momentum, it won't just this way. You can also get that way. I don't think any female presenting person in that class wanted to even look at a man for the entire quarter. We just kind of better keep that over there. Mm-hmm. It cross splits. It's not just one direction, it can split in multiple directions. And if it does split in multiple directions, especially if it tears towards the taint, towards the perineum, it can open up a fissure between the rectum and the vagine that takes pretty extensive surgery to fix. Also known as fistulas, for educational purposes. Sorry, that was me silently screaming. That was me silently screaming at remembering what that looked like. I'm like, no. If people truly knew what pregnancy was like and all the things that could go on with your body, I think a lot more people would tell their potential partner for the evening, you're putting one on or you're getting the fuck out. I will drive you back to the house and you can tuck and roll your way on out of here, but you ain't doing that, because I've seen what that can do. Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Right. I will stick to my Bob and my books. I will stick to anything but that. And then my body went, you're right. We really hate estrogen too. And the potential to accidentally have that happen. So we're going to give you some cancer. And that cancer, they're going to take out the amusement park, but they're going to lead you with we're going to leave the log jam and the water slide, but we're going to have to take everything else. And I'm like, I'm okay with this. Because I don't need any extra accidents happening in the fun park. In fact, all I need really is the water slide. So yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Childbirth. Childbirth is hellacious. I mean, look at what happened to Serena Williams. She gave birth and then had complications, not during, but shortly after. And the doctors didn't particularly take what she said seriously, and we almost lost an amazing athlete because of childbirth. Childbirth is difficult at the best of times. And the way we do childbirth, especially in Europe and the United States, is horrific. Horrific. That part. Yep. Because they thought, well, if the head is just too big and them hips are too narrow, we can just use a tool to open up the pelvis. Because they truly did not care about women surviving, let alone their health and safety. The whole reason we in Europe, in the United States, give birth on our backs are because of lazy ass men. Specifically of the royalty, aristocracy, and nobility, because some of them wanted to watch, and that became the en vogue thing to do. Mortality rates went through the frickin' roof, and even more so because most of these a-holes who were doctors, they did not, how do I put this? They did not really know much about cross-contamination, and a lot of doctors also operated on people who were no longer living so that they could tinker around with organs and figure out how things, did what they do. So sometimes you would call the doctor because, hey, your wife is in labor, and they would come directly from being elbow deep in a cadaver, suddenly elbow deep in wife. And then you wondered why you lost your wife and child just a few days later to gangrene and sepsis. And it's just like, what? What? Yeah. Now, native groups, on the other hand, they were much better at survival and mortality during childbirth for two major reasons. Washing, scrubbing, make sure things are clean and more or less sterile, but also they had their pregnant people up and walking. So you would not give birth on your back where gravity is working against you. They had to have you upright with a deep, knees apart, go ahead and squat, do what you gotta do. They had ropes and things that you could pull on, things that you could lean on. You even had people in there going, okay, we're gonna walk with you. Do you need to hold what do we need to do to make you the most comfortable? And they let gravity do a major amount of the work. And because gravity was doing a lot more of the work rather than having to do that work with your body itself and itself alone, they had a much higher survival rate because you didn't exhaust yourself. Because your body could do what it needed to do as it needed to do. And that was the other thing, is they listened to the person who was birthing and what they felt they needed. Rather than going, no, don't push yet, I'm not ready. You're not ready? You're not ready? You're not ready. I've got a cannonball ready to launch. The fuse has already been lit. You can either get out a gunny sack to catch that shit or not. I don't care. We're not sitting here until you're ready. Not ready, my ass. Yeah, like being able to get up, being able to like walk around, being able to find the comfortable spaces for yourself, that should be encouraged. I have a few friends who are doulas and midwives, and they all agree, like almost across the board on, yeah, no, let the pregnant person find the position that is comfortable for them, and letting gravity do a lot of the work tends to work out a lot better. I mean, water births are a very popular thing, and apparently it is quite a bit more helpful, because your body's like, okay. You're usually seated, which means, again, gravity is helping with, and I guess the water just helps relax everything a little bit more, so, yeah. But yeah, no, I took a look at all of that and went, nope. No. Yeah, no. Like, that is not for me. That is not for me. Like, at no stage do I like being around children, and babies are to me, and watching that, no, I'm not gonna be a party to any of that. Nope. And quite fortunately, between polycystic ovarian syndrome and Hashimoto's hypothyroiditis and a few other things, I was just like, my body's just like, no, we're good. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm like, I'm okay with that. I agree with you. I agree, we are not doing that. Thank you, no. I'm just saying. And it's the same every time. It is the same every time. Like, my face is always, Nope. I have very vivid memory. Like a five senses kind of memory. I'm like, yeah, no. All five of my senses come rushing back and, hey, you remember? I don't need those details again. Those are, no thank you. No thank you details. Where did I swear I had a thing. Oh, there it is. It's like, I could have sworn. But yeah. Give me half a second. Where did I? Oh. Sorry, having a touch of salad, and then I'm probably gonna get a little something to eat as well. Hello, darlings. How do we do? That's really good tea. I guess I actually did need a bit of vitamin C in my life. I am so sorry for you, darling. Oh, God. Yeah. I don't think people understand that, like, pain at a certain level, pain can cause you to go into shock, and shock can cause your entire system to just stop functioning. Like, pain can become traumatic enough that you will lose memory. Where you will suddenly be like, oh look, this. Anytime somebody goes, oh my god, you can do it. Anytime somebody goes, the moment my baby was born, I just totally forgot. I just loved it. They were in my arms, and I'm like, oh honey, no. You went through a traumatic event, and your brain went, I am not going to remember that because that was some bullshit, and will blank your memory sometimes for the last couple of days, and only let you remember the epidural and endorphins and dopamine. Hey, those all kicked in. We're good. We're gonna remember the good stuff. We're not gonna remember the fight for your life that just went over. Just new. So far, actually, give me half a second. God. Sorry, blinky cop car lights. I think Frisco and a few other areas have had some of that weird in the sky activity. So far, I haven't seen anything, but I don't put it past the defense contractors to show up at any point in time. They didn't tell her that the resident was doing the that would have gone over like a lead balloon. You can get sued for that kind of shit. Oh, that is a malpractice suit. That is honestly a malpractice suit waiting to happen. Apparently, I wish I had paid a little bit more attention. Apparently, there was a hospital where stuff like that was taking place, but instead they were adding more drugs to the medication that they were giving these mothers who were birthing. And then they were running drug screens on them. And of course, they would come back with things like opioids, fentanyl, other stuff in their system that are considered illicit substances, things that pregnant people would never get prescribed to them. And then they would call in CPS and yank the babies. And I'm like, A, so fucking illegal. But B, that sounds like them trying to keep a high enough supply of infants in the foster system that somebody's getting a kickback. Somebody is getting a kickback. Somebody is corrupt and running a racket. Because most of the mothers that were getting their kids yanked from them were either younger mothers or BIPOC. So yeah, and like this has been happening more recently, especially. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's wild. It is wild. You've actually seen. What is it like? What for the person who's been seeing overhead? Pardon, goodness. For the people who've been seeing overhead activity, especially over on the East Coast, what is going on? Because, like, we are, at least I am really worried. Not just for ourselves, but, like, for y'all, because that is wild. That shit looks so incredibly wild. And honestly, it's either our government or it is defense contractors. I don't think that this is alien activity. Nah, it's not aliens. It is either defense contractors or it's our own government, which is both of them just, those are bad options, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, especially over on the East Coast, within the last couple of weeks especially, there have been drones the size of small cars flying over civilian areas in Is it FFA or FAA? I think it's FAA. FAA airspace, which sounds like a redundancy. And regular, like a regular drone that you can put like a little camera on that a civilian would have. Like they've been, flying them up just to kind of get close to them and see what they are. And within a certain radius, the little drones that go up will get shut down. They will fall, just completely disconnected offline, fall out of the sky. If they had like filming equipment of any type on it, they tend to either be highly distorted or wiped. And yeah, like it is nightly that these drones have been showing up. Are they also present during the day, or is it strictly only at night? Yeah, no, it's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. I do know that, like, apparently there have been meetings held with military and I can't remember if they're like contractors or just other people who should be in the know, and they're going, yeah, can y'all do something about these drones? You're starting to, the populace is definitely getting rattled. Can y'all do something about the drones? And their response is, I'm sorry, we're not authorized to do anything about it. And I'm like, the fact that they said authorized means that they know. The military knows. And the military is either the ones sending it up, so that's why they don't have authorization, or it's a defense contractor, which would be the only other quote-unquote acceptable person in said airspace. And it's fucking wild. Only at night, once it's dark out. Jeez. Yeah, be ever so careful. Be ever so careful. Please. That does not bode well. That does not bode well. Make sure you are making friends with your neighbors and your community now. Because between that and the fact that Canada might be cutting the electricity that they send into America to zero? Yeah, I worry about what that means. I really do. Because this sounds like a major overstep on a very high and official level. And, right now I'm just trying to figure out what movie that they are playing off of, because all of this feels like it is straight out of, 1984, Minority Report, Fahrenheit 451. Like, it feels like every dystopian is showing up on the timeline all at once, and it's like, we just want to do fun things and occasionally be productive. Right now, you are pushing us towards something that is a lot less than productive and a whole lot of suck. So yeah, no, I'm definitely with you in solidarity on this particular fact, which I think is honestly why they are trying to push forward the TikTok ban so fast, because we are able to report on the minute when shit is happening, and a lot of us are becoming educated, and a lot of us are actually learning how to critically think, because we are actually being taught how to critically think on this app. So, yeah. We scare them. We definitely scare them. Well, here's the thing. Lemonade is also an app owned by ByteDance. So I think they're trying to force us towards Zuckerberg. So that would be Meta, Facebook, IG, WhatsApp. And Zuckerberg's group, have already been caught multiple times scraping our data, selling it to foreign entities and domestic ones alike. And they have straight up pledged in their frickin' terms of service that they will take what they want from your feed, whether that is artwork, whether that is messages. Like, there's a reason I don't love going over to IG. And it's like, I am still trying to kind of decide whether I really want to go over there or not. This is why I'm aiming more towards Twitch. And looking to be present in other places. But yeah. And here's the whole thing is, if China was really this much of a security danger, then no politician would be allowed to have a foothold on this platform. You would not be able to have an account on this platform if they were so dangerous. And yet almost every single major politician in this last election cycle set up an account here. You have government ties, and you've been screaming that you're worried that China is going to be able to grab all of our information and do bad things with it. How is somebody with a government tie going to then set up on here? Like, I have never heard good things about Kick. Somebody else will definitely have to inform me on Kick. Part of me, I tried Clapper. When your entire brain goes, oh no, you probably don't want to do that. No. Like, something about that place made me real cagey. And after a while, I have to go, yeah, I think I'm gonna listen to my intuition, because if it's screaming this badly, there's probably something wrong. So, I'm sort of testing Big O, though I'm not a huge fan of them. I'm trying to remember the other... Oh, Blue Sky. I need to get more active on Blue Sky, because Twitter is so unsafe. Like, Twitter is so GD unsafe. Because now, when you block somebody, it used to be, if you block somebody, they can't see your post, they can't interact with you, all that other kind of good stuff. Now, if you block somebody, they simply can't interact with your posts, but they can otherwise see them, which means if you have a stalker, they can keep track of you. I mean, any dedicated stalker will just make burner accounts and sock accounts. I mean, we've seen it with the trolls around here. But, like, the very fact that now you're not even actually blocking a person. Yeah. And in part that came about because so many people were blocking Musk, including models and actresses and apparently, other people that he had a romantic interest towards. And some of them found him really creepy, blocked him, and he did not like that. Same. I haven't been on for a while, but I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out where to go, where to be. I'm just like, I'm gonna have to curate some of the stuff that I do in particular, so... Yeah. Anytime the aliens would like to come by and fix some of our shit, that'd be nice. That'd be really nice. We need the help. We need the help. We really do. We just want to be, you know, a little bit feral. You know, if my catbird Martian prince wants to come along, grab my ass, and let's go hitch to the stars, okay, fine. I'm ready to do that anytime now. That'd be great, because I'm getting real tired of this shit. I'm also gonna try YouTube. It can be a little bit toxic at times over there, but I am going to try YouTube and see how that goes, as well. But yeah, I think there's a lot of shifts going on, so I'm just trying to figure out where this timeline is gonna land, because it could get wild for a good hot second, and then we could have a major bam, you know, where the working class really does go, you're right, this is so much less about right and left, and so much about those on top versus the working class. And okay, let's go handle shit. I mean, think of all that has happened just because one heartless, soulless bastard who has affected thousands, if not millions, of people's ability to actually get health care and be able to live and function. That man has signed away on unaliving American citizens for profit. And yet you take out one dinky, horrible CEO who made money on our demise as the American public. And now suddenly that's a problem. That's a problem. Oh, how could you do that? How can you not feel for this husband, for this father, leaving behind a wife and children? I'm like, yeah. And how about the thousands that died in childbirth because you denied them care that they needed in order to stop internal bleeding or hemorrhaging or prenatal care that you denied them that they needed, and it would have shown that there was a problem going on? Or what about, you know, the scans, the ultrasounds, blood tests, all this kind of stuff that you denied people? You set up an AI system that rejected offhandedly 90% of all claims and continued with a system that overall denied, to their very end, denied 30 some odd % of all claims filed. Because that first claim would be put in, it would get denied, and either the doctor or yourself would call back and go, hey, I thought this was covered, and submit the appropriate paperwork, which they kept making more and more complex, by the way. You would set in the appropriate, you know, paperwork, and then sometimes it would go ahead and get approved. But again, by that time, you've wasted like days, sometimes weeks and months. And like, I don't understand ever having to fight for your health care. You pay into your health care. Why do you have to fight in order to get the thing that you've already paid for? Like, I'm pretty sure it's illegal for somebody to keep something that you've already paid for. That, and like I said before, like I said it weeks ago, weeks and weeks and weeks ago, if they keep going the way they are going, the upper class, especially those in healthcare, if they keep going the way that they are going, all it's going to take is one person losing their loved one and just finally having a full-ass John Wick moment about it. And that's going to open up a whole new world of possibilities in probably some of the more horrific ways possible. A couple weeks later, it happened. And I'm like, And the American public, pretty much like 70 to 80% of the American public went, yeah, I'm sorry, but my empathy and sympathy are out of network. Yeah. No, I think I don't even think that they have thought it through that far, although they do know that their actions are harming marginalized groups the worst. They are also not above harming palm-colored majority. Again, it is not about targeting a specific population per se. It is about upper ruling class versus working class as a whole. And they don't care whether you survive or not. They just want all the Legos at the end of the party. They just want as much maximum profit as possible so that they can be the Lord Lieges of the new monarchy. Serfdom, that middle-age idea of serfdom never went away. It just changed how they looked. Instead of being, high fantasy, full armor, wearing, ermine capes, no, they've just become kings in a different manner, and now they wear a suit and tie so that they blend in with what is acceptable a little bit more. They made themselves a little bit less of a target by being slightly less ostentatious about how they dressed. But what they do to the working class is exact same as what the monarchy, the aristocracy, the ruling class of old did to the peasants. But again, they don't want you to learn about history, especially not in a critical manner or to look at it with a critical eye, or else you would see that we're pretty much going through what we've been going through. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking like Bonfire of the Vanities, the burning of Alexandria, the fall of Rome with, Nero, Caligula, Caesar. Like, we are currently going through that. We have hit so many of the markers for the fall of an empire, but for once, it's not just on a small scale, it's on a global scale. The German government is down. The French government is down. We're in danger, Molly. We're in danger. Hey! How you doing? How you doing, Callie? But yeah, no, we're definitely in danger of toppling, to say the least. It's wild, because I'm coming to the realization that the serfs of old, the peasants of old, many of them did not realize that they were in the middle of a empire collapsing. To them, it was a Tuesday, and Tuesday always sucked anyway, so you're just like, damn it, it's Tuesday with extra steps. Fuck. But yeah, we're definitely going through some shit right now, and there could be some major changes. Just kind of depends on what the greedy bastards at the top are trying to do with it, whether they are trying to oppress us into submitting, which I don't think will work, because for the last 100 some odd years, they have been feeding us superhero fantasies. And they have suddenly understood that they were the ones creating a little bit of class consciousness and hope, and giving us heroes to look to, which may not work out in their favor. Oh my god, you poor thing. Breathe. I'm hanging in as best I can. Having a little bit of tea with vitamin C and a touch of spiced rum. think it's the most water I have willingly drank all day, along with the coffee. How's everybody doing? Hanging in. Oh my goodness. Over 40K. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. I really, really do. So, if people don't know, the little tappy tappies do help to put me like on the front page, as it were. The likes, the loves, the shares, those all help get me to certain things. I think they're doing the live fest thing right now. I just do my best to be myself and entertain and educate as we go on. But yes, over time, I think if we do get to keep this app, a lot needs to be done to improve it, but this is an app that is worth keeping. I think my worry is if they take this app, that there's going to be some very serious backlash. And then coordinating, how do I put it? Coordinating moderators who can then talk between those who have and those who have not, without this app being able to do that, it's going to become more and more difficult, and a breakdown in communication will end up with much more severe consequences. I'm worried about that happening when people who have built not just friendships on here, but small businesses, who've built support networks, who have finally found success as artists and entertainers and whatnot, when that goes away, that is going to be billions of dollars lost in revenue, and possibly a bunch of people going out of business and losing everything on a much larger scale. That's going to ripple hard. That could do some massive damage and really, really refine the kind of powder keg we're in a bad way. Right? A lot of us get news, a lot of us get information, updates on kind of global events as well as domestic events, both good and bad. Like, there is so much that people rely on this app and get their information from this app, because we fact check each other. Not all the time, but we more often fact check each other. We do up to the minute, updates of what's going on, and that actually does get pushed to the front. Instagram, trying to search for something on Insta, on Meta platforms, is incredibly difficult. Because they always want to like, oh, let's hand select this for you. I'm like, I didn't ask for any of this. I was asking like for a very specific name, because I was trying to find a particular creator, and I couldn't remember the @ so I was just like, I knew the keywords for their names. I'm like, oh, oh, did you want to do? I'm like, no, no, I don't want any. And like the way it was so invasive, going, oh, I know better than you. You probably want these things. I'm like, no, I want you to search these keywords, and then it wouldn't even bring you up like a grid form of like of thumbnails so you could see all the stuff going on. It was a weirdly listed. I despise it. I dislike it. All that while they are then openly scraping like art and content. It's like it's fucking awful. Aw, thank you. Oh yeah, no, it's a lot of it is driven by sponsorship, and a lot of it is built on faulty AI algorithm that is basically parentifying itself while infantilizing the user, making it an unfriendly interface. So, yeah. And here's the thing. Here's the other thing. I am not always, how do I put it? I am not always 1,000% right. I am not always even 100% right. I will always espouse how I see things, my perspective, my opinion on a lot of stuff. There are some stuff, yeah, I'm definitely going to be more hard on because, like, I know the science behind it, or I am familiar with the science behind it, and gonna go that way. So, but I still always encourage people, like, go out and do some Google food. Go out, do some research. You know, look stuff up here or in other places. Like, do your research. If it sounds a little too outlandish or special, go look it up. Go look it up. Because I don't mind being wrong. Any person who is a person of science doesn't mind being wrong. Because science is not omniscience. Science is not, oh, this is the answer and I am right and there is no other way to go about this. Science is going, this is a really good way to do this. Oh, I've got better information. Okay, we're going to adjust a little bit. Kind of like when we first came across certain communicable diseases. Think 3 letters and 4 letters, HIV, AIDS. We didn't know exactly what they were. And we understood a little bit about contamination, and that contamination could often happen through fluids. So we figured it's all fluids. Anything that comes out of the body must contain that. So, you know, whether it was saliva or the deep red or any other bodily fluid, we went under the assumption that all of it contains that. And it wasn't until we got more research and a better understanding that we went, oh, the deep red and the reproductive, that's where it's most often going to be. It does not tend to set up in salivary or mucosal or other way. Oh, okay. And science went, oh, we have learned better. We change. We don't have to Lysol down every last surface constantly if you've even sweated and touched that when you happen to have this particular immune disorder. No. We're like, oh, you didn't bleed? You didn't put reproductive material out there? Okay, we're actually pretty darn safe. We don't need to wipe down really anything, and just, you know, take your regular safety precautions as if you were trying to avoid passing on the flu. And now we actually have medication that lowers the virus's ability to tap into the T cells to the point where you can't even transmit it even anymore. Because while the virus might still be present, it is present in so little of the body, and it is functioning so poorly that it can't do what it's supposed to do, which is, you know, infect, pass on, infect, pass on, infect, pass on. It just goes, I can do the thing. And people who have it are already taking extra safety precautions and making sure that that they're either taking that beforehand so it's harder to catch in the first place, or B, they're taking it because they know they have it and they're like, they very much are reducing the risk of passing it on by accident. They tend to be very fastidious about taking dosages, and, you know, they make sure that they're, you know, using protection. More often than not, they are taking and making sure that they are using protection. Like, it's no longer a sentence to unalive. It is now much more controllable, maintainable, and reduction of risk all the way around. I become mildly irritated that they have really only done research for men when it comes to this drug, or these sets of drugs, and that women and intersexed people have been left out of a lot of the clinical trials for it. And so when they market to men, but they rarely market to women, AFABs, intersex people for those same medications. Anybody can catch that virus. Anybody can be exposed to that illness. So only marketing towards a particular group means that you're giving off the impression that only this particular group needs to take that medication. Only this particular group needs to be aware of this medication. Only this particular group is going to catch this particular autoimmune disorder. And it's like, no, and anybody can be at risk. So everybody should be included in trials, just to make sure you don't hit a weird bump later on, because we have learned that certain medications work fine for AMAB, assigned male at birth, AMAB people, but AFAB people, intersex people, don't react the same way to that medication, and there can be other complications to it. So we should be doing clinical testing and trials across the board. That way we have a better understanding of how the medication works and how it's going to act and react in your system. Like, how do we not know these things? It's how they figured out certain topical gels, like tea gels, and other certain topical medications. If you take them, if you are prescribed them, you have to stay very far away from people who could be pregnant or become pregnant, because if it is absorbed into their system, they can have not only a really bad reaction to it, it can have life-altering consequences for fetal development. So we need to have medical testing that, again, spans the population from side to side, not just focal points, but also we need better education overall about health and medications and kind of what goes on in this world. And I'm so tired of quite often our government treats us like we're not observant, or like we don't have the capacity to learn a lot of different things. Now, will I ever learn how to put a 1976 Dodge Charger back together again? No. Will I ever be able to code in HTML, C++, Python, Linux? Oh God, no. You could show me that coding all day long and I'll go, the fuck is this? No. My brain don't pick up on it. I understand that. But have I learned why you should never eat an egg that has spiderweb cracking on it? Yeah. Now that I know better, will I do better? Oh yeah. If I see cracking, I'm not going to eat that now. Because now I understand better. I already knew about, food safety. I already knew about cross-contamination. But I didn't realize spiderweb cracking on eggshell can mean that even though it's like infinitesimally thin and small and whatnot, you could still have pathogens get in and set up shop. You go and you eat that egg, especially if it's not well cooked. You go and you eat that egg, you could get potentially sick. It's infinitesimally small, but it's not zero. So, right? And I didn't know that until last week. Because me, growing up a little bit poor and just hanging on by a goddamn thread at this moment in time, I don't like wasting food. I hate wasting food. So I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, it's not like a crack bad enough that you're like, oh, that's fucking cracked. I'm like, oh, that's fucking cracked, I'm gonna toss that by the wayside. Like, nah, that's not gonna happen. If I see that it's cracked in in the carton as because I always check my eggs. If I see that's cracked, then I'm like, I'm not buying that one because that could have been contaminated further out. It could have already spread to other eggs, because of, albumin, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, no. I didn't realize that it could just be the spider webbing cracking that you would get possibly on an egg. And I'm just like, oh, I didn't know that. Same thing, like, I thought salmonella resided in the albumin, the white of an egg. I thought salmonella was like, it's a bacteria that sets up shop in the whites of an egg. No, salmonella, as well as E. coli, but more specifically salmonella, is something that is found in the digestive tract of poultry. That salmonella is actually located in the bloom, or the coating that is on the outside of a chicken egg. It is not always present there, it just has a better possibility of being present there. As long as that salmonella, or that bloom is on the outside, your egg is fine to like sit out and do its thing on the counter for a while, because that protective coating keeps air and moisture and other things from being able to penetrate that shell. And then, you wash your egg off before you use it. Just saying. But yeah, if you were to just, here we go, crack, and go, you could accidentally give yourself a little bit of a dose of salmonella because you've cracked salmonella from the eggshell into your thing. This is why also, what is it? Glassing? There's a solution that you can actually put eggs in, and it will allow them to sit on your countertop for like a year or more and be perfectly edible. That's impressive, to say the least. But yeah, like, I learned so much more about like bloom versus not bloom. Also locality plays a big part in whether or not I won't say whether or not you're in danger, but like, if your eggs are local, you tend to share a lot of the local flora and fauna already in your immune system with the people around you. So you're less likely to have a reaction to the bacterium in the area because you already have a defense against it. In America, because we ship eggs side to side, we ship from east coast to west, back and forth, up and down, because we are such a large country, locality gets thrown out the window because we are moving things from one side of the country to the other. And we're also letting them sit often fully washed with no protective coating for a number of reasons. With no protective coating, so you have to be more aware when you have cracked eggs or leaks and whatnot, because that can set up shop. But yeah, you have to wash the bloom off to make sure that it's safer when it goes across state lines or outside of county lines. Because what you might be able to tolerate in Richmond, Virginia, we may have no defense against over in Long Beach, California. So if they were to ship an egg that has a particular bloom of salmonella, like let's call it salmonella ABCD, and it comes all the way over to California, and the person consuming said egg has zero resistance to this brand new salmonella, it can hit hard. And you can end up accidentally taking out a chunk of the population because they have no defense against it. Now, if you go ahead and wash the bloom off, I believe they wash at a temperature of roughly 110 degrees for 15 seconds. They wash that bloom off to make sure it is nice and clean on the outside. And then some places will also do a mild bath of quick radiation just to kind of like double tap anything that might be there. So the eggs that they are sending are practically as sterile as can be. And it's just so we don't literally have a cross-country contamination of certain flora and fauna gut-wise that would accidentally eliminate a good portion of the population because we have no immune immune system antibodies. That's the word I was looking. We don't have any antibodies to things that are non-local to us. And again, it's a form of herd immunity. You protect the herd by making sure that if parts of your herd could be in trouble or at risk, you just make sure you're not sending them the thing. You send it as clean and sterile and well polished as you possibly can to begin with. Which is why listeria hit so hard. What was it? Boar's Head. This is why you cannot have deregulated food supplies. Deregulation is about profit. And it's fucking disgusting that we would allow any place to place profit over people, especially in a food chain. Deregulation of those industries mean those industries start cutting more and more corners for profit's sake. And when they do that, cross-contamination happens. And when cross-contamination happens, and they are not testing for these particular foodborne illnesses, that means that shit gets sent out into the world, and then you have sudden giant outbreaks of things like listeria, salmonella, E. coli, trichinosis, and so forth. Oh god, no, not bird flu. Fuck. Bird flu kind of scares me. I'm very glad it has not found a human to human vector. It's only found an avian to human vector. When that thing figures out how to jump the damn shark, we're in a lot of trouble. Same thing with swine flu. Swine flu is a porcine to human vector. Luckily, it's not a human to human vector so far. But again, once that particular thing learns how to jump from human to human, ooh, that's bad. That's real bad. But of course, the fact that bird flu shows up in a place like Hawaii can also very much endanger, especially if that avian somehow touched a place where other wild native avian could contact. Yeah, that could wipe out an entire population, especially on something as small as an island. Diphtheria, oh my god. Ooh. Between diphtheria, typhoid, cholera, and all of those are sanitation-based illnesses, yeah, you gotta be so careful. God, oh no. If you don't mind, can I ask a little bit about the experience, as in what were the symptoms, kind of what you went through? Because you hear about diphtheria, but the last time I heard about diphtheria, it was, Civil War, where they had absolutely no sanitation, and everybody was really, really bad at keeping anything clean, so all of it was just, it was bad. I'm honestly amazed that we survived. Give me half a second. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I will be right back, and hopefully they are writing up a description. Thank you so much in advance. Education! Oh, you were asymptomatic. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The wild thing about illnesses is that there are a lot of them. Oh, that is wild. There's a lot of them just... They can hide. Some people will have symptoms. Other people will have no symptoms whatsoever. That's what asymptomatic is. Typhoid Mary is one of the best known cases of asymptomatic disease carriers. Typhoid is carried in the lower gut and rectum, and that's why you are supposed to wash your hands really, really, really well. Dear Mary apparently did not do as such. And she was a really well-renowned cook, and she had some fantastic desserts that she made that everybody just loved. And on multiple occasions, she almost annihilated several families, several wealthy families at that, because she was a house servant. And they barred her from being a cook. And they're like, Mary, you and your funky fingers cannot touch food and then serve it to people. Absolutely in the hell not. No, 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 no. Don't do it. And she moved to different families, changing her name just a little bit, and then there would suddenly be another typhoid outbreak. And it's like, the fuck is going on? And they backtracked it, and I think she almost took out like 2-3 rich families and caused multiple typhoid outbreaks. And she's like, I can't have typhoid. I cannot have typhoid. Because if I had typhoid, I would know. I've never had any symptoms of typhoid. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And they're like, Mary, everywhere you show up, children start becoming past tense. Parents start leaving their inheritance early. Okay? You are the only vector. You are the problem. No. And they're like, okay, see, we are still on our infancy and being able to see things, but let us take some swabs. Let us take some swabs, especially from underneath your fucking fingertips. Let us take some swabs. She's like, fine, I'll prove it to you. Haha. And they're like, oh girl, oh, it winked at me. No. And they're like, you not only have it, you seem to be asymptomatic to it, but it is often active in your system. Oh, I haven't seen a single thing past just wait. And that was it. I think you're try shifting a little bit. I hate it when TikTok censors stuff. I wish they would just let it come on through, because I have a very... Yeah. The things that loss prevention sees... Comedy in the worst way possible. You're just like, oh, God, I could never use that dressing room again. Oh no! Oh, damn it! I'm so sorry that the frickin' algo is censoring you. That's just, I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, no, asymptomatic is wild. Which is weird, because the only words that I have set up for censorship are like slurs. Like, I'm like, I prefer not to see these particular ones, no thank you. But like nothing else should be censored. I'm rather open and fond of all those kind of things. It wasn't. Yeah, hell no. Oh my god, no. Right. Yeah. Well, that. Oh, just. Ooh. Yeah. This is why certain cultures, like black culture, we wash a lot of our meats, and when when we say wash, we don't mean get out the Dawn soap, throw it all into a basin and just roll it around until it gets sudsy, and then hose it down from there. We do like a brine bath quite often. To get some of the ill goopiness off, and it's usually a bit of vinegar, a bit of salt, a bit of lemon, and maybe a few other herbs and spices in there. But all of those herbs and spices are usually either astringents or preservative type agents. So it specifically targets bacteria that you don't want to put in your frickin' mouth. So always be careful, always wash, always make sure, especially if your nail bed seems to have had a little something build up on it, like make sure you get under there. Do a little scrape, do a little scrub. Make sure you are keeping yourself safe. This is why, I don't know, the moment I said that, I'm like, I need to make sure the undersides of my nails are clean now, because I can feel it, just, This is why I wear gloves a lot of the times. The texture of it. I can feel when something just I'm like, we're gonna be putting on the gloves, cause no thank you. No thank you. No thank you. And especially since I have nails, I'm like, cause if you could scrub the whole rest of your hand and it be perfectly clean. But if anything gets underneath a fingernail and you don't notice it and it does not get scrubbed out, it's a vector. It's vector. Will it be horrific every single last time? No. It's just that chance is never zero. So when you find a vector, you make sure that you at least try to halt its ability to do what it does. I'm just saying. Right, chicken. I am so sensitive when it comes to chicken. Like, sometimes I love it, and sometimes I'm just like, no, thank you. No. Okay, I should head off, because it's coming up on 10 o'clock. I'm going to try and get to bed early. I'm going to try so hard. Trying to get to bed early, that way I can be up a little bit earlier tomorrow. I don't know exactly when I would be on per se, but I will probably be on by about 5 o'clock tomorrow. So, yeah, we shall see how the day goes. Well, yeah, because it is harder for something that is born, raised in the water, the microbes and everything that it works with is also made for the water for the most part, and the crossover contamination rate is a lot lower. Chickens, on the other hand, I mean, they don't care. They poo where they are. They walk on it. They are not always the cleanest of creature, nor are they always kept in the cleanest of conditions, whereas fish, on the other hand, do tend to be kept in cleaner conditions, and there's just less crossover. But yeah, I mean, it's a whole ass thing. Have a nice night, everybody. Right. Thank you. Have a nice one, guys. Get some rest. Love you. Bye.